Chapter 763. The brilliant Milky Way and the violent red light collided head-on without reservation. The huge impact made the entire space tremble. In the starlight and red flames, two figures intertwined like lightning. If a demon overlord was next to him, he would definitely not be able to see the high-speed movements clearly. He would feel that his hands and feet seemed to have become phantoms. Both of them were eager to end the battle as soon as possible. In the case of going all out, Chen Rui, who activated Scorching Dragon Possession, was still suppressed because Terrace, who had the soul of the Lord of Midnight Sun, was too strong. Dream Xinghe's territory not only had the ability to enhance and weaken similar to Galaxy territory, but it could also change into any attack form at will. The most terrifying thing was the ability to predict the enemy's moves and control the battle situation. If Raisin's strength was now at the S++ level, he was definitely not Terrace's opponent. To Terrace's surprise, his body would sometimes involuntarily have strange injuries. It seemed that the damage caused to Aguile was reflected back. As the battle went on, his control became weaker and weaker. Aguile could make accurate and timely reactions and counterattacks many times. Not only did it consume a lot of his own strength, but the injuries on his body were also getting worse. If the battle is compared to a game of chess, then Aguile now has the strength to play chess with me. This is simply an incredible change. Could it be that this Beelzebub royal family has a combat talent that surpasses me, the top powerhouse? In Chen Rui's eyes, Terrace's figure had become a translucent human body. All his movements were trajectories of strange colors. The phantoms represented possible routes, and the depth of the color indicated the intensity of the attack. It was like studying the action video of a game, which could predict the most likely habitual movements and make effective responses. These analyses were completed in an instant, and so was Chen Rui's reaction. This was the power of deep analysis. For the first time, Chen Rui applied a non-combat skill like deep analysis to actual combat, and it actually worked wonders. This kind of analysis was not 100% accurate, but combined with Chen Rui's own combat instincts and spirit senses, he could often make the judgment with the smallest error. It was equivalent to entering a mysterious state of divine calculation. Of course, analyzing the state of the battle also had a significant side effect. After a long time, the burden on his mental strength was considerable, especially now that he was severely overdrawn. However, Chen Rui couldn't care less. Seeing that the other party was inconceivably turning the battle around, Terence made a prompt decision. He gave up on close combat and appeared in midair. He stepped on the Milky Way and spread out his hands. The Milky Way scattered and turned into countless balls of light with great power. The ball of light floated in the air and filled the entire space. All of Chen Rui's escape routes were sealed. Star converging smash. Terrace waved his hand, and the light balls flew toward Chen Rui from all directions. Some were fast, some were slow. It was like a well-trained tactic, and it was hard to judge. This was an almost unsolvable move that consumed a large amount of domain power. Terrace was confident that he could finish off his opponent with this attack. Chen Rui quickly moved and dodged in the air, waving the North Sea sword to defend with the water sword intent. But the situation was getting worse and worse. The terrifying thing about these light balls was not only the explosive power contained in a single one, but also the endless number. If he slowed down a little, there would be more and more attacks arriving. Chen Rui tried his best to dodge and parry, but no matter how he teleported and flew, there were always countless light balls around him. The pressure on the North Sea sword was getting greater and greater, as if a mountain was pressing on the sword. At the moment when the water sword intent couldn't continue, a light ball that wasn't pulled away exploded with a boom. Immediately afterward, the light balls flying all over the sky rushed over one after another, concentrating on a terrifying explosion. Boom, boom, boom. There was a huge distortion and shock in the space. Catherine and Raisin felt dizzy, and the separate space became nothingness, as if the artifact power of Agua was gradually failing. With a clank, a sword flew out and fell to the ground. North Sea sword. Terrace stepped on the Milky Way and floated in the air. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, and he looked embarrassed, but his face showed the pride of a winner. He looked down at Raisin and Catherine as if laughing at the shattering of their last hope. Terrace's pride froze on his face in an instant, and his figure seemed to be refracted by a crystal. It turned out that the separate space became solid again. At the same time, the light cocoon that imprisoned Shura suddenly broke apart. A figure broke out of the cocoon and suddenly divided into three in the air, wrapping Terrace in a triangular shape. Illusion again. Terrace looked at the three identical Shura and frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt that these three seemed to be real, and the dangerous omen in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. I must make the first move. Terrace was about to activate the power of the Milky Way, but he suddenly felt a chill. He couldn't help but shiver. In the next second, he was surprised to find that the Milky Way, composed of pure territory power, was actually frozen by a special cold air. This kind of cold air was not ordinary water magic power, but a destructive territory power that could penetrate deep into the soul. The source was the Gual, who was covered in blood below. After taking the full power of Dream Shingha's condensed starbreak, he can still stand up and use such a strange skill. This was Winter Territory, which was also the last power of Chun Rue. He just used Star Diversion, Demonic Fly's transformation, and Demon Shield to barely resist the condensed starbreak. His body had already suffered serious injuries. Compared with the increasingly strong backlash, these injuries were actually nothing. The most fatal thing was that the state of scorching dragon possession was declining sharply. It was about to disappear. Chenrue only had this last bit of power left. Scorching dragon possession not only increased his physical fitness, but it also increased his ability to withstand damage. It was like a cardiac stimulant. Once it failed, then it was likely that the previous backlash and burden would definitely erupt in a chain. Even if he didn't collapse and annihilate, he would completely lose his combat power. Therefore, Terrace must be dealt with before this happens. Terrace fully activated the Milky Way. On the frozen Milky Way, the crystal white flame danced. As it was about to melt the freezing power, suddenly there was a warning. He saw the three Shura's bodies lit up with a strong brilliance. This brilliance was also a kind of starlight, but it was thousands of times more dazzling than Dream Shingha. Supernova. Star explosion. Three voices sounded at the same time, and Terrace only had one feeling left. The stars exploded. Not only the Milky Way, but there was also the explosion of the real stars. The kind of destruction with indescribable brilliance and magnificence. It engulfed him in an instant. Raisin and Catherine, who were separated from the space, only saw the dazzling light. Even they couldn't look directly at it. As the earth shook, the crisscrossed space trembled violently for a while, and it finally turned into nothingness. The power of the Tower of Glory disappeared. The dazzling light dissipated. The Milky Way, bloody light, explosion, everything disappeared, leaving only two standing figures, Shura and Terrace. Shura's body flickered, and his aura was greatly weakened. Terrace's face was full of blood, and the armor phantasm that disappeared previously appeared on his body. Immediately afterward, the phantasm quickly turned into powder and disappeared like the wind. The power of these two people had obviously fallen to an extremely low level, especially Shura. His body became more and more illusory, on the verge of disappearing. Chenrue fell to the ground. His body twitched and exploded from time to time, but he couldn't move. He had obviously lost his combat power. I didn't expect you to force me to this point. If it weren't for the protection of the armor soul given by the Wrath King, I would have been annihilated by the power of that move just now. Terrace gasped violently. These words were said to Chenrue, who fell to the ground next to him. Unfortunately, it's still a little short. I admit that you are an opponent worthy of facing. You are very strong, far above Glorfin back then, but I'm stronger and stronger than you, so the winner is me. Now the secret technique of overdrawing your life has begun to backfire. As long as I kill you, the servant you summon will also disappear with your death. Terrace was right. The backfire of overdrawing his power and life on Chenrue finally broke out uncontrollably. Every inch of his muscles was twisting and convulsing. His soul seemed to be torn apart little by little. There was a danger of complete collapse at any time. This was no longer a feeling that could be described by the word pain. Terrace's right hand showed crystal starlight and condensed into a sword. Chenrue didn't even have the strength to move his fingers, let alone dodge or defend. He had tried his best. Shura's looming body appeared behind him like a phantom. Terrace was already prepared. His body had a double shadow, and his real body moved to the side of Shura. The crystal sword in his hand stabbed straight. To Terrace's surprise, Shura didn't even dodge and let the sword stab into his body. The sword suddenly disappeared strangely. Almost at the same time, the same sword appeared in Shura's right hand. Terrace was taken aback. He dodged half a beat slower, and his chest was penetrated by the sword. The crystal sword exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Shura's special stunt, giving Shura a taste of his own medicine. Terrace snorted, gritted his teeth, and immediately clasped Shura's shoulders with both hands. Wisps of starlight quickly wrapped around Shura like a chain. Terrace's 10 fingers exerted force. Boom! Shura finally couldn't hold it anymore. In the strong light, his entire body disappeared without a trace. This light fell into Chenrue's pupils that were about to collapse. His lips were slightly squirming. If someone put their ears close, they might be able to vaguely hear the names of the people. Terrace's injury was quite serious. He was staggering, and he was about to fall. He stopped and finally stabilized his figure. After Shura disappeared, Terrace clearly felt that the weakening of the power of faith in the blood immersion barrier had finally stopped. Although the blood immersion barrier was affected to a certain extent, it could still function normally. In any case, the final winner is me. I won't lose. Before he could finish his words, Terrace suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. He lowered his head and looked at a sword protruding out of his chest. The sword was crystal clear and emitted a strange power that firmly sucked the wound. Not only was the power of his flesh and blood being rapidly devoured, even his soul was starting to shatter. This is soul-rending. Terrace roared wildly. His neck was tightly gripped by an arm. He lost his center of gravity and fell to the sky. Sword of Fallen Angel. The person holding the sword behind him seemed to have exhausted the last of his strength and couldn't support it. He was pressed to the ground by Terrace, but he still gripped Terrace's neck tightly. Agual, you actually... Terrace barely squeezed out a few words. His face was flushed, but he couldn't break free. He had 2 souls in his body, especially Byakuya, who was in charge of the battle. He was extremely powerful. However, the soul-rending characteristic of the Sword of Fallen Angel would directly kill and split the enemy's soul power, which was his nemesis. What was even more ironic was that the Sword of Fallen Angel was once the artifact owned by the Lord of Midnight Sun. He, the soul who originally owned the artifact, couldn't stop the killing intent of the artifact at all. Could it be when I abandoned my identity as a Lucifer royal family and abandoned my past, I was also abandoned by the artifact? Terrace suddenly thought of a more shocking thing. Why can Aguile, as a Beelzebub royal family, use the Sword of Fallen Angel of the Lucifer royal family? The Sword of Fallen Angel's sword manipulation can be remotely controlled, but Ja is unconscious at this time. Could it be a special mystic art given by some kind of blood? It can be used temporarily? I have owned the Sword of Fallen Angel for hundreds of years, but I actually don't know this characteristic? As Terrace's soul power weakened rapidly, the blood-drowning barrier finally began to disintegrate slowly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the rapid loss of his soul power. He felt that all his strength seemed to be drained by the sword of fallen angel. You lost! Chinrue's faint voice came from behind. Although his hand that was holding Terrace had no strength, and his body was still making bursting sounds, he still refused to let go. Why do you still have this kind of power? Terrace's soul was extremely weak, but his tone still revealed a strong unwillingness. Compared with the sword of fallen angel, this matter made him even more puzzled. Aguil burned his life to activate the artifact, and he used the mystic art of overdraft in the battle. Later, he completely lost his combat power due to the backlash. It was impossible for him to stand up again. Now that he has lost the protection of the artifact, he actually withstood the pressure of the blood-drowning barrier and unleashed this final fatal blow. You are stronger than me. Perhaps you are also stronger and more persistent. Chinrue gasped. You can sacrifice the lives of millions of people for personal strength, but you didn't sacrifice what you want to protect. And Chinrue didn't have the strength to turn his head. He just moved his gaze to the approximate position of Catherine and Jia. I have ridiculous reason. Terrace's vision had begun to become hazy. He vaguely saw the figure sitting on the ground, gradually stood up. Raisin, Byakuya. Raisin came to Terrace step by step, but he didn't make a move because he could see that Terrace's current state didn't need others to make a move. You didn't defeat me. I didn't. I've been chasing you all my life. Raisin's deep eyes showed a strange emotion. Even if I have reached the national level, I still lost in your hands. I can't compare to you. Raisin paused and added, The only thing I beat you in is that my son is stronger than your son. Terrace's collapsed eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to want to say something, but his expression gradually solidified. A teardrop slowly fell from the corner of his eyes. The power of the entire blood immersion barrier dissipated. A strange red bead rose from Terrace's body and disappeared into the sky like lightning. Chinrue felt that his body was light. Terrace's corpse had fallen into Raisin's hands. Blood flashed, and Raisin also disappeared. A face with a veil appeared in his sight. The deep eyes were sparkling and hazy. Chinrue felt completely relaxed. Everything became extremely quiet. He couldn't even hear the explosion in his body. Then his consciousness finally fell into darkness. Chapter 764. Light as a feather. He broke away from gravity and floated in the void. This was how Chinrue felt now, or the feeling after waking up. He couldn't tell what kind of state it was. It was like his soul had left his body and was drifting in the universe. Without a body, he didn't need to breathe, but he felt relaxed and serene. That's right, the surrounding scene was the universe, not the galaxy in the supersystem. There was no sense of faith, aura either. It seemed to be the real universe. Is this the feeling of dying? Chinrue remembered that he had read about the feeling of death on the internet. These were not obtained from the real dead, but they were summarized by experts who described the dying and attempted suicide. He vaguely remembered that there was extreme flatness and calmness and integration with the universe. With this peaceful feeling now, coupled with the universe travel, am I really dead? I haven't had sex with a certain empress, and I haven't had sex with another empress, and I haven't had sex with other wives. I actually died before I realized my ambition. What about the protagonist halo? What about the Crystal Palace halo? While he was thinking about it, the drift continued. The speed of drifting felt very slow, but the process of time in the universe was the opposite. For example, just now, Chinrue witnessed the process of a star from youth to old age. The violent explosion of death made Chinrue think of the supernova. Star explosion performed by Shura. The electromagnetic radiation illuminated the entire galaxy, forming a gorgeous and dazzling nebula. Many nearby planets were swallowed, and some became wreckage. Another planet was hit by another comet and turned into debris and cosmic dust. This was also a kind of destruction. In the face of time, destruction was so simple. Destruction was the end of everything. There was nothing immortal since ancient times, even the legendary eternal gods. The flow of time was getting faster and faster, and the speed of destruction was also increasing. The visual explosion or annihilation gradually became a feeling. This feeling was not fear, but a touch of intimacy, as if it was some kind of innate law. Or, as a saying went, life was pursuing the process of destruction from the beginning of its birth. Shinrue closed his eyes and felt the origin power of destruction from his mind. He only felt that his soul was synchronizing with the rhythm as if it was nurturing some corresponding law. The law of destruction was in life and in his hands. Shinrue opened his eyes and looked at his hands as if he had grasped something. Although he couldn't fully understand it for a while, the seed had been successfully planted. It was only a matter of time before he understood it. Hands? Shinrue suddenly realized something. The surrounding scene changed. He was no longer in the universe, but he was in another room. This room was very large. The room was dark and the layout and atmosphere was a bit weird. There were many people around, wearing black cloaks and metal masks. He was looking at his hands. On the palms of these hands, there was a strange mark drawn. This mark had an ancient and vicissitude breath. It was somewhat similar to the meaning of ancient runes, but it was not the same. It should represent some kind of serious meaning. Now, concentrate and put your hand on this crystal ball. A cloaked person in front, who seemed to be the leader, spoke. Her voice was a little hoarse. It was a woman. The color of the mask on her face was different from the ordinary bronze. It showed a touch of gold. Crystal ball? Shinrue set his eyes on the translucent crystal ball in front of him. It was about the size of a football, and it showed a strange meaning. Not only that, Shinrue also felt the hostility and even killing intent of the cloaked people around him. It seemed that they were ready to kill him at any time. By the way, what about analytical eyes? What about the super system? It seems that these are all gone? While Shinrue was puzzled, his body had already walked up. It seemed to be out of his control. Then his hands also reached toward the crystal ball involuntarily. The originally colorless crystal ball gradually lit up, emitting a pale red light. The killing intent of the cloaked people around him seemed to have faded a lot. The light was getting stronger and finally turned into a rich blood color. Shinrue clearly felt that his hands were deliberately suppressing a certain breath. Even so, it had already surprised the cloaked people around him. Shinrue didn't smile, but he felt that there seemed to be a smile on his face. He had already faintly understood that this wasn't his body. What about my great demon realm? What about my great demon realm? What about my great harem? Could it be that I was repatriated because I didn't apply for the temporary residence permit in the other world in the Space Administration? Is this considered as another godly ridicule? Why did I use the word again? It's really surprising that you actually have this level of faith. The cloaked woman who was the leader said, "May the Lord of Destruction bless you. From today onwards, you are an official Black Death Apostle." Black Death Apostle. These 3 words made Shinrue tremble. Everything around him slowly disappeared and converged into another scene. Even though it was late at night, the buildings in front of him still gave Shinrue a sense of familiarity. It turned out to be the Church of Light. From the scale, it was similar to the Church of Gudon Town in the Yangshao Kingdom that Shinrue had stayed in before. It should be a small town's church. Several black, cloaked people rushed towards the church, like black smoke. The body that Shinrue had possessed was also among them. Not long after, the church's members were all slaughtered. The cloaked people used the blood of the priests to draw strange symbols on the ground. Meanwhile, Shinrue killed his way into the prayer hall. He pretended to fight against a few knights of light, but his body silently released an invisible force that attached itself to the god of light's statue in the hall. The blurry face of the god of light's statue slowly changed, turning into a face that Shinrue was very familiar with. This face was his otaku face on Earth. Shinrue finally knew whose body his soul was attached to belong to. It was Shura. No, this was not soul possession. It should be Shura's memory. He was now like a bystander, watching Shura's memory. The clone was actually equivalent to a robot that completely obeyed and accepted the command of the original body. It had high intelligence, similar to the puppet of the god-eating mask. Under the situation of seizing, it used independent judgment and adaptability to complete the task given by the original body. For example, the battle with White Knight was like this. Regardless of battle awareness or the ability to grasp the timing, it was not inferior to a real powerhouse. The mission that Shinrue gave to Shura was to steal the power of faith. However, he did not expect that Shura would actually join a secret church that was regarded as a mortal enemy by the Church of Light and become a Black Death apostle. After the face of the god of light statue in the prayer hall changed, the power of faith began to surge into Shura's body crazily. This method was a little too eager for quick success, which was the complete opposite of Shinrue's slow and steady flow in the human world. However, back then, Shinrue stole it quietly to hide his identity. Now, as a Black Death apostle, Shura was blatantly plundering, so he naturally did not need to worry about being exposed. The holy aura of the god of light statue was rapidly weakening, and the statue also began to crack. Shura had already killed a few Knights of Light. When he noticed someone coming in from outside, he conveniently punched the god of light statue into pieces. The person who came in was the woman who had been the leader from back then. When she saw the scene of Shura shattering the god of light statue, she praised, "Well done!" Shura walked out of the hall, and the Black Death apostles quickly retreated from the Church of Light. The strange patterns drawn in blood started to burn, and very soon, the entire church turned into a sea of fire. At this time, the scene changed again. The place where Shinrue was it had become a hall. At the very front was a building with an altar filled with a burning aura. On the wall behind the altar, there were 3 layers of strange reliefs. These reliefs were the gods that this mysterious church worshipped and worshipped. They seemed to be covered by a strange power, and even with Shura's eyesight, he could not see through them. Richard, your performance and contributions during this period of time are quite outstanding. You will now be promoted to a level 3 deacon, and you will be rewarded with a petal of the flower of darkness. The one who spoke was the cloaked woman with a slightly hoarse voice. She was one of the bishops of this mysterious church, and also the leader of this branch. Shura stepped forward to receive the silver mask and a box that represented his status as a deacon. The female bishop then rewarded the rest of the Black Death apostles. About 20 of them received the petal of the flower of darkness as a reward, and the many Black Death apostles below all revealed looks of envy. It seemed to be something extraordinary. Shura opened the box and saw a blood-red petal inside. This petal seemed to be a clear crystal, but it was not a dead object that had been carved out. Instead, it had real life and appeared to be bewitching and beautiful. Shinrue's consciousness also saw this petal. Feeling the bewitching aura, he suddenly thought of a terrifying thing. The flower of darkness is a holy item bestowed by the ruler. It can give ordinary people supernatural powers that are close to that of gods. Now, you can begin to absorb the power of the petal. The female bishop's voice rang out. Place the petal in your palm, relax your mind and all resistance, and wholeheartedly feel the gift of the ruler. If there are any special changes, do not be surprised or afraid. This will be the beginning of you transcending mortals. It can only be used on the most devout believers of destruction. If it is a heretic with impure faith or ulterior motives, their body will be turned into ashes under the power of the ruler. The most devout believers of destruction? Shura revealed a secretive smile and sat down. Without thinking, he took out the petal and placed it in his palm. He closed his eyes, and the petal gradually turned into a red mist, enveloping Shura's body. Shinrue could clearly feel that the aura of destruction in the petal was easily absorbed by Shura's body, but a special mark was deliberately left behind. He absorbed the power of the holy item so quickly. The female bishop looked at Shura, who had opened his eyes with some surprise and then nodded approvingly. As expected of the most devout believer of the god of destruction, Shura smiled and did not answer. He only nodded. The others who had received the flower of darkness did not wake up. Many of them had expressions of pain on their faces, and 2 of them had turned into ashes, either because their faith was insufficient or because their bodies could not bear it. Shinrue inadvertently glanced at the relief sculptures, and suddenly found that the blurry relief sculptures had changed. In the lowest layer, a statue became clear. It was a short, thin monster with very sharp claws and a rather large mouth that took up half of its face. 2 rows of protruding fangs made it look very ferocious. This image was very familiar to Shinrue, who had inherited the ancient alchemy civilization. With the addition of the flower of darkness, he finally understood what the god that this mysterious church worshipped was. Chapter 765. The statue became clear. Shinrue had killed countless of them in the inheritance of the ancient alchemy civilization. In the modified battle game, this kind of monster was also the most common one. Abyss creature, crevice demon. That petal was not the flower of darkness, but the flower of abyss. The mysterious cult that the Church of Light had always wanted to eradicate was actually a cult that worshipped the abyss. Shinrue remembered that Paul once said that this cult had massacred 10 cities and sacrificed them to the gods 20,000 years ago. This massacre shocked the entire human world. In the end, the cult was wiped out by the Church of Light with the help of various countries. It was greatly weakened and hid in the dark. It had always been regarded as one of the enemies that must be eradicated by the Church of Light. When Shinrue used Shura as his clone to steal the power of faith, he was mistaken by the Church of Light as the Black Death Apostle of the mysterious church. Unexpectedly, after Shinrue returned to the demon realm, Shura actually became a real Black Death Apostle by accident. It seemed that the evil hands of the Abyss clan extended not only to the demon realm, but also to the human world. The symbols drawn with blood when attacking the Church of Light was some kind of sacrificial ritual. Not only could they sacrifice lives, but they could also plunder faith. However, the Black Death Apostles did not know that most of the faith of the Church of Light had been devoured by Shura. According to Shinrue's understanding of the Abyss, in addition to the crevice demon that could transform, there were also the violent demon with manic power, the flaming witch who could control flames, the Lord of Abyss who held a giant sword, and the mother nest that produced these creatures. However, there were a lot of reliefs, far more than what Shinrue knew. Especially the 3 statues on the highest level. They should be the highest controllers of the Abyss. Could it be that the Lord of Abyss, who could easily kill a demon overlord, was not at the top of the pyramid of the Abyss creatures? Or could it be that the Lord of the Abyss wasn't one of the 3 strongest creatures? The discovery this time was no trivial matter. More than one civilization, including the ancient alchemy civilization, had been completely annihilated because of the Abyss. Although it was unknown how this dangerous race disappeared, it was certain that once the Abyss truly descended, both the human world and the demon world would face a catastrophe. Now that he could see the relief of the crevice demon clearly, he must have accepted some kind of imprint contained in the flower of Abyss. If he accepted more imprints, he should be able to see more relief clearly. Given Shura's origin power of destruction, he could erase the mark at any time. The reason why he had intentionally left it behind was because he wanted to catch a bigger fish. Just as Shinrue was about to applaud Shura's decision, he felt a force silently spreading over. The crevice demon's sculpture seemed to have some kind of change. That ferocious face suddenly turned into Shura's face, and its eyes glowed with a faint red light. Then it returned to its original appearance. No one present noticed this change, including the female bishop. Chinrue's eyes lit up. Faith theft! This move was indeed beautiful, but Shura was only a level 3 deacon now. He could only steal limited faith from the relief of the crevice demon. There must be more than one altar of the mysterious church. If he could go further into the interior of the church, then he would be able to obtain more and more faith. This was also a powerful foreshadowing to contain and destroy the conspiracy of the abyss. The surrounding scene changed again. This time, it was a little inappropriate for children. Shura was lying on the bed with a black-haired woman in his arms. This woman was beautiful, and her eyebrows were somewhat enchanting. The reason why it was inappropriate for children was that the two might feel very hot, so they were both naked. Richard, you've been promoted so fast. You're now a grand deacon, on the same level as me. The woman's voice was very charming. She wriggled gently in Shura's arms. Your excellence and contributions are obvious to all, but it will be very difficult to go further. Or rather, your current situation is very dangerous. Oh, Shura played with the woman's body while showing a look of interest. The next Grand Deacon is a bishop. You've been developing too quickly. Do you think Angelique will tolerate a threat like you? The woman sneered. That bitch is deep and cunning. On the surface, she won't suppress you and will instead put you in an important position. But behind the scenes, she's definitely scheming and scheming. If I'm not wrong, she'll arrange for you to carry out some dangerous missions and make you disappear without a trace. Solange, what are you trying to say? Don't beat around the bush in front of me. It's very simple. We'll work together to bring her down. I already have a complete plan. I'll bring her down, and then you'll get rid of me and become a bishop yourself? Shura said without a change in expression. His hand, that had stopped at the woman's, chest slid down. You're underestimating me and underestimating yourself. Solange laughed coquettishly. She suddenly clamped his hand between her legs. I'm very good at reading people. Your strength shouldn't be limited by what you've shown on the surface. Plus, you've shown great talent in the test of faith. You can be said to have a promising future. You're not someone that can be limited by a mere bishop position. It wouldn't be surprising if you become an archbishop or a guardian in the future. I only hope to be the woman behind you, your most capable assistant. Now I can use all my connections and background to help you get promoted. This can be seen as a long-term investment. Very well. Shura revealed a thoughtful expression and finally nodded. Solange's expression became more and more coquettish. Her thighs began to rub against his hand. Then, before I tell you my plan, let's do something more important first. Shura showed an evil smile and pressed the woman's head to his lower body. For what happened next, Chinrue could only say 2 words hatefully, beast. The original memory was still fine. Why did I suddenly enter the segment with the theme of pa 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 pa? This is not watching some art blockbuster, but an actual experience in the consciousness. Even if Chinrue closed his eyes, he couldn't avoid the instinctive excitement. Chinrue felt that his lower body was getting hotter and hotter. He couldn't bear it anymore and opened his eyes. He felt that the scene had finally changed again. This scene is a bit familiar. No, very familiar. It's the bedroom of the Dark Moon's residence. By the way, the black-haired girl fiddling with a hard object in her lower body also seems very familiar. Damn. Of course, she looks familiar. This is the black dragon chick. Although there was still a pair of shorts between them, the chick's face was already quite close. She curiously pointed her finger at the high part that had been propped up into a tent. Chinrue shuddered and immediately sat up. Olivius, what are you doing? The black dragon chick was startled. Her expression froze for a few seconds. Then she shouted, Boss, you are awake. Awake? How long did I sleep? Chinrue grabbed the blanket that was lifted by the chick and covered his body with it. Due to the shock, the height of the exciting thing was suddenly reduced. The black dragon chick seemed to be very curious about this. but the chick didn't continue to study it. Instead, she jumped up and shouted outside the room, "The boss is awake! I saved the boss!" The first sentence was fine, but the second sentence made Chinrue's face turn awkward. Saved? A few minutes later, familiar faces appeared in the room. Rala, Peglio, Lomont, Dilia. Rala looked at Chinrue, who sat up, and she was stunned. Suddenly, she threw herself into his arms. Chinrue felt the excitement of the fairy Miss Long. He hugged her tightly and smelled the familiar fragrance of her hair. He felt extremely calm. This was the feeling of lover plus family. Ahem, that. Master Poison Dragon deliberately coughed a few times, as if to remind the adulterous couple that there was someone next to them. The fairy Miss Long raised her head and glanced at Peglio, faintly. "What?" This glance made Master Poison Dragon a little flustered. Fortunately, Delia spoke in time. "Captain, you are finally awake." Chinrue patted Rala's back lightly and let go of his arms. "Have I slept for a long time?" Lomont chuckled and said, "Not long, just a month." "A month?" Chinrue was taken aback. "So long." "Did I have a dream not long?" "It seems that you are fine." Delia nodded and said, "When you were sent back to the Dark Moon, your condition was very bad. Athena and Rala were very worried about you, especially Kia. Her eyes are swollen every day, but she should be alive and kicking again now. I saved the boss." The black dragon chick interjected in time. Her face was full of undisguised pride. Lomont was taken aback. "The black dragons don't know magic. How did you save the captain?" "I just, Chinrue quickly changed the topic. "What happened while I was unconscious? Are the three empires still at war? How is the peace negotiation going?" To be precise, the battle between the three empires is still continuing. Isabella's voice came from the door of the room. Madame Ant's face was still beautiful, but she looked a little haggard. Obviously, she had worried a lot about him during this time. Seeing that the man was finally safe and sound, Miss Innie's blue eyes showed undisguised joy. Isabella's words made Chinrue's heart sink, but Madame Ant quickly gave the correct answer. "It is not a battle between the three empires, but a civil war." It turned out that during the Battle of the Warlock Fortress, civil strife broke out in the three empires at the same time. The fallen Angel Empire was no exception. There were military riots in the capital and the four major estates. Fortunately, Jia sent the royal family demon Overlord Oliver to guard the capital as a precaution. With the assistance of Isabella, although it happened suddenly, the situation was finally stabilized. The Warlock Fortress sent an army to cooperate with the White Feather Estate, Lord Sikali, to quell the riot first. The Dark Moon Estate was also very fast. With the help of Delia and others, Athena quickly wiped out the rebels and sent troops to support the Blue Lava Estate and Red Spirit Estate to help the two lords suppress the rebellion. With the three emperors working at the same time, the overall situation of the three empires had gradually stabilized. Chinrue knew very well that these riots were the full outbreak of the hidden forces of the Bloodfall that had been lurking for many years. If Terrace killed the three emperors in Town Black Cloud, then Terrace, White Knight, S plot to unify the demon realm without a leader was likely to succeed. The three emperors will restart peace talks in the Dark Shadows capital in 7 days. By the way, during the period when Our Royal Highness Prince Hubby was in a coma, Her Majesty Jia asked about Royal Highness Prince Hubby's situation every day. I think Royal Highness Prince Hubby will definitely not miss this extremely important negotiation for Her Majesty Empress. Isabella's words made Rala snort softly, and she shook off the guy's hand. Chinrue wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's obviously business, okay? Why do I have to get involved in the battle of the Crystal Palace? Besides, can't you take care of the patient's mood?" Seeing Chinrue's sad face, the Madame Ant who succeeded in provoking him couldn't help but smile. She asked the black dragon chick, who was constantly bragging, "Oliphius, how did you wake up the boss?" Seeing the black dragon chicks in rapture description and feeling the electric sparks that began to radiate from the fairy Miss Long, the male Pigfeet's face became even more bitter. It seems that the unlucky day has just begun. If I knew earlier, I would have slept a little longer. Chapter 766. This day was a day of great attention because the peace talks between the three empires were finally held in the Shadow Empire as scheduled. In the previous battle at the Warlock Fortress, the Fallen Angel Empire and the Bloody Empire were in a stalemate. It was not until the Shadow Empire participated that there was a truce negotiation between the three empires. However, during the truce negotiation, the three emperors were unexpectedly attacked by the dark force Bloodfall, resulting in the death of the Bloody Empire's little Prince Terrace. The three empires also had internal strife at the same time. The three emperors suspended the peace negotiations and tried their best to quell the internal strife. Now that the three empires had returned to stability, the peace talks finally restarted. Similar to the arrangement of the Round Table Conference in Black Cloud Town last time, the negotiations centered on the three emperors began in the conference hall of the Shadow Palace. Logically speaking, the negotiation process this time should have been much smoother than the last time, because the three parties had already reached an agreement on many conditions in Black Cloud Town. However, unexpectedly on the most crucial issue, there was a disagreement. This key was truce agreement or peace covenant. In this kind of negotiation, the significance of the two must not be equated. The truce agreement represented that after the recuperation time passed, the war was likely to continue, while the peace covenant was a real cessation of war, just like the three empires signed 300 years ago. It would put an end to all wars. The country that started the war first would be jointly attacked by the other two countries. The key to this disagreement was that Raisin only agreed to sign the truce agreement and was unwilling to sign the peace covenant. Catherine sighed. "Your Majesty, Raisin, at this point, is your purpose still war?" "It's not that I want war, but you want it." Raisin shook his head. "The development of the Fallen Angel Empire is obvious to all, and the same is true for the Shadow Empire as a partner. According to this momentum, after a few years, the Bloody Empire will become the weakest existence. At that time, as long as a war is launched, then the Bloody Empire will be the first empire to perish. It is my honor to be recognized by Your Majesty Raisin for the development of the Fallen Angel Empire." Jia said, "However, Your Majesty is worrying too much. The future demon realm will be the demon realm where the three empires develop and prosper together. The people will enjoy peace and prosperity away from war. Throughout the history of the demon realm, there is no real peace at all. As long as there are empires, disputes and wars cannot be avoided. As an emperor, ambition and national interests were the two most basic qualities. In fact, we all know that once the ambition exceeds the restraints, or if there are enough benefits to start a war, then the so-called peace treaty will become empty words. So the peace you speak of now is just preparation for the future war." "Your Majesty Raisin," Jiao frowned, "I think you have misunderstood." "I didn't misunderstand. Just what you said earlier isn't enough to convince me. Let's just say it. Edmund and Alias are dead and Terrace is also dead." Speaking of these names, Raisin's tone became low. "Although I still have a son, the Bloody Empire has no successor. Your existence and development speed make me feel a huge threat. After I retire or die, the Bloody Empire is likely to lose the ability to compete with your two empires in the future. I would rather choose to fight now." Hearing Raisin said this, Catherine and Jia looked at each other, and they were silent for a while. Beside Jia, Chenrue's voice sounded. "Your Majesties, please forgive me for being rude. I have a few words, but I don't know if I can say it." Jia and Catherine naturally had no opinion. Raisin glanced at Chenrue and nodded. Several clerks in charge of recording showed a surprised look. Agual was just the fiancé of the fallen Angel Empress. He had no right to speak in this kind of negotiation, but he was incredibly recognized by the three emperors. The clerks naturally didn't know that in the Battle of Black Cloud Town, if it weren't for this prince's husband, the 3 emperors would have fallen, and the entire demon realm would probably change. Why haven't the 3 majesties considered merging the 3 empires into a real kingdom alliance? Chen Rui finally proposed an idea that he had been brewing for a long time. The 3 emperors looked surprised at the same time. Merging the 3 empires? Jia's first reaction was surprise because Chen Rui only rushed to the Shadow Empire this morning. Perhaps because of the time, he did not communicate with her about this idea. Catherine was also surprised, but the eyes behind the veil were more indifferent. Raisin was more direct and said contemptuously, "This joke is not funny at all. If your purpose is not to fool us, then I can only give this proposal a 1-word evaluation: naive and ignorant. The origin of any complex thing is pure and single. As for ignorance, that's why I'm fearless, so I can break the stereotype." Chen Rui's expression remained unchanged. As His Majesty Raisin said, as long as there is more than 1 empire, war is inevitable. What if we change this number into 1? This will be an unprecedented system, and it may become an epoch-making change. Each country participating in the alliance still has independent legislative, administrative, military, financial, and other powers. It is still an independent country with sovereignty. Countries will achieve comprehensive cooperation and sharing in technology, economy, resources, and other aspects. They will share honor and disgrace and interests. The resolutions related to the alliance can be approved by the summit to take effect. Although this is only a preliminary idea, and there will be various difficulties and differences in the implementation, as long as we have a unified understanding and persevere in this general direction to improve and move forward, I believe that the alliance will achieve the unification of power, economy, and freedom step by step. Our people will abandon hatred, stay away from war, and usher in true peace. The expressions of the 3 emperors finally changed. Although Chen Rui then made detailed explanations on several key issues, this empire alliance system was unheard of. Even Catherine couldn't help but show doubts. She frowned and said nothing. "Humph," Raisin sneered. "Are you sure the Beelzebub royal family is willing to accept the so-called alliance? If this kind of alliance is really established, then the God-Eater Empire will never be able to recover. The Beelzebub royal family actually has nothing to do with me." Chen Rui shook his head. "If I am the leader of the Beelzebub royal family, as long as I can let my people abandon hatred and war, regain glory and peace, and live and reproduce openly, then I will seriously consider the proposal here instead of treating it as a joke." Raisin was silent for a moment and asked, "Are you sure you can unlock the light and dark curse on me?" "If the light and dark curses can be removed separately, I am 100% sure." Chen Rui didn't brag. The light curse could be removed with Snow Dowlet, but the dark curse, with the Dark Elemental King, it was just a piece of cake. According to Terra's words, this dark curse was originally imposed on Raisin by the Dark Elemental King when he was in the Dark Furnace. Yes, Raisin suddenly asked an irrelevant question. "How long will it take to unlock your rule artifact imprisonment?" That kind of gaze made Chen Rui frown. He faintly guessed something in his heart. "I don't understand. What does this have to do with today's negotiation?" "You understand." Raisin looked straight at Chen Rui as if there was only this person in his eyes. "Since you defeated the person I have been chasing, my opponent has been changed to you. Now I need an answer." Chen Rui glanced at Catherine. 2 years. Due to some special reasons, the 2-year period of the true flame shackles had been shortened a lot. In addition, he seemed to have realized a trace of the power of the law of destruction in the deep sleep after defeating Terrace this time. Chen Rui expected to be able to completely absorb the power of the true flame shackles within a year, but he didn't tell the truth because he had already made a decision in his heart, an important decision. Then, Raisin nodded. "The armistice time this time is 2 years. The Bloody Empire has a martial arts, ranking competition every 10 years. 2 years later, I will hold a martial arts competition again, but this time it is for the entire demon realm. If you can defeat me or win the first place in the martial arts competition, I will seriously consider the alliance and peace you mentioned. I will do what I said. Shinrue did not answer, but he looked at Catherine and Jia. Raisin, maybe as that person said, you're more suitable to be a martial artist than an emperor. Catherine sighed. Isn't it too rash to decide the fate of an empire like this? You can understand that I need to rest for 2 years and observe the situation of the demon realm at the same time. You can also understand that I am impulsive and use Raisin's way to solve the problem. Catherine, if you want to convince me, you can use the same method. This is actually a very demon realm way. The strong is respected. As long as your fist is big, you are the reason. Aguail, what do you think? Shinrue had made up his mind. There was no hesitation in his eyes, and he showed strong confidence. Your Majesty Raisin, for the first time, I have a sense of identity with you. I only hope that your Majesty will not regret today's decision. Very good. Raisin suddenly showed a rare smile. However, even if it is a truce, the corresponding terms are indispensable. In these 2 years, especially one point, the new things and new technologies that appear in the fallen angel empire must be shared with the bloody empire. Jia looked into Shinrue's eyes, took a deep breath, and said, If your Majesty Catherine has no objection, then we can discuss the terms of the truce now. Catherine glanced past Jia and Raisin, and her eyes fell on Shinrue. Her calm eyes flashed slightly, and she finally nodded. After reaching this consensus, the next terms were discussed very smoothly. Within 2 years, the 3 empires would stop all wars. The fallen angel empire would share technologies such as magic television, battle ball, and millet wine with the other 2 empires. Within 2 years, all the new technologies that appeared in the fallen angel empire would be shared with the other 2 empires. At the beginning of next year, the potioneer contest to be held in the fallen angel empire would be changed to an alchemist contest. It would be jointly organized by the 3 empires, including the mechanic contest and the potioneer contest. It would be divided into 2 groups, alchemist and alchemist master. The rankings would be calculated separately. In the second half of the year, the 3 empires would hold a wonderful battle ball league. Each empire would send 3 teams to compete at home and away. The team with the highest points at the end of the season would be the winner. All competitions would be broadcast live on Magic Television. Chapter 767. Shinrue sat in the space of the magic carriage. This magic carriage was a gift from Catherine to Jia. There was an exquisite room inside, and he didn't feel the bumps outside at all. Shinrue was no stranger to this kind of space item. When he first met Catherine, he was once a captive in a carriage. Shinrue sat on the sofa in the hall, and the scene of his meeting with Catherine before leaving the Dark Shadow Palace replayed in his mind. I'm really confused, Catherine's eyes showed undisguised suspicion. It's undeniable that if you look deeper, your so-called Alliance Kingdom is not a bubble. Maybe it can become a system that makes the demon realm truly peaceful and united. However, what I can't figure out is that, as a human, what is your real purpose for making the mortal enemy, demon realm, become united and powerful? Why did you control it again and again? You think too much. Shinrue smiled bitterly. I never thought about controlling the demon realm. I'm just a lazy guy who wants to sleep peacefully with his woman. It's impossible that you don't know that the stronger the demon realm is, the greater the threat to the human world. Especially for this kind of alliance kingdom, the biggest contradiction will turn from internal to external. The demon realm has no corresponding enemy, so this external enemy can only be humans. Are you a noble abandoned by the human world? And you want to lead the demon realm army to destroy the human world for revenge after more than 100 years? Your imagination is too rich. Shinrue shook his head. Have you ever thought about why the demon realm and the human world must go to war? Even if the demon realm covets the sunlight and richness of the human world, as the legend says, if the prosperity of the demon realm reaches the same level or even surpasses that of the human world, is it necessary to continue this endless war? As for the sunlight, I don't think the demons who have fully adapted to the double moons will adapt to the sun better. However, there is one thing worth paying attention to. Judging from some information revealed by Midnight Sun, the war between humans and the demon realm doesn't seem to be so simple. Fortunately, there are still more than 100 years. We have plenty of time to investigate this matter and plan many things, including our future. It's you. Catherine's eyes looked down behind the veil. It's not we. It's we, definitely. Shinrue showed a determined look. Shinrue, what are you thinking about? Jia's voice interrupted Shinrue's recollection. Shinrue came back to his senses and smiled. Nothing. Do you think that I acted on my own this time? Especially the 2-year armistice agreement with Raisin, and those provisions that may make the fallen angel empire very passive? What we need the most right now is to fight for time to recuperate and develop. Moreover, I can sense that your intentions are not limited to this. Perhaps you have your own plans. I have never doubted a certain human's cunning and treacherous nature. A smile appeared on Jia's face. With a rare intelligence, she was bright and beautiful, completely devoid of her usual coldness and dignity. I have to say, your vocabulary of derogatory terms far exceeds that of commendatory terms. Shinrue smiled and held her hand. 2 years. As long as you give me 2 years, everything will change. As for those provisions, they will have unexpected effects. By then, no matter which aspect, the initiative will be firmly in our hands. Jia was a little surprised. This answer was still far above her expectations. But she did not doubt what Shinrue said, because it was this man's plan that changed the dilapidated and backward Dark Moon Estate and changed the entire fallen angel empire. This time, it would change the entire demon realm. Then, I'll wait and see. There is a multiple-choice question. Shinrue couldn't help but blurt out when he thought of the pair of calm black eyes. What? Nothing. Shinrue rubbed his nose. It's just a man's damn vanity. Then, you underestimate a woman's curiosity. Jia smiled slightly. I want to hear your multiple-choice question. Well, it's just a boring question on a whim. Shinrue looked into her eyes. If one day the Empire and I can only choose one, which one will you choose? Jia's smile froze on her face, and her eyes instantly dimmed. If I can, I hope I never have such an opportunity to choose. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked such a bastard question. Shinrue felt Jia's depressed mood, and he knocked his head hard. This question is actually as F*king as falling into the river at the same time. The guy who asked this question should be kicked into the river. I was bewitched just now, don't take it to heart. No, this is an unavoidable question. I should be the one saying sorry. Between you and me, I'm too selfish. I'm not greedy for power, but as an emperor who carries the hopes of all the people of the empire, I can't abandon my responsibility. I understand. Shinrue kissed her forehead. You have never abandoned your responsibility, just like you abandoned the past to become a cold lord. Just like she. Jia leaned gently on his shoulder. The only thing I can do is to trust you unreservedly, even if. There is no even if, Jia. Believe me, we will never face such a choice. I will always be by your side. The two hugged without any unnecessary words. There was only warm silence. Jia suddenly raised her head, and her face blushed shyly. Maybe there is another way that is an heir. Shinrue's eyes lit up. Yes, it's time to plan our future. It seems that we still have a very important thing to accomplish in order to achieve this method. Ouch. Obviously, a certain mischievous hand was punished by Her Majesty Empress. On the tower of the Shadow Palace, another Her Majesty Empress watched the carriage of the fallen angel envoys go away, and she was speechless for a long time. After a while, she sighed faintly. Lilith, if there is one person who would rather subvert the entire— She didn't finish the sentence. Lilith, who was on the side, felt a little strange. She saw Her Majesty Empress suddenly covering her veil, and there seemed to be a retching sound coming from her throat. She hurriedly asked, Your Majesty? Catherine's hand trembled slightly. She took a few deep breaths and finally recovered her usual calmness. She seemed to change the topic and asked, Lilith, how is the progress of the military and economic adjustment? Your Majesty, according to your instructions, it is almost completed. Catherine nodded. Immediately gather all the ministers for a meeting. I have important things to announce. By the way, Lilith, hand over the affairs at hand to Shilu as soon as possible. But I'm sorry you can't take a vacation yet because I have more important tasks for you to complete. Yes. Lilith bowed slightly and retreated. After Lilith left, Catherine gently stroked her abdomen. There was a strange emotion in her calm eyes. She whispered to herself, Future? We. The result of the peace talks between the three empires quickly spread throughout the demon realm. The soldiers at the border were relieved, especially the fallen angel empire. Although 2 years was not a long time, at least they could get valuable breathing time. Compared with those technical terms, the upcoming Battle Ball League and next year's Alchemist Contest were more eye-catching. Especially the Battle Ball League, which had aroused the enthusiasm of a large number of Battle Ball fans. Of course, the most eye-catching was the Demon Realm Martial Arts Contest, held by the strongest powerhouse, Raisin the Great, 2 years later. It was said that Raisin the Great publicly invited Aguile, the husband of the fallen angel empire, and Aguile had accepted the challenge. This would be the biggest event in the entire demon realm. A few days later, there were 2 more major news. Next month, the fallen angel empire Empress Jia and Aguile would hold a grand wedding in the fallen angel capital. There were countless rumors about Aguile's identity before. The most common version was that Aguile is of the Beelzebub royal family. However, these were just rumors. Aguile assisted Jia from the Dark Moon, helped her kill Obsidian to ascend the throne, and fought against Raisin in the Warlock Fortress. These were real achievements. Objectively speaking, the status of the husband was only equivalent to an accessory, just like the Empress. If Her Majesty Empress wanted, she could have countless other imperial concubines. In the history of the demon realm, there were countless such examples. In any case, with Jia's current prestige and control in the fallen angel empire, there was no objection to the date of this wedding. Another piece of news was that the Dark Shadow Empire's Empress Catherine would meditate behind closed doors to comprehend the secret treasure of the Asmodeus royal family, the undead puppet. The time would be about a year. During this period, the government affairs were temporarily handled by the 2 prime ministers, and a retired royal uncle Florence was invited to take charge of the army. People speculated that Catherine was likely to participate in the fighting contest 2 years later, which made everyone's attention to the fighting contest rise again. In any case, the next 2 years would be highly anticipated 2 years. Although Jia had the title of Iceberg Princess when she was in the Dark Moon, and after ascending the throne, a series of ruthless means made people tremble. The beauty of Her Majesty Empress was indeed well known in the Empire. Even if it was not as good as the first beauty, the Dark Shadow Empire, it was not far from it. Many men were full of jealousy, envy, and hatred for Aguile who could kiss the Empress. For Aguile, or the fallen angel empire, the wedding with the Empress was a great joy, but for the guy who owned a crystal palace, it meant the beginning of a shock wave. Athena! Greetings, Your Royal Highness Prince Consort. Kia! Your Royal Highness Prince Consort, what's the matter? Isabella! AI, it turns out to be Your Royal Highness Prince Consort. Rala, what? Paglio! Yo, the cunning Royal Highness Prince Consort is here. Lomont, Your Royal Highness Prince Consort. Oliphius, old. Your Royal Highness Prince Consort. My sister asked me to call him that. Chenrue, for 3 days in a row, whether it was Athena, Kia, Rala, or Isabella. None of them paid attention to him. They greeted him respectfully when they met, then they avoided him. The harem's male pig feet, who was having fun every night, suddenly fell into the predicament of staying alone in an empty room. This huge gap made the male pig feet burst into tears. Obviously, the upcoming wedding with Jia was undoubtedly a huge impact on the rest of the harem ladies. Qinrui understood in his heart that for these girls whose feelings and efforts were no less than or even more than Jia, it was very unfair to only confirm the status with Jia. So Qinrui made a decision. Propose. Propose to the girls in the name of Chen Rui. Chapter 768. From the time he traveled to the present, Qinrui had experienced many people and many things. They were always with him all the way, regardless of rain or shine, fearless of life and death. It's time to give them a real family. The otaku soul is roaring. My big harem is so strong. Qinrui first came to the Dark Moon Palace and found Athena. Although Athena did not become his first woman due to a strange combination of circumstances, she was the first woman he really fell in love with. Until now, he still loved her the most. But I still love you. It's not like it's love. The figure of the female great demon who burned her life in the face of the demon overlord had been imprinted in his soul, and it would never be erased. Athena! Remember the oath we made with each other's blood before I went to the Dead Sea? To accompany you for a lifetime until the end of my life. In my heart, you have long been an irreplaceable real wife. I said that we will have a grand wedding, so please accept my formal proposal, okay? Watching Qinrui take out a ring and kneel on one knee, Athena's beautiful red eyes flashed with happiness, but she bit her lip and shook her head. No. Then please put it on. Qinrui suddenly reacted. What? Athena doesn't agree? Did I hear it wrong? This is simply an unimaginable failure. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Athena hurriedly turned around and left, leaving the stunned male pig's feet in the same place. Illusion. The male pig's feet shook his head hard, and he happened to see Kia walking out of the side hall. Kia's beauty and temperament were top-notch even among the succubi. Her hot body exuded a seductive temperament. It could be called the best combination of elegance and charm. There was no need to be pretentious at all. A casual glance could make all normal male hormones surge. When he first traveled to the demon realm for a certain loser, she was still a terrifying existence like a succubus. He was often deliberately seduced and terrified. Later, when he came into contact with Kia as Master Arthur, he really got to know this unfortunate woman who turned all the pain into a smile and cried with a smile. After unlocking the heavy shackles that bound her soul in freedom, he gained a charming and cute little succubus who occasionally played some naughty tricks that belonged to him. In fact, in addition to the succubus' innate seduction talent, Kia was not good at words. Her boldness in bed and dedicated service were her way to express her feelings. She was also one of the accomplices of the scumbag's harem, everyone together. Kia. When the little succubus saw Qinrui, joy flashed across her face. She rolled her eyes, but she stepped forward and bowed. Your Royal Highness, what's the matter? Qinrui was furious when he heard it. Can't you say something else? However, it was obviously not the time to catch her and spank her. It was better to use a true confession. Kia, I'm asking you seriously now. Are you willing to marry me, become my wife, and let me take care of you for the rest of your life? Kia's expression changed instantly. The originally deliberately stiff expression turned into unconcealable joy and happiness. It was the happiest moment for a woman to get a solemn promise from her lover. She blurted out almost without thinking, "Of course!" The little succubus suddenly thought of something again, and her voice became stuttering. "Of course, no! No, I'm not free today. I'll leave first." The little succubus walked a few steps in a panic, then reluctantly turned back and added, next time, Next time, illusion. It must still be an illusion. The male pig's feet burst into tears. Rainbow Valley Laboratory. For the fairy Miss Long, Chenrue still had full confidence. Although she had a peerless appearance that was not inferior to Catherine, Rala had always been synonymous with crazy and scary in the eyes of many people, including the dragons. However, in his eyes, she was cute, gentle, moving, intellectual, and unique as certain dragons blinded the titanium alloy dragon's eyes, a certain bronchitis blue dragon. Subversive worship. At first, Chenrue came into contact with Rala in Rainbow Valley to remove Paglio's ancient runes. He was once an experimental subject and suffered under the hands of the fake days plus black-bellied Valley Master. Then the relationship between the two became subtle step by step. In an unexpected incident, they had the most intimate relationship in advance. Later, the two really became lovers, and their relationship deepened day by day. Whenever he thought of the beautiful woman with glasses who pretended to be dazed and asked what, his heart was full of warmth. Rala, let me be the eternal guardian of your life, okay? What? Marry me, okay? What? Let's get married. What? Soon after, the male pig's feet, who got the answer of 2 words, cried again. This is not an illusion. I take back the previous memory killer. I hate that word. With the last hope, the male pig's feet came to a quiet, small courtyard. The small courtyard was filled with the fresh fragrance of tea. There was a devil's snare flower who was once popular in the empire. She was vicious and vicious. She once feigned civility with his incarnation of Charles and schemed against each other. She only revealed her tragic past before she died. After being reborn, the cleansed devil snare flower finally revealed the purity and fragrance of the original snow dowlet. No matter when, in this courtyard there was always a pot of freshly brewed tea waiting for him. Happiness was not just vigorous passion. It was more of a plain but everlasting warmth. Hey, didn't I say not to recall? Boss. Your Royal Highness, you are here? Someone's recollection was interrupted by the voice of a chick. Chenrue was taken aback. Oliphius, why are you here? Helen, you are here too. Humph. Your Royal Highness, right? The little mermaid princess put down the teacup and glared at him. Although I'm a slave and a prisoner, I still have the right to move freely. Sister Isabella, don't pay attention to this shameless playboy. Isabella's eyes lit up, and she said, Although I'm a slave and a prisoner, I still have the right to move freely. Is there such a bad *SS, slave or prisoner? Chenrue's forehead was a little sweaty. Forget it. Today's focus is not on this. The male pig's feet turned his gaze to the smiling Madam Ant. Since she was invited to be the bridesmaid, Innie has been competing with Jia, both openly and secretly. This time, I can take the lead before Jia. She shouldn't refuse, right? These girls must have colluded, but as long as I settle one first, the rest will naturally. Innie, I have an important thing. I don't know. Chenrue looked at the black dragon chick and the little mermaid princess. Isabella stretched her arms, showing a bit of lazy and moving style as if she didn't see Chenrue's eyes. She didn't mean to let Oliphius and Helen avoid her. What is it? The black dragon chick jumped out. I know. The boss is here to replenish his mana. Chenrue, replenish mana? The little mermaid princess was obviously a little confused about this term. What does it mean? The black dragon chick stepped forward and muttered a few words. Oliphius bumped into the good time of the two last time, so her understanding of replenishing mana was still at the kissing stage. Even so, it was enough to make the little mermaid princess look at Chenrue with more contempt. Just say what you want. Isabella smiled slightly. Then, Chenrue thought of the brave men who proposed on the street in the other world, so he made up his mind. In front of the black dragon chick and the little mermaid princess, he began to propose from the bottom of his heart. Isabella's green eyes showed a touch of gentleness and satisfaction, but she shook her head calmly. "I'm sorry." Madame Aunt's eyes flashed, and a sly look flashed past. She added, "I'm not a casual person." If the previous "I'm sorry" was like a heavy punch that sent a certain hallucinatory man flying, then the following 7 words plus a period was like being blown into the air while being hit by a fierce 8 consecutive hits. The final target was KO'd to the ground, drawing circles with tears in his eyes. The little mermaid princess's eyes were shining. "Yes, Sister Isabella, I support you. Only the stupidest woman will agree to such a man." There was no doubt that the little mermaid princess's poisonous tongue was accompanied by the evil mockery attribute, but the male pig's feet was now vomiting blood, and he had no strength to respond at all, because 4 marriage proposals that had no suspense were actually completely defeated. The next day, somewhere. Isn't this too much for him? Athena is right, actually his proposal is so touching. I almost agreed to him. You all feel sorry for him? Rolla, what about you? What? Rolla. And actually, I'm almost the same. But this is a critical moment. We can't be soft-hearted. In fact, we don't need to worry. We are already ahead of Jia in everything. Anyway, Jia can only marry his sock puppet. Isn't the real person still in our hands? Marriage is one of the most important things in life. Each of us only gets it once in our lives. But that guy has gotten it 4 times just for the 4 of us. Next month, he will become the Empress' husband. Men are all like this. The easier it is to get, the less they will cherish it. Therefore, we must not give in easily. We must insist. If we don't teach him a profound lesson, there will only be more and more women in the family in the future. Remember our agreement. Whoever admits defeat first will be the enemy of the rest of the sisters. Dodo vividly used his talent to imitate the secret dialogue of several brides-to-be, especially Isabella's words. Words like sock puppet and in our hands made Chinrue embarrassed. Mistress Isabella's last sentence was obviously strongly agreed by all the mistresses. Then the mistresses all held their hands together. That kind of momentum is so scary. Master, Dodo risked his life to eavesdrop on this precious information. Although the master-servant contract had been cancelled, and although his comprehensive strength was still above Chenrue, Dodo still had that flattering look. His address and attitude had not changed. Some ties would not be broken even if there was no forceful restraint. Perhaps at the moment when Chenrue cancelled the contract at the last minute, he had already signed a real contract with the slime. Dodo, well done. Chenrue did not listen carefully to Dodo's exaggerated description of the great danger of the eavesdropping work this time. He threw over a sparkling gem. The slime took it happily and shouted, "Long live Master!" Through the information provided by the slime, Chenrue, who was already psychologically prepared, finally determined the crux of the problem. He clenched his fist. "Burn, young man. Burn the ambition of the Crystal Palace. In any case, I must break through the alliance fortress of the girls." The man with high fighting spirit didn't know one thing. After a spy whom he relied on got the reward, he immediately ran to the mistress and got the second reward. He shouted, "Long live the mistress." The mistresses also didn't know one thing. In another room, for dragons were secretly holding an emergency meeting. The first to speak was Master Poison Dragon. "Julia, Tanière, you heard what Olivia said. Chinrue proposed to Isabella yesterday. Although Isabella did not agree to him, it seems that it will happen sooner or later. Don't you have any thoughts?" Ms. Black Dragon and Blue Dragon looked at each other. Before they spoke, Miss Emerald spoke first. "My thoughts are that although Chinrue is more playboy than you, he is much more responsible than you." The muscles on Master Poison Dragon's face twitched. "This is not the point, okay?" Miss Emerald's character was not arrogant, but she was obviously arrogant now. She frowned and said coldly, "This is the point." Comparison was a woman's passive attribute plus active skill. Hearing that her best friend, Innie, was proposed, But a certain lazy liar dragon didn't move at all. It was no wonder that Miss Emerald was in a bad mood. "Little Betty, you are my most precious asset. Don't worry, I have a plan for our future." Master Poison Dragon saw that Miss Emerald was really in a bad mood, so he quickly used sweet words to stabilize her mood first. "Oliphius is the only daughter of Sir Augulez. Sir Dragon Emperor finally made her become Chun Rue's fiancée after coercion and temptation. Once Sir Augulez knows that Chinrue married another woman, Oliphius is still his fiancé in name. This is equivalent to slapping Sir Dragon Emperor's face." Danier added, "So what?" Chrobulus frowned. "It's a big deal." Paglio shuddered. "In any case, Chinrue is the son-in-law of Sir Dragon Emperor. With Oliphius, Sir Augulez will not do anything to him. But we will be the only ones to vent his anger. And we will definitely be angered. By then, we will all be captured back to Dragon Island to be imprisoned and punished. Maybe I won't see you in my life." Emerald Miss Long was really taken aback. Ms. Black Dragon, on the side, also thought so. With Sir Dragon Emperor's temperament, this possibility was indeed quite high. "So, we must not sit still and wait for death. We must facilitate Oliphius' marriage by any means before the human wedding." Master Poison Dragon slammed the table. "For my freedom and little Betty's happiness, and everyone's happiness. Yes, by any means." The 4 dragons stood up at the same time with a strong fighting spirit on their faces. For the first time, they were so united. Chapter 769. Just like the female Lord's Maid, female scientist, and female intelligence chief didn't know the conspiracy of the Poison Dragon, Emerald Dragon, Black Dragon, and Blue Dragon, the Crystal Palace's male protagonist also didn't know the harem girl's plans. He was preparing to launch a strategy according to his own plan. In fact, objectively speaking, marriage wasn't urgent, and Chinrue could delay it more. However, feelings couldn't be calculated in this way. The reason why he decided to propose was not because those girls were alienating a certain royal highness out of jealousy, but he wanted to use the opportunity of his marriage with Jia to give them an explanation and responsibility that a man should have and form a real family, Crystal Palace. He didn't want to leave any regrets for them and himself. From the analysis of the intelligence eavesdropped by the slime spy, these girls' thoughts were very unified. They wouldn't be eager to compete with Chinrue, and Jia's wedding day was approaching, and they wouldn't easily agree to the proposal. There was also a covenant that whoever gives in first will become the public enemy. However, even the strongest fortress had weaknesses. In the face of the girls' united front, disintegrating from the inside was the most effective way. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but as long as one was solved first, the rest would naturally be solved. Isabella, suspected leader of the alliance. It was likely that she planned the whole incident behind the scenes. With his aunt's resourcefulness and means, she was the most difficult one to conquer. Estimated difficulty level S. Athena, general of the alliance. Generous and prideful, but she had the extreme persistence of a female great demon. She was easily bound by promises and would never change her mind easily. Estimated difficulty level A+. Rala, magician of the alliance. She had the attribute of a fake daze. She could use the ultimate skill, pretend to be deaf and dumb. She was the natural enemy of marriage proposals and confessions. Also, her hidden black-bellied attribute could never be ignored. Estimated difficulty level A+. Kia, fashion designer of the alliance. Secretary? What? She had the powerful charm talent of the succubus race. She was good at manipulating men's psychology. Sometimes only 1 out of 10 words could be believed, and sometimes not at all. Originally, the difficulty was not lower than that of Athena and Rala. However, judging from the performance of the last proposal, Kia was the most shaken one, so the difficulty level was reduced to A-. There was no doubt that the little succubus maid was the first target. In order to prevent Isabella from noticing, Chinrue once again dispatched the slime as a secret messenger to send a letter to Kia. The little maid opened the letter and looked at the words date, little secret between us, and her eyes flashed with joy. However, she looked at the double-faced spy, then looked at the council hall where Athena was. She struggled in her heart for a while, and she finally made up her mind, reluctantly. A moment later, in another room, the second secret meeting of the four-headed dragons was being held urgently. Master Poison Dragon's eyes were deep. He had the aura of a strategist. He almost waved his feather fan. According to the reliable news provided by the informant, that guy asked Kia to go to Tsueishan in the southern suburbs in the afternoon. It should be a marriage proposal. We must stop his proposal to all other women before he and Oliphius are confirmed to be married. And we must try to make Oliphius the heroine. Otherwise, once this opportunity is missed, I don't know when Oliphius can really become his woman. The consequences of that. The last sentence made all the dragons shudder at the same time. Compared with the silent dragons, a certain reliable informant in the courtyard outside the house seemed to be smiling. One of his hands turned into a magnifying glass, and he looked at the shining gems in many other hands one by one. Is this plan really going to work? Oliphius and I were on the street just now, and we received your message. Miss Emerald Long frowned. I lied to Oliphius that there is something good to eat and asked her to come here in half an hour. Calculating the time she should be arriving soon? Don't worry. With this treasure, I have absolute confidence. Blue Dragon had a crystal bottle in his hand, and he looked at Master Poison Dragon. At the same time, he showed a wretched look that all men understood. What is this? Miss Emerald Long looked at the liquid in the crystal bottle and asked inexplicably. It's a treasure extracted from purple orchid grass, an enchanting flower. It is very rare. It is a powerful aphrodisiac. Even if it is not taken, it can exert a terrifying effect just by seeping into the skin. It is really an essential medicine for having sex at home and traveling. We all know that guy's character very well. Oliphius is originally his fiancé. Once we really have a substantial relationship with him, he will definitely be responsible to the end. By then we will have succeeded. Master Poison Dragon smiled lasciviously, and he added on a whim, Don't worry about the black dragon's anti-magic physique. I remember a few days ago, a drunk guy bragged that he used this thing to settle a reserved lady back then. As soon as Master Poison Dragon said this, a blue dragon knew that it was going to be bad. He suddenly felt the temperature in the room drop, and he shuddered. He had already appeared at the door of the room, and the jade hand caught nothing. Looking at Ms. Black Dragon with a red face and murderous aura, Blue Dragon scolded Paglio's ancestors in his heart. There was indeed a small misunderstanding between him and Julia at the beginning. Because of this thing, they broke through the last layer of window paper and became husband and wife. However, Julia was extremely concerned about her face. Even when the couple were intimate on normal days, they would not mention this matter. Now that it was exposed by the poison dragon in public, she almost went berserk. Danielle was quick-witted in a hurry. He raised the hand holding the crystal bottle. Julia, calm down. You know this thing is very unstable. If it is shocked too much. Before he finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open vigorously. The black dragon chick rushed in excitedly. I'm starving to death. Betty, where is the delicious food that you said? I deliberately came to eat it on an empty stomach. There seems to be something behind the door. The room suddenly became quiet, including the angry Ms. Black Dragon. The three dragons stared at the door dumbfoundedly. There were a few fragments on the ground, the fragments of the crystal bottle. A minute later, the exasperated Master Poison Dragon appeared outside the house with Miss Emerald Long and the Black Dragon chick. That idiot! Paglio wanted to beat up the irritable dragon, but Master Poison Dragon obviously ignored that the cause of this incident was because of his revelation that harmed others without benefiting himself. It's all your fault, bastard. Ms. Black Dragon's voice sounded from behind. Why did you come out too? Paglio was taken aback. Shouldn't Julia be helping Danielle to detoxify the papa medicine in his body? Ms. Black Dragon snorted coldly. Why can't I come out? That guy has been knocked out and tied up by me. Just in case, I also put on a special iron pants for him, as a lesson for his blabbermouth. The legendary chastity pants, and it is even in this situation. Isn't it too ruthless? Master Poison Dragon had a chill. I'm not afraid of not knowing the goods, but I'm afraid of comparing the goods. It seems that little Betty is so gentle, understanding, and a good wife and mother. Miss Betty didn't know Master Poison Dragon's conscience, and she looked worried. What should we do now? We must hurry up. Fortunately, I still have a trick up my sleeve. Paglio sneered, and there was another small crystal bottle in his hand. Useless, Danielle. Now you can only take out the personal goods that I intercepted. Is this delicious? As soon as the small bottle was taken out, the Black Dragon chick immediately locked her gaze on it. Due to the lesson learned from Blue Dragon, the Poison Dragon was naturally facing the Black Dragon chick as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Don't touch it! This thing is very expensive. If you break it, you will have to pay a lot of money. This sentence was quite effective. The Black Dragon chick's hand suddenly froze in the air. Paglio suddenly rolled his eyes and showed a strange smile. Yes, this is indeed a delicious thing. It is as delicious as a wedding. By the way, we also need a messenger. The Poison Dragon's gaze fell on a certain informant who was admiring the collection in the courtyard. Suishan in the southern suburbs, Chenrue had been there early in the morning, waiting for Kia's arrival. However, after waiting for a long time, he still didn't see Kia. As he was wondering, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, it was a gay friend, not a girlfriend. Chenrue asked in confusion, Paglio, why are you here? Are you waiting for someone? How do you know I'm waiting for someone? If you are waiting for Kia, don't waste your effort. A succubus just asked me to tell someone that your Royal Highness is suddenly not free. The Poison Dragon took out a bottle of wine and took a big gulp. Chenrue was taken aback. My date with Kia is a secret. Paglio shouldn't be lying. It seems that this date failed again. You seem to be busy with something recently. Paglio smiled. I heard from little Betty that her best friend rejected a guy's proposal. To be precise, a guy was rejected by all women. Do you want me to help you with an idea? Humph. Chenrue looked at the Poison Dragon suspiciously. You have a way? Will you be so kind? If it weren't for little Betty, who was concerned about Isabella's marriage and asked me for help, I wouldn't bother with your trivial matter. Paglio showed disdain and turned to leave. Let's go to the Red Fruit Hotel for a drink. You are alone these days, anyway. Chenrue hesitated for a moment and followed Paglio. He didn't notice the light in the Poison Dragon's eyes that showed that he had succeeded in his conspiracy. By the river in the western suburbs, Kia, who was informed by a liaison to change the appointment location, was talking to her allies remotely through the ancient runes communicator in her clothes. Kia, is he here? Not yet. I've been waiting for a long time. Remember, you must not let go. For our future, and for there to be no new competitors in the family, we must work together to hold this pass. Isabella, I got it. The little succubus nodded seriously with a determined face. Even if he takes off my clothes, I won't let go. You're the one who took off his clothes. Don't steal. Woo-woo, why isn't he here yet? Chapter 770. While Kia was waiting foolishly by the river in the western suburbs, Chenrue had already followed Paglio into the Red Fruit Hotel. The Red Fruit Hotel was one of the top hotels in the Dark Moon. The last time Chenrue met with Christina, it was also here. The Red Fruit Hotel was also one of the designated cellars of the Dark Moon branch of the Princess Villa. The business of the restaurant alone was extremely popular. To Chenrue's surprise, Paglio did not take him to the restaurant for a drink, but he walked into the accommodation room. The reason was very simple. The restaurant was full, so this explanation was passable. In my previous life, when watching the World Cup, I once rented a room with a few brothers to watch the game late at night. I still remember that feeling. However, the poison dragon has always been stingy. How can he be willing to rent a room and treat others to a drink? While Chen Rui was puzzled, the door opened. It was actually a luxurious room. There was a large table of wine and dishes on the dining table in the living room. The empty plates of wine and dishes. A person sitting in the middle was burping. Olifius. Paglio stared dumbfoundedly at the wine and dishes that were wiped out. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Didn't you say to wait for us to come back before serving the dishes? Olifius was stunned. She blinked and looked at Paglio. What? Don't come with this damn imitation show. The poison dragon was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. He originally wanted to do something to the wine and dishes, but Olifius actually asked someone to serve all the dishes, and she even ate them all. I'm too hungry. Didn't I say that there is food? Olifius looked at the poison dragon innocently. It doesn't matter, I ordered the third table. Wait, the third table? Could it be? The poison dragon felt that his heart and wallet were bleeding together. No way. I must ask Julia to share this money. I must reimburse. Where are Betty and Julia? This is the case. We happened to meet Alice and Adeline outside the hotel. Crobulus and Julia took them shopping. Julia said that if I'm too hungry, I'll stay and eat something first. Alice actually came to the dark moon at this time. Paglio was stunned. This was a critical moment. No wonder Betty and Julia had sent the two little girls away, leaving the black dragon girl to make things easier. Then serve the dishes. Paglio ordered the waiter. All right. Olifius nodded excitedly. She didn't look full at all. Anyway, as long as it didn't cost money, she could eat as much as she wanted. Master Poison Dragon's eyes began to twitch again. Can your internal organs become your stomach? The efficiency of the red fruit in was very high. The dishes and wine were quickly replaced with a new batch. The poison dragon's gaze caught a glimpse of the black dragon chick, who quickly swept the plate, and his face began to twitch. You should have left some food for the drug. Paglio! Chinrue didn't find anything unusual. He drank a few mouthfuls of wine absent-mindedly and said, To tell you the truth, I'm really depressed recently. Do you think you have a solution? The poison dragon tricked Chinrue to come to the Red Fruit Tavern at first, so he didn't have any good idea. He was speechless for a while. Seeing Chinrue's doubtful look, he had an idea in a hurry. He pointed at the black dragon chick. The solution is Olifius. Me. The inexplicable black dragon chick paused when she heard her name. She swallowed the food in her mouth. Then she continued to eat. What do you want to say? Chinrue frowned. Have you ever thought about the reason for the failure of the proposal? Those women are actually dead set on you. You are really an enviable damn human. Speaking of which, you care too much about them. So they are, what's that word again? Sundra. Chinrue didn't expect the poison dragon to be talking nonsense, and he nodded as if he realized something. Yes, that's the word. Women just like to be jealous and compare. The more Paglio spoke, the smoother he became. He had the demeanor of a specialist in love, marriage, and family issues. It's obviously too difficult to attack them head-on, so you have to solve this problem from another angle. Let's say that if there is a new competitor that can threaten them, will those women still be so proud? Sundra? It seems to make sense. Chinrue quickly thought about the possibilities. It won't be counterproductive, right? Of course not. I have the most experience in this area. Even if you have experience, are you still being watched by little Betty? What you see is just the surface. Master Poison Dragon immediately changed the topic. Olifius is your nominal fiancé. If those women know that you are about to officially marry her, will they still refuse your proposal? Chinrue frowned even tighter, but for Olifius, I know that you only treat Oliphius as your sister. This time, you are just putting on an act. I guarantee that you will succeed. You just have to pay Oliphius a reward at that time." Oliphius, who was still inexplicable, heard the word reward. She pricked up her ears and nodded desperately. "This trip is so worthwhile. Not only I can eat for free, but I can also take it for free. It is indeed worth a try." Chinrue's eyes lit up. Bystanders can see the situation clearly. This move to save the country in a roundabout way, combined with the head-on strategy, can definitely end the Cold War and win the alliance of the girls. Perhaps it will make the girls unhappy at first, but I will try my best to make up for it after the proposal is successful. Seeing that the human was finally fooled, Master Poison Dragon took a big gulp of wine excitedly to hide the smugness in his eyes. "Acting? Hee, I will let you put on a show tonight." On the other side, the poor succubus little maid waited for 3 hours, but she didn't see Chenrue's figure. She became anxious. Is he really not coming? Did we go too far and make him sad or annoyed? Woo! The little succubus's voice was already crying. Athena's voice sounded, "Kia, don't cry. I'm almost at the southern suburbs. I'm here to pick you up." Strange, Chinrue is not such a person. Since he asked you out, he will definitely not leave you there alone. Isabella's voice was full of doubts. "Kia, are you sure Dodo informed you to change the appointment location?" It's Dodo. Where is Chinrue now?" "Don't worry. I will immediately go to Delia for help." "Rala, you capture Dodo for interrogation as soon as possible." That cunning slime actually became a triple spy. Oh! In the Red Fruit Inn, the third table of wine and dishes had been swept clean. Is there a fourth table? Oliphius looked at Paglio expectantly. The poison dragon almost had a cramp all over his body. He rolled his eyes and already had an idea. "Wait a minute, Betty and the others haven't come back yet. By the way, Betty said that she wants to drink Wawa Beverage Shop's specialty black pear juice. I'll go buy some." "I'll go too." The black dragon chick was thinking of having some dessert, so she quickly jumped up. Paglio was afraid of arousing Chinrue's suspicion, so he had no choice but to nod. "Cunning human, don't go away first. I have completed little Betty's entrustment, so I'm in a good mood. I'll bring you a bottle later." Chinrue didn't think much, and he nodded with a smile. On the other side, "Athena, where are you guys? I've met up with Kia, and we're in the city now. Don't rush back. Go to the west of the city immediately." Isabella's voice sounded a little anxious. Dodo confessed everything just now. It pretended to be Chinrue and changed the rendezvous location. The mastermind behind it is Paglio's dragons. According to the information provided by Delia's dark demon, they should be at the Red Fruit Hotel now. Although I don't know what those dragons are up to, I have a bad feeling that it's definitely not a good thing. Rala and I are already rushing over there now. Let's meet up first. Okay. At this time, Paglio had brought the black dragon chick to buy a few bottles of black pear juice. This time the chick didn't gulp it down, but she slowly tasted the drink with a straw. However, she held a bottle in her left hand, a bottle under her arm, and another bottle in her right hand. Paglio saw that the chick wasn't paying attention, so he walked to the side and secretly took out the crystal bottle. As he poured a bottle of juice into the bottle, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw the black dragon chick's big eyes flashing with curiosity. He was suddenly shocked. "That thing in your hand, is it something expensive that can be eaten?" "This is a tonic for men. Women must not be eaten." Paglio quickly filled in the hole. "Look at Chenrue. Isn't he very unhappy today? This is to help him calm down. Don't tell him later, in case he refuses to drink it because he wants to save face. After he drinks it, talk to him for a while. Other than the reward, I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Deal?" The black dragon chick suddenly showed a scrutinizing look. "Are you trying to poison the boss? I'm the boss's bodyguard." I swear in the name of the dragons, I'm not trying to poison him. Paglio swore for a while. He secretly muttered in his heart, that guy is a freak immune to poison. Even my poison is useless. However, this kind of thing that induces instincts can't be regarded as poison. In a sense, it is a real tonic that specializes in treating problems such as erectile dysfunction. Oliphius barely took the tonic with her busy right hand, and Alice's voice came from the opposite side. Oliphius, is that you? The black dragon chick's reaction was extremely fast, except for the bottle that was drinking in her left hand. The rest actually disappeared into the space ring in an instant. She turned around and waved. Alice, Adeline, come quickly. Someone is treating us to a drink. The poison dragon. On the opposite street, Julia and Crobulus came here with Alice and Adeline. The poison dragon thought quickly, and he lowered his voice and said to the black dragon chick, Oliphius, you go upstairs immediately and let Chinrue drink that bottle of tonic. Then lock the door and don't come out. The black dragon chick asked inexplicably why. Do you want to enjoy the fourth table of dishes alone? I'll take Betty and the others to buy something now. I'll come back to settle the bill later. Okay. The black dragon chick's eyes lit up. She nodded quickly and ran quickly in the direction of the Red Fruit Inn. Paglio immediately greeted Alice and others. Alice asked, why did Oliphius run away? She went to the inn to pack the unfinished food. Let's go back first. She will come to meet us later. As the poison dragon spoke, he winked at Miss Emerald Long and Ms. Black Dragon. The two women immediately understood and echoed. Alice didn't doubt him. She nodded and pulled Adeline back. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Master Poison Dragon just breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Paglio, what the hell are you doing? Where is Chinrue? Isabella, Athena, Kia, and Rala. Master Poison Dragon blacked out. It's over. Everyone is here this time. Chapter 771. The first to react was not Paglio but Alice. The name, Chinrue, made the little princess's ears perk up immediately. The hidden attribute of a certain god of reasoning erupted. Brother? Brother is here? By the way, Oliphius. Oliphius? Isabella frowned, looked at Paglio, and her eyes fell on Crobulus. Betty, what the hell is going on? Miss Emerald Long lowered her head guiltily. I'm sorry, Innie. Oliphius went back to the Red Fruit Hotel to pack. Alice suddenly jumped up. Don't tell me she packed brother too. This sentence hit the nail on the head. Paglio's heart was drumming. Athena and Kia looked at each other and said in unison, Let's go to the hotel now. No, Paglio blurted out almost without thinking. Calculating the time, the black dragon girl should have given the bottle of tonic juice to Chinrue to drink. Although they didn't have sex so quickly, the medicine should have slowly begun to take effect. If they went to the hotel now, it would be tantamount to wasting all their previous efforts. After this failure, it was almost impossible to encounter such an opportunity again. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong sense of danger surged into Master Poison Dragon's heart. A figure appeared in front of him in an instant, and he asked as if he didn't hear it clearly, What did you say? Master Poison Dragon couldn't help but shiver. This was not the Black Dragon Girl's imitation show, but the real originator. Compared to the usual 2 words plus 1 question mark, now there were 2 more words. Obviously, the hatred value and danger had increased by 4 times. Paglio really wanted to learn from a certain guy who pointed to the sky and said, Look, alien. But obviously he was not that guy. It was impossible for the madwoman to stare at the sky in a daze. Instead, she would go berserk. Master Poison Dragon had no doubt that if he blocked the way again, he would be torn into magic element dust by this madwoman. Compared with the long-term crisis in the future, I should save my life first. Nothing. Master Poison Dragon quickly said, Actually, nothing special happened. It's just that guy has been very troubled recently, so he asked me for a favor. Okay, I will accompany you. Therefore, a group of people escorted the culprit Paglio to the Red Fruit Hotel. When the door of the locked room was kicked open, Master Poison Dragon, who was ready to run away with little Betty and leave Julia to take the blame, was stunned. There was no flirtatious atmosphere, no lascivious atmosphere, and no emotional performance. The theme song of the room was only one: eating. The protagonist was naturally the gluttonous black dragon chick, and even the male pig feet on the side had become the background. The fifth table. Judging from the state of the food placement, Master Poison Dragon jumped the number directly to 5. What? Where is the 4? It's Alice's words. That's right, it's packed. Ah, sister, you are here. Olifius paused and muttered with her stuffed mouth. Paglio and I happened to meet Alice and Adeline outside the hotel. Paglio said that if I was too hungry, I would stay and eat something first. I'm too hungry, so I ate first. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Seeing Olifius destroying the food at a faster speed, as if she was afraid of being robbed by others, Master Poison Dragon was speechless for a while. Sure enough, this chick's brain is in her stomach. Did this group of people break into the door aggressively just to snatch your food? However, what surprised Master Poison Dragon was that a certain human whose sense of existence was greatly reduced by the black dragon chick eating and drinking didn't show any abnormality. She was still holding the half-drunk tonic drink in her hand and casually tasting it. Athena, Rala, Isabella, Kia, why are you all here? Of course, the male pig feet didn't understand what was going on, and he stood up, and Alice and Adeline. You actually only mentioned my name at the end. Alice had already pounced forward. The human, who didn't know what was going on, had just stood up when a koala was already hanging from his body. Speaking of which, Alice is already 16 years old. The former lowly should be about to become a young girl. Why hasn't her appearance and body changed much? Could it be caused by the resentment of the 10,000-year lowly from the strange uncles? Thinking about the relatively long lifespan of demons, it is reasonable. Maybe Alice has not reached the development stage yet. But everyone knows that what makes Royal Highness Little Princess most oppressed is not her height, but her unchanging chest. Envy flashed in Adeline's absent-minded eyes. After getting the treasure, Royal Spirit Mind Eye, eyes of Royal Dragon God given by Aguilas, Adeline was able to use her spirit power to see things through her eyes. Eyes of Royal Spirit Mind Eye actually had additional powerful power that could even allow her to have combat power beyond ordinary demon overlord. But for the Naga girl, it was enough to be able to see her brother clearly with these eyes. Alice didn't know that Aguayo was Chen Rue. She had previously belittled the guy who was about to become her sister's husband in front of all her friends, so Adeline naturally wouldn't reveal the secret. By now, even Isabella, who had made some psychological preparations, was a little puzzled. Paglio, what the hell are you doing? Master Poison Dragon's reaction was still quite fast. He pointed at Chenrue. Ah, it's like this. This guy has been in distress recently, so I intend to help him. Now it seems that it is unnecessary. Isabella looked at the distressed guy who put down Alice. Chenrue, is that so? Almost. Chenrue didn't know what happened. In his opinion, the poison dragon was indeed helping him with ideas, and it seemed to be going well now. At least the Madam Aunt who suddenly appeared didn't call that damn, Your Highness. As soon as these words came out, Master Poison Dragon suddenly felt that a certain huge sense of crisis that was locked by the magic elements disappeared. He was so moved that he almost burst into tears. What a good sucker. He was deceived, but he still helped me to get out of it. Why do you still lock the door? Madam Aunt asked another key question. Because I can enjoy the wine and food alone. The Black Dragon Girl's answer was standard and timely, which let Master Poison Dragon put down the last big stone in his heart. The chick swallowed the food that bulged into a big bag in her mouth, walked over with 2 plates of vegetables that looked relatively intact, and walked over with a flattering face Sister, I specially saved these for you. I didn't have time to eat them all. Everyone's expressions were a little weird. Isabella glanced at the chick, and her gaze finally softened. She touched her head dotingly and said to Chinrue, "You, let's go home first." That person stood up with tears on his face. Go home. I haven't heard this warm word for a long time, even if Madame Aunt's voice seems very cold. Then I won't see you off. Master Poison Dragon wiped his cold sweat and sat down with Miss Emerald Long and Miss Black Dragon. It seemed that they were going to continue the dragon's feast. It wasn't until the figure of Royal Highness Prince Consort disappeared from sight that he breathed a sigh of relief. I spent so much effort and practice, but in the end it was all in vain. Why are you all looking at me like this? Did I do something too much? Feeling the unkind eyes of the 4 Alliance women, Chinrue asked innocently. In fact, he was indeed innocent. In the past few days his proposal failed, and he was given the cold shoulder. He finally managed to ask Kia out, but she stood him up. You are indeed a bit too much. You made Kia wait for you in fear by the river in the western suburbs for nearly 4 hours. River in the western suburbs. Chinrue was taken aback. He looked at the little maid whose eyes were red with grievance. Didn't we make an appointment at Suishan Mountain in the southern suburbs? As soon as these words came out, the 4 women were surprised. At this time in the hotel room, Master Poison Dragon drank a few mouthfuls of alcohol to calm his nerves, and he finally relieved most of the depression in his heart. By the way, Oliphius, are you sure that Chinrue really drank that bottle of tonic? Ah, the Black Dragon chick responded casually. Then she lowered her head and continued to sweep the dishes. Paglio frowned tightly. Could it be that the human physique is so heaven-defying that he can ignore the desire to have sex? It's impossible. It's fine for others, but it's impossible for this kind of guy who values love over friendship. The Poison Dragon was suspicious. He walked over, picked up the juice bottle that Chinrue had not finished, smelled it carefully, and his face changed. No, there's no smell of purple orchid grass, an enchanting flower in it at all. Oliphius, what the hell is going on? Where is the bottle of tonic I gave you? Oliphius was taken aback. It took her a long time to react. She looked like she was recalling. It seems I drank it. What, you? This answer made Paglio shudder, and he suddenly jumped up. You really drank it? N. The chick nodded, firmly this time. Paglio almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Didn't you say that only men can drink it? But you said it's expensive and delicious. Oliphius said righteously. It's over. Dragon God above. It's really over this time. Master Poison Dragon only felt dizzy. The Black Dragon chick actually secretly drank that bottle of powerful tonic. The efficacy of this tonic was very powerful. Even if Danielle, the tragic Blue Dragon, was punished by imprisonment and chastity pants, the efficacy could not be eliminated. After that, Ms. Black Dragon would still feed the wolf with her body to help him detoxify. If Oliphius was allowed to continue like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, once Augulus knew about it, Julia and Crobulus also realized the seriousness of the problem, and they were both shocked, especially Julia, who had personally experienced the efficacy of the medicine. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Oliphius, how do you feel now? Is your body a little hot? Are you dizzy? Now that you mentioned it, it seems that it's getting hot. The Black Dragon chick began to fan herself. Why is it so hot? Aya, my head is starting to feel dizzy too. What should we do now? Julia almost cried. Get that human back immediately, no matter what method. Paglio jumped up. If you don't want to be torn into pieces by Sir Dragon Emperor. Chapter 772. The noisy long street had become extremely deserted. The purple moonlight revealed a kind of emptiness and desolate gray. The desolate and cold night even overshadowed the sound of the wind and the chirping of the insects. A pair of cold eyes stared indifferently at the black shadow in front of him. He had a knife in his hand, a black knife. There was blood on the tip of the knife. This blood was not only the enemy's. His body was already limping, but his hand was still very stable. The opponent's hand was already glowing with a dazzling light, winding like a poisonous snake, but he actually didn't move. Not moving was far more difficult than moving, and it was also more ingenious than moving. This was the most mysterious part of martial arts. Seeing that he was about to be covered by the light, he finally moved. He moved his mouth. Help! Well, the above is just the process of the male pig's feet who has a master complex of Gulang. The real process is that a poison dragon behind the scenes sneaked behind the returning team and tried to kidnap the male pig's feet. As a result, he was noticed by the female scientists of the Alliance. Unexpectedly, Peglio, who had always been afraid of Rala, did not escape. Instead, he teamed up with Ms. Black Dragon, Julia, to launch an almost persistent attack. Unsurprisingly, although Peglio and Rala's strength level had reached S++, the poison dragon, who had always been restrained by magic, was still not the opponent of the fairy dragon, even with the addition of Ms. Black Dragon. After a short dragon's war, Master Poison Dragon, who had become rice paste, popsicles, and barbecued several times, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted help to the male pig's feet. Isabella calmly walked to the front of Peglio, who had lost his combat power. It's really surprising, Mr. Brave Poison Dragon. You bribed Dodo to deceive Kia, and you tricked Chinrue into going to the hotel to meet Oliphius. You even risked your life to fight Rala. I want to know what happened. If it wasn't a big deal, who would have thought of his bravery? The disheveled Sir Poison Dragon looked depressed. We're not the only ones who bribed Dodo, okay? Aren't you guys the same? Isabella, for the sake of little Betty and Oliphius, let Chinrue go back to the hotel. Chinrue at the side was speechless. Dodo is actually an undercover? It turned out that he was the biggest fool. Athena interrupted. Why did you ask Chinrue to go back to the hotel? Because Princess Oliphius is in danger. Julia, who was lying on the ground with smoke coming out of her body, struggled to speak. Chinrue has the obligation to protect the princess. Duty. A certain Lolita's ears pricked up. All right, don't cause more trouble. Chinrue rubbed Alice's ponytail. I don't understand what danger is. Let Oliphius answer it herself. Oliphius, come out. These words surprised Peglio and Julia. Oliphius? Wasn't Crobolus taking care of her? Could it be the effects of the drug? The figure of the black dragon chick finally appeared behind the street. Boss! You are amazing. You actually found me. It seems that the stealth skill that Dad taught me is a lie. Next time, I must make him compensate 1 million black crystal coins. Chinrue directly ignored the latter sentence. Oliphius, tell me what the hell is going on. Oliphius looked at Isabella's encouraging eyes and nodded. This is the case. Peglio treated me to a free meal today. Then he gave me a bottle of juice with a very expensive and delicious tonic. He asked me to let the boss drink it and lock the door. Then Sister came. Very expensive and delicious tonic? His aunt, who was an intelligence chief, immediately caught the point. He said it was for men. Almost without explanation, many people present understood what that thing was. The only one who was puzzled was Sister Naga. The little loli who had been influenced by unhealthy books since childhood explained like an expert. It must be something that will do evil things to girls after drinking it. Chinrue had covered his eyes speechlessly. I was actually drugged by this damn dead duck dragon, and it is that kind of drug. Master Poison Dragon felt even more embarrassed. He wished he could transform into an earth dragon and escape through a hole. Kia asked a key question. That juice was drunk by Chinrue. Julia hurriedly replied. Actually, it was secretly drunk by Oliphius. This kind of drug is very strong and can't be removed. If not Something will definitely happen. Ah, the four heroines of the alliance looked at each other. The problem is really serious now. Something that can be taken out by Poison Dragon is definitely not a fake or inferior product. Could it be that the relationship between Chinrue and Oliphius really becomes... Isabella suddenly thought of Oliphius' description of the bottle. She had an idea and glanced at the chick. Oliphius, tell sister honestly, did you drink it? The black dragon chick said to Paglio, as if she didn't hear it clearly. What? Paglio? Isabella already knew in her heart. Oliphius? Tell the truth. The black dragon chick glanced at Julia. Ah. Julia. Oliphius? The black dragon chick looked at Chenrue strangely. Now everyone knew in their hearts. Delicious food was indeed quite tempting to Oliphius, but in terms of priority, the most expensive was the first choice. So this chick must have embezzled the bottle of very expensive tonic. Julia, who knew the truth, looked at her smoking body. She seemed to want to laugh, but it turned into a crying look. She opened her mouth for a long time, but she didn't speak after all. Master Poison Dragon's eyes turned black, and he was on the verge of collapse. I have been a pirate all my life, but I actually failed miserably today. I was fooled by this chick. Thinking of the tragic situation of being almost destroyed just now, he couldn't help but feel sad. The black dragon chick said hesitantly that, Paglio, apologize? The poison dragon glared. Even so, I will never accept it. The bill at the red fruit inn hasn't been settled yet. I left Crobulus there. Boom! Master Poison Dragon simply fainted this time. An hour later, in the room of the financial officer's residence. Athena, have Alice and Adeline settled down? Athena nodded and whispered, I have placed them in the palace. Okay. Chinrue spread his hands. For dear ladies, sit down first. Let's have a frank talk. The ladies of the alliance exchanged glances quickly and finally sat down. Chinrue shook his head. Actually, I don't know what to say. Maybe you don't care about the comparison with Jia, and maybe you are not in a hurry to marry me. But I really want to build a complete and warm family with my beloved women. Please forgive me for using the word men. I'm very ashamed about this. You are all extremely outstanding women. I am extremely lucky to have any one of you, but due to many reasons, I have all of you in my life. This is my greatest success and honor. I wonder if I can continue this success with my life? The female suzerain, the female scientist, and the female intelligence chief looked at each other for a while. After a moment of silence, Isabella spoke first. Her eyes were filled with a faint gentleness. I can only say that you're a complete idiot. Chinrue smiled bitterly. No matter what, the fool card is better than the good guy card. Women want to find a warm, comfortable, and safe harbor. I once lost all hope. Fortunately, when I thought my life was about to end, I finally found this harbor, but unfortunately, I'm not the only one who has him. At this point, Isabella looked at the other allies and smiled slightly. Similar to men's possessiveness, women also have a strong possessive mentality, so I care very much about comparing with others and even competing. But compared to losing him, I would rather share with others who choose. It's just that I really don't want new competitors to appear to share my originally incomplete warmth, even though I'm also a later sharer. Please forgive my selfishness. Although the rest of the girls did not speak, Chinrue understood a lot of what they wanted to say from their eyes. Top innie, downstairs, maintain formation. Top upstairs, downstairs, maintain formation. Top upstairs, downstairs, prohibit replying. Well, these are all illusions, but Chinrue already understood Isabella's meaning very well. Yes, I'm really a big fool. I don't understand a woman's heart at all. Can I interpret it as, you are actually very eager to marry me? My most beautiful brides? Chinrue smiled. Although we will form a big family, I will give each of you an independent wedding. I will do my best to take care of you, for a lifetime. As for competitors, I can guarantee that I will never provoke new women, the so-called new women. Does it include your lover in the Shadow Empire, Tina? Athena asked a question that she had been concerned about. In her heart, she had always been brooding about the opponent who took her man's first time. Does it include Alice and Adeline? This time it was the troublesome little maid who added another sentence, as if she wanted the world to be in chaos. Prince Consort Royal Highness. What? It was obviously the fairy Miss Long who interrupted. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. The deadlock was finally broken, and they returned to the harmony and mutual understanding before the Cold War. Whether it was a clear answer or a vague answer, those problems were finally resolved. As Chen Rue said earlier, due to many reasons, he had all of them in his life. The most important reason was love. Love that could understand and tolerate each other. The whole heart-to-heart talk process was quite warm. The only slight regret was, I'm going back to the courtyard. Don't look at me like that, my dear Prince Consort Royal Highness. Although I want to stay, I can't lose to Jia, right? Before the wedding, let's keep an effective distance. Isabella is right. Kia, let's go back to the palace. Alice is still waiting for us. Let's go. Don't be reluctant. I have an important experiment that has not been completed, so I have to go to the laboratory. Wait, this is not scientific. Ending. The male protagonist was still alone in the empty room with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 773. Chinrue's miserable life of staying alone in the empty room did not last long. After getting the formal promise of marriage, it was obvious that the girl's line of defense was useless. First, the little maid secretly stayed at the door. Then the fairy Miss Long was unwilling to be punished by the little maid secretly eating alone. Soon, the male protagonist returned to his blissful sexual life. At this time, it was not too long before Chinrue and Jia's wedding. Although the mentality of comparison was still there, it was not as important as a single wedding after all. This was a once-in-a-lifetime wedding. It must not be done hastily because of anger or comparison. Under this balance of interests, no matter which girl, they really calmed down and were not anxious. This time, let Jia take the lead. Anyway, Jia is lagging behind in many aspects. That wedding can be used as a reference first. Our wedding in the future can't be lower than that, right? The turmoil in the Crystal Palace was finally over. As for the marriage between the sock puppet, a deceptive term borrowed by Isabella, and Her Majesty Empress, Chinrue did not need to worry about it, so he calmed down and prepared to concentrate on completing an important task. This task was what he once mentioned in front of Jia. It was to make the Alchemy Alliance of the Fallen Angel Empire have the heritage that was on par with the ancient magic tower of the Shadow Empire and the library of the Bloody Empire. It could be understood as a game platform that covered the entire demon realm. To be more precise, the field of alchemy was just a disguise, and the game was just a form of expression. What Chan Rue created was very likely to change the entire demon realm. To make a game, software and hardware were the two most basic elements. The preparation and debugging work actually started early, including the internal testers such as Lomont, Delia, and others in the City of Stars. Although the progress was delayed due to the war with the Bloody Empire, it was still very smooth in general. The technical prototype of these games was actually born from the inheritance illusion of the ancient alchemy civilization. As the owner of the City of Stars, he only needed to tell his creativity to the intelligence center Crystal Phoenix, and then he could put it into trial with slight changes. With Crystal Phoenix, the biggest golden finger, it was also very easy to debug the game illusion and repair the bugs. What Chen Rue needed to consider was how to cast this illusion software through ordinary hardware carriers, which was game consoles. In fact, a part of this hardware carrier had already been promoted in the demon realm, and it already had a large mass base. That was Magic TV. The launch of the Magic Television was not just for entertainment or to make money, nor was it just to stabilize the turbulent political situation after Jia ascended to the throne. It was a long-term plan, and the recent Magic Game project was the same. However, the two plans had been combined into one now. The reason was the two new exchange items in the Super System Exchange Center after the 6 stars evolution. The first was the Devout's Heart, an independent faith core that could be integrated into items to become the center for absorbing faith power and transforming faith. Its role was similar to the Tower of Faith in the Super System that controlled the faith power of the entire galaxy. The second was the Devout's Feet, also a fusion crystal that could absorb and increase faith power and transmit it back to the Devout's Heart. It was equivalent to the expanded subsystem of the Devout's Heart, and its role was similar to the Pillar of Faith. At first, Chenrue still felt that these two things were too useless because no one would believe in Chenrue or Aguile in reality. However, when he accidentally merged the Devout's Heart with Crystal Phoenix, he found that the bravery, perseverance, wisdom, and various emotions or qualities displayed in the inheritance illusion, including anger and killing, could actually produce faith power. Therefore, a huge and amazing plan was born unstoppably. A magic game with Crystal Phoenix as the core, the faith game. Through the tests of Lomont and others, they found that the players in the illusion had no additional loss except for consuming a certain amount of spirit power. On the contrary, they could also get training effects or entertainment effects through the game. For Chenrue, the faith provided by these players would bring him a steady stream of scarce faith crystals. In the future, he could also gradually understand the mysteries of demigods' laws. Objectively speaking, this plan was actually the same as Terrace's Brock ultimate goal, but Terrace's method was to rule and enslave the entire demon realm and forcibly seize faith, while Chenrue turned this process into spontaneous entertainment. Just like extreme war massacres and gentle negotiations and cooperation could bring about peaceful results. In the various territories of the fallen Angel Empire, the first batch of Magic TV signal towers had been built. These signal towers could greatly enhance the clarity of the Magic TV and reduce interference. Their technical core was the faith receiver created by the Gremlin servants using the secret technique of the ancient alchemy civilization and the Devout's Feet. It could store, receive, and transmit the faith power of the video game. The faith receiver was divided into A, B, and C according to authority and level. In the mechanic association of the fallen Angel Empire, the landmark Jade Pillar, with a height of more than 10 meters, was integrated with the rarest A-level receiver. It would become the center of the faith of the entire Empire's game. These faith power could ignore space and distance and automatically transmit to the capital of stars with the Devout's Heart. The beneficiary was naturally Chenrue, who had the spiritual imprint of the capital of stars. Another research product of the Gremlin servants was the game helmet that could be used in combination with the Magic TV. It had currently completed the production and debugging stage and was put into mass production. Everything was ready now except for the hype and promotion. For the otaku who was immersed in the online world in his previous life and used to be a small online businessman, there were too many experiences that could be learned. Just a few minutes of the promotional video of the fierce battle made the warlike demons' blood boil. Of course, there was no lack of credit for music production and illusion technology. They should thank the previous concert that caused a sensation in the demon realm, which provided valuable experience in terms of technology. At the same time, there were promotional advertisements all over the Magic TV and newspapers. The relevant equipment had not been officially sold, but the name of a new thing that was about to become popular, Magic Game, was almost a household name. Therefore, in the anticipation of the public, the Magic Game was finally launched on the market. As shown in the trailer, this Magic Game named Endless Warrior was a pure fighting genre. The player played the role of an adventurous warrior or mage, fighting monsters in a huge map. As the experience gained from killing enemies increased, the game character could level up, and their abilities would also be enhanced. Some monsters would drop corresponding treasures or materials, which could be used to make potions and weapons in the town in the game to enhance their combat power, It was equivalent to the RPG adventure standalone games in Shinrue's previous life. But the magic game created based on the illusion of the ancient civilization's kingdom was not that simple. The game was divided into 3 difficulties: easy, normal, and hard. The easy difficulty only required a small amount of mental power. The higher the difficulty, the more mental power required to enter the game, and the higher the degree of simulation. This degree of simulation was not pain or appearance, but real combat. The characters in the hard difficulty level were basically synchronized with their own strength, so it was relatively difficult to level up. However, the combat skills and experience obtained in the game would be directly reflected to the brain center, forming a real spiritual imprint. In other words, this was not just an entertainment game, but a real combat training. Non-combat races such as goblins and imps, or other races with weak combat ability, could also enter the hard difficulty level. They only needed to learn to drive a type of battle doll in the game and pass the pilot driving test of the hard difficulty level. Then they could get an enhanced version of the game helmet given by the local mechanic guild and use the special profession of the puppet pilot to drive the powerful battle doll in the hard difficulty level. In addition, there were countless mysteries in the game that needed to be explored step by step. As soon as Endless Warrior was launched, it immediately caused an unprecedented sensation in the demon realm. Other than the popular magic game helmets, the sales of magic TVs had also reached a historic height. The connection between the magic helmets and the magic TVs was quite perfect. The scenes that the players wearing the helmets entered were completely simulated magic illusions, and the players without the helmets could enjoy the game as if they were watching TV. The game had a strict time limit. In addition, the intensity was linked to spirit, so ordinary people's game time was generally about 2 to 4 hours a day. It was a more suitable time for training or entertainment. For other industries, the impact was undoubtedly reduced a lot. Otherwise, everyone would be immersed in the game all day long without doing anything else. Nowadays, more than 50% of the topics on the streets were discussing the emerging magic game. Endless Warrior actually combined the 2 elements of the Abyss battle and the build doll. The Abyss was just one of the most difficult game scenes in this world. In order to avoid certain troubles, the monster's image had also been changed accordingly. When deciding to launch the Abyss map, Shinrue suddenly had a strange hunch that perhaps this was not just a game. As for the special profession of puppet pilot, it was actually training drivers for the build doll. Everyone who received the enhanced version of the game helmet would be recorded, and they would be inspected from time to time. The most talented and trustworthy talents would be selected to join the Empire's secret force under Her Majesty Empress. This secret force would be one of the secret military forces of the City of Stars. As for the business simulation game that Alice had tested, Shinrue did not launch it this time. It was not because he was worried about the impact on Endless Warrior, nor was it because he was afraid that there would not be a corresponding game group, but he had more far-reaching considerations. The road to the future was very long. Just like Endless Warrior was currently only a standalone game, this great game era directed by the Transmigrators had just begun. Chapter 774. After the launch of the magic game Endless Warrior, the craze quickly spread from the fallen Angel Empire to the entire demon realm. In terms of entertainment, this was an unprecedented model. Fighting, adventure, and passion had always been the keywords that demons were passionate about. Now, even the weakest dark goblins could become protagonists instead of spectators. They could personally experience adventures and battles that were far beyond reality. This sense of immersion and excitement could not be replaced by any leisure activity in the past. For those who already had rich experience in battles and adventures, this kind of game was an excellent training method. In addition to the mental strength consumed by the game, the combat experience in illusion combined with training in reality could make one's strength grow faster. The most attractive thing was that they could challenge high-level enemies that exceeded their own limits in the game. If it was a battle of a higher level in reality, the result would definitely be death. However, there was no real death in the game. This could allow them to gain extremely valuable combat experience and greatly increase the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck. The death setting of the hard-level game was not unlimited resurrection on the spot. In addition to realistic pain, they could only be resurrected in the center of the town 2 days after death. There was also a certain period of weakness after resurrection. The potions purchased in the town could be used to treat and shorten this period of weakness. The 2-day buffer time could avoid the kind of infinite suicide. Moreover, the really experienced trainers would also use this buffer period to settle and train for the next challenge. These were only the 2 main reasons for the popularity of the Magic game, but it was enough to make those insignificant doubts and criticisms collapse. Since the signal of the Magic TV covered the 3 empires, the people of the Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire were also full of strong curiosity and desire to buy the new things vigorously promoted in the TV programs. Because in the past 2 years, every new thing launched by the Fallen Angel Empire, Battle Ball, newspaper, TV, millet wine without exception, had become popular in the demon realm. Not only these, with the technical support of the Fallen Angel Empire, the first step of urban transformation of the Bloody Empire and the Shadow Empire was completed. Just the automatic water supply system that entered thousands of households had benefited all the demons. In view of the terms of the peace talks between the 3 empires, the new technology that appeared in the Fallen Angel Empire would be shared with the 2 empires for free. Therefore, the Fallen Angel Empire provided the 2 technologies of magic television signal towers and magic game helmets that supported the game to the 2 empires. But the sad part was that after carefully studying the 2 techniques, the alchemists of the 2 empires came to the same sad conclusion. They couldn't be imitated. The main component of the Magic TV signal tower was the signal receiver, which had a very delicate and complicated manufacturing process. Even if there were ready-made designs, it could not be produced in a short time. The structure of the game helmet was relatively simple. The difficulty lay in the core crystal. The energy intensity of this kind was no different from ordinary white crystals, but the density and purity were quite astonishing, comparable to the most expensive gold crystal. If gold crystal was really used, then the cost of the magic helmet would be too astonishing. It would be impossible to reach the price of the commoners in the Fallen Angel Empire. This conclusion made the upper echelons of the 2 empires frustrated. Nowadays, magic games had an unprecedentedly popular trend. In this environment, if the country couldn't manufacture the Magic TV signal tower for magic games, then it would not only show the incompetence of the empire, but it would also bring continuous and chain negative effects. This result was naturally expected by Chun Rue. The Magic TV signal receiver used the processing technology of the ancient alchemy civilization, and the manufacturer was the most powerful craftsman of the alchemy civilization, the gremlin attendant. Whether it was personnel or technology, it far exceeded the current comprehensive level of the demon realm. Not to mention, the real core of the receiver was the feat of the devout produced by the super system. As for the core of the magic helmet, it was the mystic crystal that contained a trace of the illusion power of the kingdom. The mystic crystal was actually the cheapest white crystal. After the highest level of refining by the super system, its density and purity had actually exceeded the gold crystal, but its energy concentration was far from comparable. It was the most suitable carrier of the illusion power of the kingdom. This kind of crystal was not a new technology because there was a similar refining technology in the battle ball back then, so the 2 empires couldn't do anything about it. At this time, the Fallen Angel Empire, in line with the peace principle of friendship and mutual assistance, generously sold a batch of the core mystic crystals of the Magic TV signal receiver and the magic helmet to the 2 empires at the lowest price. They also sent specialized technicians to assist in the construction of the TV signal tower. Although some people pointed out that this was a kind of technological invasion and excessive reliance on external forces would make the country fall into a passive position step by step, it was indeed the best solution for the current situation. Now, many people in the 2 empires had entered the Fallen Angel Empire to experience the magic game first. If this continued, it would be quite disadvantageous to their own development and economy. In fact, in addition to storing the illusion power of the kingdom, the mystic crystal in the magic helmet would also reflect some of the most important functions of the version upgrade of the game in the future. Even if the two empires were unwilling to spend money, Chenrue would spare no effort to give it away. The faith power brought by the magic game exceeded Chenrue's imagination. At present, the coverage of the game was only a small part of the fallen angel empire, and it brought him tens of thousands of faith crystal income every day. This number was still growing at an alarming rate. If a huge network covering the entire demon realm was really established, Chenrue suddenly thought of the human world. Whether it was the three supreme angels who stole faith or the Black Death apostles who plundered faith, they were weak compared to his current method of collecting faith. From another perspective, he had already embarked on a path to becoming a god. "Hey, kid, don't be in a daze. It's your turn now." A heavy metallic voice sounded, interrupting Chenrue's thoughts. "Me?" Chenrue looked at the arrogant fat man in the room in surprise and pointed to himself in surprise. Opposite the fat man was a humanoid figure emitting a faint black mist. Its facial features were slightly blurred, and its eyes glowed with a dark red light. Its shoulders and elbows also had bone spike-like, sharp blades. The humanoid figure showed a strange smile and raised the card in his hand. "Yes, I unfortunately failed in the last round. Now it's your turn." This room was actually an extra space, and the external environment of this space was actually moving. This was a carriage. The carriage had the royal flag of the fallen angel empire, the crimson blood flame flag. It was followed by many cavalries holding ceremonial guards. The carriage had passed the Bloody Empire's Iron Fist estate. It was bypassing town Isidore and heading west toward the capital. This was the envoy team sent by the fallen angel empire to the Bloody Empire. The leader was the fiancé of the fallen angel Emperor Jia, Aguile. The double curse of light and dark in Raisin's body was not only restraining the extremely strong light power, but also the dark power that assimilated and eroded the dark attribute was also very troublesome. It was even better than the light power. This was a plot set by Terrace when Raisin was behind closed doors in the dark furnace. Raisin was caught off guard. Although he relied on one of the 7 artifacts, the Blood Evil Ring, and his own strong willpower to break through the bottleneck and reach the kingdom level in one fell swoop, the curse power was still stubbornly integrated in his body like a bone maggot. It couldn't be removed. This time, Chenrue was going to the Bloody Empire capital to fulfill his promise to treat the hidden illness of the Bloody Empire's Raisin. The curse of light and darkness on Raisin was actually cast by midnight, but the dark power was borrowed from the power of one person. That was the dark elemental king, Hegel. Hegel had the purest dark element power, so even Raisin, who was proficient in dark, could not be immune. The one who started the trouble had to solve it. This time, Chenrue went to the dark elemental king to the Bloody Empire capital. After destroying the Saint Dragon and obtaining the origin fragment of the dark element, Hegel promised to do something for him. Now he had fulfilled his promise. The carriage was made by Chenrue, imitating Catherine's space item. As a mobile device, its space was quite large, but this was only relative. If the fat man opposite Hegel showed his original form, the entire small space would be burst open. This fat man was none other than the Octopus King from the Dead Sea, Red Mantis. After Chenrue and the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law, Augustus, went to the land of destruction in the Dead Sea to kill the Saint Dragon Rodriguez, Chenrue obtained the Octopus King's soul crystal ball from the space artifact, the Tower of Glory, and returned it to Red Mantis. The soul crystal ball was the means by which Rodriguez controlled the Octopus King. Without the crystal ball, even if the enslavement was lifted, the soul of the Octopus King would still be incomplete. His power would be stagnant for the rest of his life. Initially, Augustus gave the Octopus King a strong deterrent. In this case, Chenrue returned the soul crystal ball to the Octopus King without any conditions, which really made the Octopus King grateful. After restoring his complete soul with the soul crystal ball, the Octopus King immediately left the Dead Sea and rushed to the Dark Moon to contact Chenrue in the agreed way. It just so happened that Chenrue was going to the Bloody Empire, so the Octopus King, who had nothing to do, chose to go with him. The Octopus King's strength was SS+, which was the peak of the kingdom level. If he could rush to the fallen Angel Empire during the Warlock Fortress battle, perhaps it would be a different ending. During the long journey, the Dark Elemental King Hegel, who had met the Octopus King a few times, accidentally mentioned the magic card game Fate Duel. The Octopus King suddenly became interested and claimed to be a good player of this game. When Hegel left the Land of Destruction, he stole the magic card of Lich King Glorios. It seemed that after losing to Lich King last time, the Dark Elemental King learned from the painful experience and practiced hard. As the two were eager to try, the game began. Both sides used the most exciting deathmatch mode. The Octopus King really had some skills. He was actually evenly matched with Hegel. There were wins and losses on both sides. Chenrue wasn't in the mood to watch this low-level real-time strategy confrontation. While he was distracted, the Octopus King actually challenged him. "It's you." The Octopus King had just defeated his formidable opponent Hegel, so he was in high spirits. Hegel said that you also know this. "Come on, let me teach you." "Teach?" Chenrue showed a strange expression. "Are you sure?" The triumphant Octopus King didn't notice the strangeness in the Dark Elemental King's smile, let alone know that Hegel deliberately lost to him in the last game. So, the tragedy all the way west began. Chapter 7, 75. Impossible. I don't believe it. Again, after being continuously massacred in the death match, Emperor Octopus, who couldn't believe all this, firmly refused Chenrue's suggestion to change to another mode of competition. Under the malicious eyes of the Dark Elemental King, he stubbornly chose to continue. This was undoubtedly the beginning of a nightmare. The nightmare continued to the destination, the Bloody Empire capital. Judging from Emperor Octopus's dispirited mental state when he got off the carriage, there was no doubt that he carried forward the spirit of friendship first and competition second in the duel to maintain an undefeated record. In other words, he was abused quite miserably. Emperor Octopus would probably tremble at the mention of the words death match. The Dark Elemental King was also dispirited. After Royal Highness cheated Emperor Octopus a few times, he finally couldn't help but cheat himself too. He became Emperor Octopus's fellow sufferer. The Bloody Empire capital was no stranger to Chenrue. In order to find the fertile Yuan soil needed by the Earth Elemental King, he passed the assessment of the Bloody Empire Mechanic Association under the name of Richard. He first became a disciple of Master Turia, then he betrayed his master to join the Demon Realm's top mechanic master, Nate. His purpose was the information in the Library Pavilion. After obtaining the information of Mountain Secret in the Library Pavilion, Chenrue saw through Nate's vicious plot to use evil magic to devour abilities, and he used tricks to expose Nate's sinister face to all the mechanics. In the end, Nate was imprisoned by Raisin, and Chenrue escaped by faking his death. The president of the Mechanic Association was Master Turia. By the way, Turia's daughter, the innocent girl named Beluin, seemed to be a little interested in Richard, but Richard had already expressed his rejection attitude at the time. More importantly, the male protagonist of this incident was already dead. Everything in the past was in the past. With the current situation of his family, if he wanted to bring a girl back, the sky would definitely collapse. The previous farce was enough to give him a headache, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. The envoys were welcomed grandly by the Bloody Empire. What surprised Chenrue was that Gustav, who was obviously with Terrace, was actually among them. His identity was even the first general. He didn't seem to be affected by Terrace's incident. Chenrue didn't know what Raisin was planning. Raisin received the fallen angel kingdom's envoys in the palace hall. After the polite etiquette, Raisin set his eyes on King Octopus and the dark elemental king behind Chin. His black eyes showed a burning light. These two are my friends. I invited them to help treat His Majesty. Representing an empire wasn't like bringing friends to visit relatives. So Chenrue categorized Emperor Octopus as a medic. In fact, Emperor Octopus, who was eager to win, had already lost countless verbal promises to Chenrue along the way. When he heard Chenrue's words, he only nodded without any objections. Raisin tilted his head to Emperor Octopus to show courtesy. Then he looked at the dark elemental king with a little more fierceness. "This sir's breath seems very familiar." "Of course it's familiar." A strange smile appeared on Hegel's face. "It's not the first time I've seen you, but you didn't see me at that time. As for the location, dark furnace." Raisin's eyes narrowed, and the light that flashed past became colder. "Yes." Hegel didn't show any fear. "I'm surprised that you would appear in front of me openly, because I owe this guy a favor. I promised to do one thing for him, anything." Hegel glanced at Chenrue. "Although I think it's not cost-effective for him to return the favor like this, he insisted, so I came." Apart from him, Raisin glanced at Chenrue, pondered for a while, and asked, "Who else have you promised?" "A person who once helped me recover my strength, but I'm even with him." Hegel smiled calmly. "I believe you know better than me who this person is." "I believe an elemental king will not easily promise anyone." Raisin's breath converged. "Fulfill your promise. I don't want to pursue other things for the time being." "You can pursue it whenever you want." This time it was Emperor Octopus who took the initiative to speak. The fat man actually didn't have a real friendship with the dark elemental king, but they were in the same camp now. As the powerhouse at the peak of a kingdom, he naturally wouldn't sit back and watch his accomplice be threatened. "Oh." Raisin looked at Emperor Octopus with interest, and the fighting intent in his black eyes gradually rose. "You are very strong. I'm not your opponent now, regardless of power or physical state. However, I will hold a Demon Realm martial arts contest in 2 years. I wonder if you have the guts to participate?" Guts? It's hard to believe that this is a word said by a guy who just entered the king level. Emperor Octopus grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. There seemed to be sparks in his eyes when he looked at Raisin. "Well, your overconfident provocation has successfully aroused my interest. 2 years later, I will let you know what the real king-level power is. However, by then, you must have the awareness of death." "Very good." Raisin smiled, nodded, and looked at Chenrue. "I want to praise you. Your arrival is really a surprise, Mr. Aguile." Chenrue bowed slightly. "I'm glad your Majesty can say this. Then please arrange a suitable place. I think we can start the treatment." Although the dark element curse on Raisin's body was the most original dark element power which had penetrated deep into the soul, and he could barely suppress it by relying on the blood fiend ring, for the initiator, the dark elemental king, it was just pulling out a dagger that he pierced into the opponent's body. Soon, the dark element curse on Raisin's body was removed. Raisin, who had removed the dark element curse, seemed to be in high spirits. The next step was the light element curse. For the demon realm races living in the dark element, the light element power was the most troublesome and difficult to deal with. But for Chenrue, it was just a dish in the bowl because there were 3 snow Daolet trees in the super system. This kind of faith treasure that was stolen from the Light Divinity Temple in order to treat Madame Ant played a huge role in promoting the peace of the demon realm beyond the plan this time. The flowers of Snow Daolet could greatly enhance the effect of light element training and eliminate all light element curse power. When used with relevant materials, there was a small chance to induce light element physique mutation. However, in addition to eliminating the light element curse power, the other functions should have no effect on Raisin, who was proficient in dark elements. When Chenrue took out the flowers of Snow Daolet, Raisin's eyes showed an unconcealable shock. It could be seen that this was by no means an ordinary surprise. It seemed that it was not the first time he saw this kind of flower. It's been 100 years. I didn't expect to see the sacred flower again in my lifetime. Raisin was silent for a moment. I'm surprised that you can actually have this kind of thing. I believe you have already seen my surprise. It reminds me of a person. Your Majesty? Don't worry, I won't ask you about the origin of this flower. Everyone has their own secrets, although your secret is incredible. You leave this flower and don't interfere with the rest. Raisin accepted the snow dowlet and changed the topic. Also, what's going on with the magic TV signal tower? I always feel that there seems to be some uneasy factors in it. This is just an entertainment thing, just like the magic TV. Of course, the benefits it brings are also quite considerable. Your so-called benefits should be more than the sales of magic TV and magic helmet, right? Although the magic helmet can't be manufactured for the time being. The disclosure of the technology means that it is only a matter of time. Therefore, most of the benefits in your hands have actually been lost. I dare to assert that you should have other ways to charge fees. Otherwise, how can you let countries other than your own benefit? Moreover, a thing that can easily make the whole people addicted may have immeasurable consequences for the entire empire. I have recently been considering ordering a national boycott of the magic game before it has formed a scale and sufficient influence. Shinrue frowned. With Raisin's prestige, if he really orders a national boycott of the magic game and even affects the decision-making of the Shadow Empire, I'm afraid that my Demon Realm's faith plan will really fail. Your Majesty really worries too much, but you guessed one thing right. In fact, this game has follow-up benefits, because the power of the magic helmet's mystic crystal is limited. Once it is consumed, it can't be connected to the game. It is a free trial period now. Every once in a while, it needs to be recharged to maintain the state of connecting to the game. This part of the service is of course charged. This will be our real, continuous benefit. Chun Rue naturally wouldn't reveal his faith plan. What he wanted to do was to mislead Raisin with monetary benefits. But this charging method was indeed one of the plans. In fact, it was equivalent to the charging game method of point card or monthly package. It was certain that the future game was definitely not just a standalone game. Raisin's eyes lit up. Good move! No wonder you have stated in the agreement that the three empires must not prohibit each other's TV program-related content. Some of the programs will selectively charge in the future in order to recover the cost, and the rest of the empires cannot deduct. It turned out that we were already prepared, but almost everyone thought that the fallen angel empire suffered a big loss in those terms. But now it seems that the ones who really suffer are those of us who underestimated the fallen angel empire. Your Majesty, don't get me wrong. Interests can coexist. Your country can also imitate our model, including technology. As long as you produce the corresponding equipment and games, you can naturally compete with us for this market share. According to the agreement, we will also not prohibit your country's programs. You mean follow behind you forever? Just like the rest of the things? This will only make the distance between yourself and you get bigger and bigger. I believe Catherine also understands this. Raisin took a deep look at Shinrue. I really admire the creative person who designed this game. In another kind of battle, you have undoubtedly gained the upper hand. However, don't underestimate the power of an empire. I have many ways to contain it. If you can promise me one request, not only will I not stop it, but I will also spare no effort to support the promotion and development of all new things in the fallen angel empire. The consensus of the two empires is enough to form a general trend. Even if the remaining empire wants to resist, it is difficult to stop it. Of course, this time is within 2 years. Shinrue thought for a while and asked, "What request?" "Go to the 4th floor of the Mechanic Association's book collection pavilion and help me bring out a person. I should have gone by myself, but I can't do it in my current physical state. so I need your national-level friend to help me with this. The highest mystery of the Bloody Empire Mechanic Association, the fourth floor of the book collection pavilion? Chinrue's heart moved, and Raisin had already continued. Her name is Tiffany. Chapter 776. Tiffany's name reminded Chinrue of the girl with light blue hair and a veil whom he met at the Bloody Empire's trade fair back then. Tiffany was curious about everything. She had a faint affinity which made it easy for people to have a good impression of her. At that time, Chinrue sold her a homemade handheld game, the game where mistakes will accumulate and you will achieve success. It was Tetris which aroused Tiffany's great interest. Later, Chinrue followed Nate as Richard to attend the birthday banquet of the third general, Adelaide. A special incident happened at the banquet. Little Prince Terrace killed an important figure in the dispute between Great Prince Alias and Second Prince Edmund. He used this to express his love to Tiffany. As a result, Tiffany fled in panic, and Terrace entered the dark furnace to reflect and train. Later, Chinrue went to Mountain Secret and saw a mysterious girl suspected to be Tiffany. She was Satan's disciple and believer. She was ruthless and ruthless. She was like a different person from the previous Tiffany. Now that I think about it, as the leader of the Bloodfall and the boss Terrace who manipulated the demon realm's turmoil behind the scenes, was his confession to Tiffany a real expression of love or an excuse to enter the dark furnace? Or is there any other deeper meaning? Now that Terrace is dead, this has become a mystery. Mr. Aguile. Raisin's voice interrupted Chinrue's thoughts. Chinrue came back to his senses and said, "The library of your country's Mechanic Association is famous in the demon realm. It is said that the fourth floor is its biggest mystery, but I just heard about it. I don't know what mystery is in it. And what I need to figure out is, why must a national-level powerhouse take action? Also, who is Ms. Tiffany? What happened to her in there? Or rather, what will happen to my friend if she goes there? The library has a long history. The verified age is hundreds of thousands of years. Its fourth floor. To be precise, it is a strange area similar to a kingdom. It contains mysterious and vast power. Outsiders can only rely on the assistance of certain magic items to enter it, and there is a strict time limit. Otherwise, they will be annihilated by the powerful power. Chinrue knew that what Raisin said was not a lie. There was more than one mechanic master who was annihilated on the fourth floor because of his greed for knowledge and perception. When he entered the fourth floor to explore the whereabouts of Mountain Secret, if he didn't force out the time rule at the critical moment, he would have been annihilated by the kingdom power because he exceeded the time limit. As for Tiffany, Raisin paused a little and continued. She's the noble woman of the Mammon royal family with royal blood. Due to training a certain power, she entered the fourth floor of the library 40 days ago. The original time was a month, but she still hasn't come out until now. The mechanics of the Alliance can't enter the sealed fourth floor to study and browse normally. If you want to break the seal by force, you must have the power of a nation. So, I want to ask your friend who has the power of a nation to help bring Tiffany out safely. I see. Chinrue thought for a while. But is your Majesty sure that Miss Tiffany is still alive? Raisin answered affirmatively, I'm sure. Although I very much hope that the Bloody Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire can become a strategic alliance for economic development, the key to this matter is my friend's own will. If he is unwilling, then I can't help it. I need to discuss with him. At that moment, a guard came to report. Your Majesty, Sir Raglet requests to see you. There is an emergency report about the Mechanic Association. Raisin frowned slightly. Chinrue's heart moved, and he said, This news may be related to your Majesty's commission just now. Can I not avoid it? Raisin nodded slightly and said to the guard, Let Raglet come in and report. Raglet was the official sent by Raisin to the Mechanic Association to investigate and monitor. He brought bad news this time. There was a sudden change in the library this morning. Many mechanics, including Master Turia, the president of the Mechanic Association, were inexplicably unconscious. The potion master of the Potioneer Association had rushed to treat them, but they couldn't do anything. What? Raisin frowned even tighter. Raglet, you block the relevant news first to prevent the situation from expanding. I will go to the Mechanic Association personally now. When Shinrue heard that Toria was unconscious, he stood up. If your majesty doesn't mind, I want to go and have a look together. Of course. Soon, Raisin, Shinrue, and others rushed to the Mechanic Association. It was still the large-scale Mechanic Association building in Chunrue's memory. At that moment, the periphery was full of heavily armed soldiers, and access was prohibited. The one who led the mechanics to salute Raisin was the wife of President Toria, the mechanic master, Mavina. Her face showed unconcealable anxiety. Speaking of which, Mavina and Toria, the quarrelsome couple, were brought together by Chunrue, seeing his long-lost master's wife. Chunrue felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. In any case, Toria and his wife were sincere to their disciple back then. According to Master Mavina's explanation, this morning, Master Toria and two mechanic masters were flipping through the information on the third floor of the library. They discussed the structure of the magic TV signal receiver that they had been studying before. Then they suddenly fainted and became unconscious. At the same time, the mechanics on the second and first floors also had the same situation as if they were attacked. Later, everyone carefully entered the library and carried Master Toria and others out. After a few hours, the scene in the morning was repeated again, and another group of people fainted. At present, the library had been isolated, and the mechanics didn't dare to approach. Raisin glanced at the library in the distance, and his eyes moved slightly. Do you feel it? Sir Red Pipit, Octopus King, who followed Shinrue to the Mechanic Association to join in the fun, nodded. Although the residual breath of the law is weak, it is very pure and very powerful. Aguail, I suddenly have an interest in this place. Maybe I should agree to what you said. Shinrue's mind moved slightly. If you are really interested, we can go together. Raisin pondered for a while and said to Mavina, Master Mavina, let's go and see Master Toria first. The group came to the lounge of the Mechanic Association. There are many unconscious mechanics lying inside. In the innermost room, Shinrue saw his former teacher, Toria. Toria's face was pale, and his breath of life was very weak. Beside Toria was a pretty girl with glasses. Her glasses were red. It was Toria's daughter, Belluin. Your Majesty. Seeing Raisin's arrival, Belluin quickly saluted. Raisin nodded and asked Wilson, the president of the Potioneer Association on the side, Master Wilson, how is Master Toria's situation? Master Wilson sighed. Master Toria should be eroded by a strange dark power. His soul and body seem to be isolated, so he has been unable to wake up. Moreover, his soul power is still weakening. In this case, potions or treatment methods can no longer work. If it takes a long time, his soul will collapse. Then even the legendary resurrection potion can't save him. Not only Master Toria, but everyone who is eroded is the same. I have tried my best. Belluin's glasses had long been blurred. Bean-sized tears fell down one by one. Her body trembled as she held Master Mavina's hand tightly. Hegel! Shinrue pulled the Dark Elemental King to the side. Can you remove this dark power? Regardless of whether there was any agreement between the two countries, Shinrue couldn't sit back and watch this matter because of Toria's personal reason alone. Just now, Red Pipit has said that the source is the power of the law. Unless the source is cut off, it is impossible to eliminate its influence, but I can still control this power from erupting. Hegel suddenly snorted coldly. I don't know why you suddenly have the mood to meddle in other people's business. But have you forgotten one thing? I have paid off the favor I owe you. Shinrue shrugged. Didn't you say it yourself in the hall just now? It's not cost-effective for me to return the favor like this, so help me again. I remember that the dark elementals are the most clear about gratitude and grudges. Hegel glanced at Chen Rui coldly. This little trick is useless. If you want me to do it, there must be a corresponding price. Maybe you should agree to one of my conditions? Should I feel honored? I'm neither a friend nor an enemy's companion. Chen Rui smiled slightly. Although there was a mask, Hegel could still feel the hateful smile on his face. Don't regret it. The dark elemental king slowly raised his hand, and the origin fragment nightmare ring on his arm exuded a faint black gas. The black gas spread and entered the bodies of Turia and the mechanics. After a while, the faces of Turia and others began to regain some color. Although they still hadn't woken up, the constant weakening of their souls had disappeared. The conversation between Chinrue and Hegel just now was not hidden from Raisin's ears. Raisin nodded to Chinrue. Thank you, Mr. Aguile. Mavina and Belluin hurriedly bowed to Chinrue with tears in their eyes. Chinrue couldn't say anything with his current identity, so he just nodded back. Okay, Hegel will stay here to stabilize these guys. Aguile, let's go to the library to take a look. Octopus King, who was eager to try, said, Just take it as me returning your favor. I feel like I've become a creditor. There are people paying their debts everywhere. Chinrue smiled. However, your interest in that place shouldn't be equated with returning the favor, right? Octopus King grinned. Let's go, calculative guy. Raisin asked someone to offer a hand-drawn map and 2 sets of cloaks and glasses. This is the map of the library. The entrance to the 4th floor should not be difficult to find, but the door has been closed. Even the blood of the person who opened it won't work. Perhaps this strange Mr. Aguile has other ways. Otherwise, we can only rely on the power of Mr. Red Pipit to crack it forcefully. Also, ordinary mechanics must wear these 2 items to enter the 4th floor. They can be protected from the damage of the strange power there within a limited time. I hope these 2 things can help both of you. Octopus King didn't think much of these things. Chinrue had used the cloak and glasses before, so he knew that they had a certain protection effect. He took them, and the 2 left the lounge and headed for the library. Chapter 777. Chinrue and Qi Yen walked into the library that was listed as a restricted area. As they went deeper, the faint feeling in Chinrue's heart became clearer. This was a kind of breath that came and went, containing a mysterious rule. Although he did not enter the state of polar transformation, he could still feel the existence of that power, the rule. The rule was the foundation of the kingdom. In contrast, the demon overlord level territory could only be regarded as a rule similar to the rule. Only by comprehending the power of the rule could the territory achieve a real qualitative change and evolve into the initial kingdom. For the entire demigod level and even the god level path with the kingdom of God, the kingdom was just the beginning, but it was also the most important first step. If this step was taken, it would cross the gap between ordinary powerhouses and super powerhouses and step into a whole new world. When Chinrue used the polar transformation, he could exert a powerful power equivalent to the rule to compete with a kingdom powerhouse like Icyril. However, that was a passive power exerted by the evolution of the super system, not his own true comprehension. In these days, Chinrue did not slack off in training. He would enter the training ground every day and use the time rule to meditate. At his current level, simple physical or mental training was no longer of much use. The most important thing was comprehension. The 6-star evolution was an evolution equivalent to the power of the rule, and this power of the rule was the rule that contained the supreme truth of the universe. The difference in levels should be the reflection of the degree of comprehension of the rule. He was currently the lowest blue pole star emperor. If he could touch the edge of the universe's rule, even if it was just a trace, he could break through his current level. At that time, the polar transformation could exert its true power. Chinrue had only sensed the rule now, and it was far from comprehending it. Even the time rule generated by the alternation of the 4 seasons territory was more within the scope of the rule. It could not be regarded as a real rule. Is it my illusion? You seem to be very familiar with this place. The library was very large. The terrain was not complicated, but it was not flat either. King Octopus walked in front at first, but later he unconsciously followed behind Chinrue. Soon, the two entered the 3rd floor. You're mistaken. Chinrue waved the hand-drawn map in his hand. Magic tools like maps were useless in this place. The magic arrays here seemed to have stopped working. The entrance to the 4th floor should be up this staircase. The 4th floor was the greatest secret of the library pavilion. Only masters or their companions could enter, and it required a large number of contribution points and many rare materials. What was even more amazing was that everyone seemed to see something different. Chinrue had heard from the 2 masters, Turia and Mavina, that there were countless rich materials there, but the 2 of them could not remember what they saw afterward. But some special understanding or memory at that time still remained in their minds. Chinrue didn't have this feeling when he went in last time. He didn't know if it was because he took off his glasses boldly. However, the consequence of taking off his glasses was that he saw the endless ancient runes and the terrifying demigod territory. The situation at that time was quite dangerous. If it weren't for the time power that he temporarily comprehended, he would have been turned into ashes by that vast and boundless power. Is this the entrance to the 4th floor? The remnant breath of the law should be emitted from here. The Octopus King walked up the stairs and looked at the door in front of him. The door was made of a special material. It was not made of metal or stone, but it gave off a heavy feeling. There were countless ancient patterns on it, and the strange thing was that it did not even have a keyhole. Red Mantis pushed the door, but it didn't move at all. A strange expression flashed in his eyes. Although his movements just now were casual, he had already used 20% of his strength. Even a wall protected by magic would be pushed down. Unexpectedly, this door was far stronger than he expected. It actually didn't react at all. King Octopus felt that he lost face in front of Chinrue. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He instantly condensed a powerful kingdom power in his hand, and he punched the door. Chinrue was recalling the situation when Nate opened the door last time. He suddenly felt the terrifying breath from King Octopus, and he shuddered. Wait a minute! It was too late when he said this. In an instant, the entire library trembled. The stairs behind Chinrue shattered inch by inch. Cracks appeared on most of the ground and many rooms on the 3rd floor. He didn't know if the information inside was affected. In fact, King Octopus had already controlled the strength and range of this punch, but the power of the kingdom level was too strong. Besides, the magic circle of the library had been stopped and lost the protection power, so the aftermath of the vibration alone caused a large area of damage. However, under such a punch, the door still didn't open. There was just a shallow fist mark. Compared to the entire thick door, this fist mark seemed insignificant. King Octopus knew that he had made a small mistake. The key was that the door didn't open after making such a big movement. He turned around and smiled embarrassedly. Such a hard door. Chinrue was speechless. He pointed at the door. It's not just hard. King Octopus looked back. The fist mark gradually faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it soon returned to its original state. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Didn't Raisin say that the power of the kingdom can break the seal and enter directly? If I attack with all my strength, I'm afraid the entire library will be shattered by the aftermath of the vibration before this door is broken. What should I do? Let me think about it first. Don't mess around. Forget it. What can you think of? This door doesn't even have a hole. King Octopus said to himself, and he finally began to notice the patterns on the door. By the way, this must be the key to open the door. Based on my many years of experience, this pattern seems to be related to some kind of ancient thing. By the way, it should be the ancient runes known as the language of gods. It's over now. The ancient runes are mysterious and profound. Unless it's those guys who like to waste thousands of years to study. Even ordinary demigods don't have many. While King Octopus was complaining, he saw Chanrue walk to the door and began to draw strange symbols in his hand. There were a total of 18 symbols, and they flew toward the door. The patterns on the door glowed and began to tremble slightly, but it seemed that he didn't have enough strength to activate it. King Octopus was dumbfounded. Obviously, what Chanrue displayed was the ancient runes that only the guys who studied for thousands of years and liked to waste time could understand. You, is it my illusion again? Judging from your breath of life, your age is definitely no more than 100 years old. How is it possible? Stop complaining, help me. Chanrue interrupted King Octopus's words. If I guessed correctly, this door should originally use some kind of blood as the key, but now the blood is obviously ineffective, so it should be activated by the power of the kingdom. King Octopus didn't have time to ask what was complaining, and he quickly injected the power of the kingdom into those symbols. The symbols suddenly shone brightly, and the patterns on the door were changing rapidly, turning into 18 clear basic characters of ancient runes. In the rumbling sound, it finally opened. How do you know ancient runes? King Octopus looked angry. Since he was defeated in the fateful duel on the way here, he always wanted to use this opportunity to show off his power to regain his face, but he didn't expect the limelight to be snatched by this guy again. Your illusion. By now, Chanrue also had some understanding of King Octopus's temperament. He laughed and walked toward the door. Behind the door was a hall. Except for the blue halo on the central ground, there were no extra furnishings. There were many materials on the ground. As Raisin said, the regular opening time of the 4th floor was once every 7 days. Tiffany went in for a long time this time, so when President Turia brought this noblewoman in, he left a lot of spare materials just in case. Chanrue recalled the method that Nate used to open the halo from deep analysis. He embedded those materials into the grooves around the halo in order. The halo suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light, and a sapphire blue light door appeared in the center. You still dare to say that you haven't been here before? Well, don't worry about the details. Chanrue shrugged at King Octopus and handed over the cloak and glasses. The real 4th floor is inside. Wear this first, just in case. Especially the cloak. It should save a lot of trouble. After all, the purpose of our trip is to find someone. Humph. King Octopus took the glasses and cloak. After thinking about it, he still put them on. The two stepped into the space door. After the scenery distorted, they had entered another world. This world was like a big screen with countless small screens in the middle, which were the subworlds. These subworlds gradually changed like the entrances of activities. Chanrue and Red Mantis walked in the air. Translucent steps automatically appeared under their feet with every step they took. These active worlds contained countless mysterious knowledge and power. Those who entered could choose to enter the entrance to browse or comprehend, but the process had to be completed within a limited time. Once the glasses emitted a red warning light, they had to immediately crush the red jade lock on their cloak, and they could be directly teleported out of the gate. However, the purpose of Chanrue's visit today was not for knowledge, but for Tiffany. Therefore, he took off the glasses. The main function of these magic glasses was overtime alarm and filtering. As soon as he took them off, the scene in his sight suddenly changed. All the worlds disappeared and turned into flashing symbols all over the sky. Ancient runes. This was a world composed of ancient runes. Just like the binary 1 and 0 of a computer, everything was composed of 18 basic symbols. If the ancient runes that Chanrue mastered in his heart were compared to short essays composed of words and sentences, then the entire 4th floor world was a coherent and complete long epic. Although it was not the first time he saw this wonder, Chanrue was still shocked. These runes were profound and mysterious. Even at Chanrue's current level, he still couldn't fully understand it. The skill of deep analysis suddenly ran at a high speed. This place gives me an uneasy feeling. King Octopus took off the glasses and looked surprised. He then put it on again. Well, I'll listen to you next. What should we do? Don't wander around first. Let me take a look. Chen Rui concentrated and began to analyze the traces and patterns of these runes. It was too difficult to find Tiffany from so many small worlds in a limited time. This method of analyzing the essence directly was the most direct. There seems to be traces of change here. Maybe we can start from here. Chenrue looked back and was shocked because King Octopus, who had been waiting for him, suddenly disappeared. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Chapter 778. A considerable part of Chenrue's daily deep analysis had been reserved for the space artifact Tower of Glory. As long as he didn't forcibly activate the Tower of Glory, he could still use deep analysis freely with his current S++ spirit power. This ancient rune world was not static, but it was constantly circulating and changing, just like a huge living body. For Chenrue, who had mastered the basics of runes, it was undoubtedly a huge treasure trove. However, what he needed to do now was not to absorb the knowledge of the treasure trove, but to find his companions and the goal of this trip as soon as possible. Although he didn't know how Tiffany stayed in this place for more than a month, it was certain that in about a few hours, this treasure trove of knowledge would become the scariest hell. Chenrue took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to analyze and identify the changes in the surrounding ancient runes. However, the disappearance of the red mantis just happened, but it was already untraceable like a drop of water in the vast ocean. However, the changes in the runes he discovered earlier were probably left by Tiffany, who entered this world 40 days ago. It could be guessed that Tiffany must have caused some amazing changes. Now that it was impossible to find the red mantis, he could only follow the traces that might be left by Tiffany. Perhaps he could still find relevant clues. Chenrue's deep analysis had been running to the limit. Those incomprehensible sentences were quickly copied by deep analysis. He was looking for possible coincidences in his memory and understanding at high speed. Although there were still some errors, he had faintly understood part of the meaning. It was like a primary school student reading a novel that he was interested in. Although he didn't know many words, he could still roughly understand the general meaning expressed in the novel. Following this general feeling, Chenrue carefully walked forward step by step. In analytical eyes, the transparent ladder was actually a cyclical condition handle. If this handle was combined with alchemy and applied to the real world, it was likely to produce quite wonderful things. Unfortunately, Chenrue didn't have such extra thoughts now. He was just trying to digest and identify the mysterious runes that constituted the origin of the world, looking for traces that might be left by Tiffany. For the rune world, it was like a person's wounds were slowly healing, and many of them had been assimilated. Moreover, the entire world wasn't static. It was constantly changing, which made it more difficult for Chenrue, who was originally an outsider. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Chenrue came to a dejected conclusion. If he continued to search like this, it would be difficult to find any results, even after a few days. There was not much time left for him. If the red mantis did not use the power of the cloak to escape, then he would have implicated the octopus emperor. Therefore, he could only take the risk. What Chenrue had to do was to use deep analysis, understanding of the ancient runes, to use his own power to cause a certain impact on this world so that he could find the clues he wanted to find. Simply put, he was acting as a virus to invade this computer. A physical golden rune appeared in Chenrue's hand, and he slowly flew toward a node that he had been spying on for a long time. This rune seemed to be only the size of a palm, but it condensed all of his power. The golden rune quickly merged into the rune of that node. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Half an hour passed, and there was still no movement. Chenrue gave up waiting helplessly. As he was about to walk forward, several golden lights suddenly appeared in his sight. The golden light of the node spread around like a spider web. Although it was only a small movement relative to the entire world, it was enough to make Chenrue look surprised. He didn't act rashly. He immediately put on the pair of magic glasses, and he saw the world in the glasses change strangely. An intermittent channel appeared in front of him. Chenrue knew that the power of the rune just now was limited. This kind of channel couldn't be maintained for too long, so he immediately walked in. Each section of the channel was another subworld. Chenrue shuttled for a while, and he felt that the wound caused by a certain force to the big world was becoming more and more obvious. Finally, he saw a floating figure in the void. Looking at the figure, this was a woman. Her body exuded a black and white light. As the light intersected, the night and day in the space were constantly changing. A powerful repulsive force was emitted. With Chenrue's current strength, he actually couldn't get close. Tiffany? Chenrue couldn't see the specific appearance of the woman. The distance between the two was about 1,000 meters, but in fact, they were in two different spaces. The repulsive force that Chenrue felt came from the intersection of the spaces. It contained the pure power of the law of destruction, which was very amazing. Chenrue had already felt that the power of the golden rune was about to disappear. So it was very likely that this space would also disappear from his senses because of the changes. Anyway, he had already come this far, and he couldn't fail at the last step. He took a deep breath, and a trace of blood flashed across his eyes. He had already switched to Shura mode. Shura, who had been annihilated in the battle with Terrace, had already been reborn. As long as Chenrue's real body was not destroyed, his doppelganger could be reborn indefinitely. The price was a lot of aura and corresponding time. If the doppelganger didn't leave the real body, Chenrue could directly use the ability, but if he split out a doppelganger, he couldn't use it. A huge black hole appeared in front of him. This was the star devouring that was integrated with Shura's devouring power. Its power was far above the normal star devouring. Chenrue jumped into the black hole and merged with it. In an instant, the extremely pure aura of destruction around him crazily poured into the black hole. The edge of the nothingness of the space gradually solidified into a translucent substance, like glass. As the aura of destruction weakened significantly, a crack appeared on that glass. The crack spread rapidly, and with a bang it shattered. The two spaces merged into one. The black and white light on the woman's body also quickly dimmed. The distance between her and Chenrue was suddenly shortened by a lot, just tens of meters away. Chenrue, who had retracted the black hole, saw clearly. It was indeed Tiffany, but her eyes were closed tightly, and she seemed to be unconscious. At this moment, an extremely dangerous omen surged in Chenrue's heart. His eyes, that should still have some time to warn, suddenly lit up with a warning red light. Before Chenrue could react, the calm world around him instantly boiled. The indescribable aura of ferocious power erupted, and in the blink of an eye, it had already covered the entire world. Tiffany's body was wrapped in the aura and slowly became blurred. Chenrue was so oppressed by that aura that he couldn't move, and he couldn't crush the cloak lock to escape. He could only watch Tiffany's figure disappear, bit by bit, under this aura. Bang! The magic glasses shattered, and the ancient runes that were changing crazily could no longer be seen clearly. However, he could feel the increasingly intense meaning: death, annihilation. Chenrue's vision had become blurred because of the increasingly violent power. Even his body had almost lost consciousness. Only his spirit and soul were struggling to resist. Under such circumstances, even if he could barely cast the Stargate, he couldn't enter at all. This pressure had far exceeded any national-level powerhouse that Chenrue had encountered, and even exceeded that of the Dragon Emperor's father-in-law, Augustus. With such an absolute gap, even if Chenrue could cast the polar transformation, he was definitely not a match for it. The violent and restless rune world gradually calmed down, and his vision began to recover. He saw that in the void in the center there was an additional huge eye. Chinrue had fought with Aicirl, who had a third eye. He had also seen Rodriguez condense the gold and silver eyes and Augustus' eye of the dragon god in the Tower of Destruction using the light and dark elements of origin fragments. However, these eyesight combined were not as terrifying as this eye. Compared with the previous violent breath, this eye exuded a relatively tranquil power, but this tranquility gave people a stronger sense of suffocation. There was no information in the analytical eyes. Obviously, this eye was further away from him than he imagined. The pupil of the eye was black with a crystal-clear meaning. The gaze was very indifferent. Chinrue instinctively felt that as long as this eye had a slight thought, it could turn him into ashes. What a terrifying power this was. According to Terrace, the gods had fallen into a deep sleep. Then this level of strength should be infinitely close to the gods. False god, whose believer are you? The soul-penetrating voice sounded in Chinrue's mind as if it came from the deep hell. Formidable powerhouse, please forgive my presumptuousness. My name is Aguile. I was entrusted by the Bloody Empire, Lord Raisin, to come here and bring back Ms. Tiffany, the noble woman of the Mammon royal family. Chinrue used the analytical eyes and responded in his mind. Ignorant ant. No matter how profound your hiding skills are, that kind of light attribute physique still can't hide from the eyes of a real powerhouse. Body of light blessing. No, I saw something purer than the body of light blessing. Humph. Are you the Pope of the Church of Light or the successor of the Pope? Or what plans does that damned schemer Michael have? Chinrue was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to see through the skills of the super systems, breath-holding, and camouflage at a glance. He directly exposed his body of light blessing. Moreover, this I, said the name of Michael, the head of the 3 supreme angels on the ground without hesitation. It must be a false god powerhouse of the same level. In the most mysterious 4th level of the Bloody Empire weapon making alliance, there was actually a pseudo-god powerhouse hidden in this active ancient runes world. This truth was really too shocking. Chinrue's mind turned quickly, and he said quickly, "Please allow me to explain, honorable sir. My name is Charlie. You may have heard of my name." The voice of the eye revealed a fluctuation that made the soul tremble. Your kind of soul rebirth trick is not worth mentioning in front of my evil eye. Now, answer my question immediately. If you play tricks again, I will turn your soul into complete nothingness. Chapter 779. The name, Charlie, sounded a bit familiar to Chinrue. He should have seen it in the religious materials that he occasionally read on the internet in his previous life. However, in this magical world with Lucifer, Satan, Michael, it was not surprising that there was one more Charlie. Just like the others, he couldn't match the legend in the otaku's memory. Now that his life was in Charlie's hands, and the man had already confirmed his identity as a human and his body of glory, if he denied it or quibbled, he might be killed immediately. What made Chinrue the most nervous was the term soul rebirth. Could he see through it, even though he had transmigrated? But it did not seem like it. Why was it called a trick? Chinrue thought quickly and answered, "My lord, you're really insightful. I'm indeed a human, and from the holy mountain of light. But before I confess the whole thing, I want to ask, what do you mean by the trick of soul rebirth?" Humph. Don't you so-called saints think that you have eternal life and that your soul can be reborn infinitely in the Holy Kingdom? Charlie said disdainfully, "That's just a trick to fool the believers. If you think that you can play tricks in front of me, my evil I will destroy all your hopes." So that's how it is. Chinrue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought of the eternal life that St. Clark and April once said. He couldn't help but frown and said, "It seems that Sir Charlie is very familiar with the Holy Mountain. However, when a saint told me about this eternity, my answer was, I don't know if the so-called rebirth is true. I only know one thing. There is nothing absolutely eternal in the world. Any immortal existence will decay one day, even gods. Charlie was silent for a moment. You're wrong. Gods are truly immortal. Even if you continue, I might consider giving you a chance to live. Chinrue knew very well that the so-called giving him a chance to live was not because of what Charlie had said, but because Charlie had already planned it. It seemed like he still had some value. Otherwise, if Charlie blinked, an ant like him would have been annihilated before he even had the chance to speak. I want to make it clear that I am not a follower of Michael. On the contrary, because of my constitution, the current Pope Fandus saw me as a thorn in his side. I was framed and hunted down by him. Left with no other choice, I took the risk of being swallowed by the dimensional turbulence and came to the demon realm. My body is still shackled by Raphael's divine artifact, True Flame Shackles. The crystalline look in Charlie's black eyes grew even more intense. Chinrue felt a strange power sweep through his body, and his hair stood on end. It really is Raphael's True Flame Shackles. Charlie seemed to be thinking. The power that bound Chinrue gradually loosened. Your soul waves seem to have calmed down a lot. Is it because you've told the truth? Or is it because you've found the rhythm of lying? But judging from the evidence, the former is more likely. All right, according to your story, a majesty with a body of glorious light who should have become the Pope should have considered revenge, right? Although Charlie might believe him, Chinrue knew that these old monsters who had lived for countless years were not easy to deal with. He did not dare to relax. Of course, I want to take back everything that I've lost. With my body of glorious light, the position of Pope should have been mine, but with my current strength, I can't shake the foundation of the sacred mountain at all. However, these are all empty words now. My priority is to stay alive in front of you. Charlie's voice was a little more disdainful. You're smart, but the value you've shown is not enough to pique my interest. It's not enough to disturb this kingdom and wake me up from my slumber. The fourth floor of the library was indeed a pseudo-god kingdom. Chinrue knew very well that it was not a broken kingdom like the Saint Dragon Kingdom, but a true pseudo-god kingdom. Although he had regained the ability to move, he still could not escape. As long as Charlie willed it, he would be annihilated before he could enter the Star Gate. So he had to use his wits. I'm here this time to take Miss Tiffany away. This lady's identity is a little special. As for unintentionally disturbing your slumber, I'm very sorry. Also, I can show you the value that you need. Tiffany, what are you trying to remind me of? Charlie said meaningfully. It seems that you still don't know why she's here. Chinrue carefully probed. I really don't know. I only know that she seems to be a disciple of a big shot. Disciple? What are you trying to say? Charlie seemed to smile. In fact, she's just a tool of Satan. However, after she leaves my place, she should be an important tool. Chinrue faintly understood. Charlie really knows Satan, and Tiffany coming here should be ordered by Satan to use Charlie's power to carry out some kind of ritual or transformation. If I knew this was Sir Satan's intention, I wouldn't have accepted Raisin's commission. Chinrue had already scolded Raisin dozens of times in his heart, but looking at Raisin's attitude, he probably didn't know the secret of a pseudo-god powerhouse on the fourth floor. No matter what, this time it was a trap. The huge I moved slightly. Have you really seen Satan? Yes. Chinrue already had a snake pattern badge in his hand. This was given to me by Sir Satan. I can summon him at any time. It turns out to be like this. With Satan's eyesight, your light physique can't be hidden from him either. He should have his own plan to give you this badge that summons Avatar. Charlie sneered. You're very smart. You didn't summon his avatar in front of me. Then you should understand that your value to Satan doesn't mean that it's valuable to me. I understand. Chinrue bowed, but he was secretly shocked. Charlie inadvertently revealed two truths. First, the snake pattern badge in his hand is actually used to summon Avatar. Second, Satan has long discovered my light physique. The avatar in this world is different from Shura's avatar. It is equivalent to a projection. The strength is only a part of the main body. Legend has it that when the gods show miracles, sometimes avatars will descend. This belongs to the category of quite advanced power. It can also cast the power of the kingdom or other secret techniques. It is by no means comparable to Garadam's simple projection or avatar. As for Satan's plan, Chenrue couldn't know. When he first met Satan, he should only have the body of light blessing. Later, it was absolutely wise to use the dual training technique to remove the trace of demigod power in his body. But Oliphius's body still seems to have some problems. Charlie asked, "What is the power that you just devoured? The destruction power?" Destruction power? Chenrue remembered the previous scene of using the black hole to devour the pure destruction power, and he replied, "That's my mutated devour talent, but the use is not unlimited. When it reaches a certain amount of devouring, it can no longer be used. Even if the use is limited, it is also a great talent to be able to devour the destruction power like that. Maybe it can play an unexpected important role at a certain critical time. Then, I will give you a choice. Accept my evil moon curse mark and do one thing for me. I don't seem to have any reason to refuse this only way to survive." Chenrue smiled bitterly. Charlie's giant eyes glowed with a faint fluorescence, and a strange eye-shaped symbol slowly flew over. Chenrue bowed to the mark and let the curse mark enter his body without any resistance. After the curse mark entered his body, it suddenly turned into a strange power that spread and penetrated into his soul. The super system immediately sounded an alarm, but Chenrue did not confirm the transformation. Instead, a trace of blood-red color flashed quickly in his eyes. He accepted the curse mark in another form. "Very well, you don't have to worry about this curse mark. As long as you don't betray me, it will not cause any harm to you, nor will it bring you any trouble. It can also let you have part of the evil pupil's power. If you really complete this task, I will give you a generous reward, and I can even help you regain everything you have lost." Chenrue nodded respectfully. "Please enlighten me, sir." Charlie's voice was filled with satisfaction. "This matter actually has something to do with Tiffany. She came here with Satan's instructions, and she wants to use my power to complete something. This involves my agreement with Satan. Now it seems that it is almost done." Chenrue thought for a moment. "May I ask, what is it?" "I was going to tell you this. Satan needs my evil pupil's power to turn that girl into a key. This key can open a mysterious place." Chenrue was shocked. Tiffany was a key. Was this the real reason why Satan wanted to take her as his disciple? Was this the fate of the cute girl in his memory? "Her body is very special. She has light and darkness in her body. With Satan's secret technique and my evil eye's baptism, I've perfectly synchronized the light and darkness elements in her body with a mysterious seal. This is the significance of the key. Her baptism has only two results. First, she becomes a real key that has lost her consciousness and crystallizes her flesh and blood. Second, she retains her body and consciousness, but she also has the function of a key. Originally, she almost became the first type of existence, but because you devoured the destruction elemental energy at the crucial moment and the runes you tried to use had some small changes, her current fate has changed a little. It should be the second type of outcome." Chenrue let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, this was better than the first result. This is what I want. I will help her and do something to her body. When the time comes, you can use the power of the evil pupil to sense where she is. At a certain time, Satan will ask her to go to that mysterious place to find something. There is a powerful destructive element there. With your talent and the evil pupil I gave you, you should be able to deal with it. All you need to do is follow her there. Take that thing and give it to me." Chenrue finally understood why Charlie had spared his life. "Master Charlie, what does the thing look like?" he asked. "It's actually a part of something. More accurately, it's half. It should be kept in a silver box. This answer made Chinrue's heart beat wildly. The other half of the thing Charlie was talking about was in his hands. Chapter 780. Silver Box. This had always been a mystery in Chinrue's heart. Back then, Paglio once joined forces with Rolla to fight against Rainieri and Jacob. Then he turned hostile and ambushed Rolla. In the end, he was imprisoned by Dragon Emperor Augustus for 2,000 years because of this box. Chinrue obtained this silver box from Paglio's treasure. He only opened it twice in total. To be precise, it was not really opened. As a result, Shuro was born. The silver box was now hidden in the Fountain of Resurrection in a laboratory in the Rainbow Valley. However, what Chinrue did not expect was that even top powerhouses like Charlie and Satan, who were infinitely close to the gods, were coveting the silver box. Moreover, there was more than one silver box. You've actually heard of this silver box? Although Chinrue's emotional fluctuation was fleeting, it was still captured by Charlie keenly. The surrounding breath suddenly solidified. Chinrue knew that something was wrong. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He replied almost without thinking, "To be honest, sir, when I came to the demon realm, I heard a demigod powerhouse mention a mysterious silver box by chance. However, the silver box I heard is 1/7 of something. I wonder if it is the same thing sir mentioned?" This 1/7 was not made up by Chinrue, but Rolla said at the beginning that the silver box was 1/7 of something. If the 7 could be perfectly combined, even the gods would have to do something. He just did not understand why there was a difference between the two statements. That should be another silver box. If you have any information in this regard, report to me immediately. Chinrue answered quite quickly. Charlie indeed let go of his doubts and replied, "As for 1/7, from another perspective, it can indeed be understood this way. In fact, this thing and something at the peak of the holy mountain of light are also. It's meaningless to talk about this now. As long as you complete my mission, I will do my best to help you return to the human world and ascend to the position of Pope. By then, you will naturally understand many secrets. If we can continue to cooperate, it will be a win-win situation with huge benefits. However, you don't have the right to know. The divine hall of light at the peak of the holy mountain was actually related to the silver box. Even though he didn't have the final answer, he had learned enough secrets today. Chinrue took a deep breath and regained his composure. Sir, there is one more thing. Is there a way to hide my glorious body? Since I'm already working for you, I naturally don't want to be seen through by others. Moreover, this is the devil world. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Actually, your disguise technique is already brilliant enough. If it were another false god powerhouse, they wouldn't be able to instinctively sense the uncomfortable light aura if they didn't have the experience of fighting those fellows from the surface world for countless years. More importantly, your worries are unnecessary now. There was a hint of pride in Charlie's voice. The evil moon sigil contains the power of my evil eye. As long as you can understand its mysteries, you'll be able to perfectly conceal the glorious body of light and other auras. Unless you're willing to reveal it, even Michael can't see through it. Of course, except for me. Not only that, fusing with the power of the evil eye can also speed up the process of removing the true flame shackles. I can see that it's only a matter of time before you break free from the shackles. However, I have to warn you about one thing first. The evil moon sigil has become one with your soul. You can fuse and borrow it, but you must never try to remove the sigil. Also, don't try to betray me. Otherwise, you'll get the most miserable end in this world. Understood? Chinrue exhaled. I have partner this time, and many mechanics in the Mechanic Association outside seem to be infected by some kind of leaked power. Is your partner that little kingdom-level octopus? He revealed his original body and tried to attack this kingdom to escape, but I subdued him. I'll send him and Tiffany away from here. As for the Mechanic Association, it's because of the leakage of some kind of power of law caused by Tiffany's baptism. It should be fine now. Thank you, sir. I'll never disclose what happened today to anyone, Chinrue said and bowed again. You're very smart. I've always been fair in rewards and punishments. Other than the power of the evil eye, I have 2 more things to give you. Charlie's black pupils flashed, and something flew over. Chinrue took it and looked at it. It was a hexagonal bronze badge with an eye pattern on it. This is the Evil Eye Sigil. It can summon my clone. When you're looking for the thing that Tiffany is looking for, if you encounter Satan's obstruction, you can use this sigil. I need to accumulate power now, so I'll be sleeping most of the time. So, you must never use the sigil to disturb me. Otherwise, you'll summon a nightmare that destroys yourself. It wasn't the first time that Chinrue heard this tone. He nodded proficiently. Judging from your previous performance, you have an amazing foundation and understanding of ancient runes. This memory crystal contains the essence of ancient runes. Ancient runes is one of the necessary foundations of the false god state. Whether it's to enter that mysterious place or for your future, it's essential. Countless runes around suddenly turned into a crystal light and fell into Chinrue's hands. Chinrue looked happy and bowed. Thank you, sir. He knew very well that this was nothing more than a carrot and a stick. Apart from the silver box, where the mystery was in the long run, he, the body of light and the successor of the Pope, should also be of some value to Charlie. Maybe he would also be involved in the secret of the false gods stealing faith. Soon after, Chinrue's figure appeared outside the thick door on the 4th floor. There were 2 people lying on the ground. One was Red Pipit, the Octopus King, and the other was Tiffany, who was wearing a veil. Octopus King woke up first. When he saw Chinrue, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and said, "This is the door? Illusion?" Chinrue shook his head. "You have already changed to the Illusion King. You showed your original body just now and stirred the power of that world, so we came out." "Really? That place is too scary. I don't want to go there again." King Octopus crawled up and looked at the door with lingering fear. It stretched its body and said, "Ouch, my head hurts. My bones feel like they're falling apart." Bones? Isn't octopus a mollusk? Chinrue's strange look made Octopus King panic inexplicably. At this time, there was a sound of from the ground. Tiffany finally woke up. "Who are you?" Tiffany slowly stood up and stared at the 2 coldly. There was a murderous aura like ice in her eyes. Sure enough, it is the ruthless killer of Mountain Sacred, not the curious and naive girl at the trade fair. Chinrue had already guessed that just like her light and dark physique, there was also a dual personality in this body. In analytical eyes, Tiffany's strength had reached S+. It seemed that the so-called baptism had also improved her strength. Unfortunately, this was only for the sake of the key. Even in the eyes of her teacher, this girl was just a sad tool. "We were entrusted by Raisin to bring you out from the 4th floor." Facing the vigilant Tiffany, Chinrue seemed very indifferent. Obviously, this mission has been completed. Tiffany looked at Chinrue and Octopus King closely. She secretly felt the changes in her body and finally let go of her hostility. The mission of this trip to the library was finally completed, although the twists and turns were unbelievable. Among Charlie's rewards, the evil pupil emblem was fine, but the memory crystal containing the essence of ancient runes was the biggest gain. It could improve Chinrue and Rala's level of ancient runes by several levels. Besides, Charlie's statement that ancient runes is one of the necessary foundations of the pseudo-god realm should not be fabricated. In addition, the evil moon sigil was also one of the gains. According to Charlie, the power of the evil pupil contained in it was far more than just shielding the body of glorious light. Of course, this sigil was actually a death sentence. It was also a means for Charlie to control Chinrue. However, even someone as powerful as Charlie did not expect that this guy who received the evil moon sigil still had an incarnation. The sigil was actually swallowed by the incarnation. However, Chinrue did not intend to completely swallow the evil moon sigil and alarmed Charlie. If he angered this boss, it was likely to implicate others. Therefore, this sigil was still temporarily stored in Shura's body. In case Charlie had any means of remote control or detonation in the future, it would only work on Shura. At most, he would let Shura fake his death and self-destruct. After waiting for 10 days to half a month, he would be fine again. The light and dark baptism on Tiffany's body would take 2 to 3 years to completely condense. At that time, she would go to a mysterious place to find another silver box. Chinrue was still considering whether to participate in this muddy water or not. He clearly realized that the most important key was his own strength. If he could reach the level of competing with Satan and Charlie, then he could be the oriole behind the mantis, stalking the cicada instead of being a cicada used as bait or a manipulated puppet. 2 to 3 years. It seems that the goal is not only the challenge of the 3 empires or Raisin. Maybe there are more. Chinrue slowly clenched his fists. When the 3 figures appeared outside the library, Raisin was already waiting there. Your Majesty, my friend and I have completed your entrustment. Raisin nodded. Master Turia and the rest of the mechanics have woken up. Thank you for this trip. Sirs, please go back and rest first. Raisin glanced at Tiffany behind Chinrue. Tiffany. Tiffany's gaze seemed to be colder. What's the matter? This tone was completely unlike the attitude a noblewoman should have toward the emperor. Raisin shook his head, slowly. Then I'm leaving. Tiffany dropped a sentence and turned to leave. Raisin frowned and did not stop her. When Chinrue met with the Dark Elemental King, he saw Bellywin at the door of the lounge behind him with gratitude. She bowed deeply to him, and he nodded immediately. As the 3 of them were walking, King Octopus knocked his head that had been faintly aching and said, "Wait a minute, I remember. There is a force in that world that makes me tremble. I seem to have fainted. Why did I suddenly appear at the door with you? I can only say that you think too much." Chinrue shrugged. If you like to insist on thinking when you have a headache, think about something else. Something else? For example, a fate duel. Damn, my head seems to hurt more. Chapter 781. A day later, Chinrue led the envoys back to the fallen angel empire. The Dark Elemental King Hegel had already left without saying goodbye. Octopus King Red Pipit's original purpose was to wander around the demon realm on the way. After all, he was imprisoned in the Black Sea for so many years, and he was bored. However, not only did he not help much on this trip, but he also suffered a small loss in the strange place on the 4th floor of the book collection pavilion. He felt a little embarrassed. In addition, he was abused badly in the fateful duel, so he bid farewell to Chinrue halfway. In general, Octopus King was still a worthy friend. After Chinrue failed to persuade him to stay, he agreed to reunite with him at the Fallen Angel Capital's Alchemist contest half a year later, and he left reluctantly. The Bloody Empire's mission this time was more tortuous than expected, but the result was better than expected. Not only Raisin was cured, but they also got the promise of a strategic alliance within 2 years. The distribution network of magic games was fully spread in the Bloody Empire, and the progress was even faster than the Shadow Empire. Even if Catherine had the intention to obstruct, the Shadow Empire couldn't stop the trend that had been popular in most of the demon realm under the background of the peace agreement between the 3 empires. Especially after the Fallen Angel Empire's Mechanic Association launched a ranking list, the popularity of magic games reached a new height. This ranking list was divided into the overall ranking list and the regional ranking list. It included the ranking of level, comprehensive points, profession combat power, boss first kill, boss fastest kill, and so on. These lists were all named by the players in the game. Of course, many players used their real names, but in the demon realm, there was no such thing as name and portrait rights. Those who could be on the list would not only not cause trouble, but they would also be proud of it. Every month, those on the list would receive different levels of rewards from the Mechanic Association. In particular, The ranking list that was automatically cleared every month was the most popular. The points could be used to exchange for game equipment, items, materials, and so on. It could also be exchanged for a certain amount of magic crystal coins in reality. The way to make money in virtual games increased the popularity of magic games to a whole new level. Magic game TV towers popped up everywhere. The consecutive sales of Magic TVs and Magic game helmets brought huge profits to the three empires. However, in Chen Rui's plan, even if there was no profit at all, the promotion was still worth it. Because, compared to the future, the current profits could only be regarded as a drizzle. At the same time, the players who chose the special profession of puppet pilots also entered the sights of the Imperial Black Ops. The best of these players would be the pilots of the construct puppets in the future. This kind of nationwide recruitment was much better than traditional conscription training in terms of quality and quantity. After returning to the Dark Moon Estate, Chen Rui, the initiator of all this, spent most of his time behind closed doors to study the evil moon incantation in his body. Charlie didn't lie to him. The power of the evil eye contained in the evil moon incantation was indeed extraordinary. Chen Rui only extracted a part of it and integrated it into his body, but his eyesight had been greatly enhanced. He could also exude a spiritual deterrent force similar to the dragon's demeanor from his eyes. After learning about the second silver box, Rala's eyes suddenly became bright. However, this silver box was the target of the pseudo-god powerhouses, so the chances of getting it were almost zero. Chinrui asked about the secret of the silver box again. Rala hesitated for a while, but she still insisted on not saying it. It was not because Miss Long wanted to keep it all to herself. She had no secrets from Chenrui now. It was just that the secret of the silver box involved the power related to the gods. Even if she reached the kingdomization and stepped into the super rank, she might not be able to touch it. However, for Scholar, this secret had a near-fatal attraction. Even Fairy Miss Long herself could only use a secret technique to forcibly close a part of her thoughts to avoid being tempted and being distracted in training. Especially the 6 elemental kingdoms were still a training method with a high risk factor. Therefore, she didn't want Chenrui to fall into such troubles. At present, focusing on the advancement of strength was the most important thing. It was best to study it after reaching demigod or pseudo-god. Chenrui finally understood Rala's good intentions, so he didn't ask anymore. He kissed Fairy Miss Long and took out a gift. It was the memory crystal containing the essence of ancient runes. Every time the memory crystal was read, the memory imprint would be indifferent. In other words, it would shatter and disappear when the reading times reached a certain limit. However, Chenrui had a powerful tool like deep analysis. He only read it once, and he copied the massive amount of information into his memory. He would slowly digest and absorb it in the future. Rala could still use it for at least 100 times. For Ms. Valley Master of the Rainbow Valley, knowledge was more valuable than black crystal coins. Of course, black crystal coins were also very important. This memory crystal was undoubtedly the best gift. She hugged Chenrui and spun a few times in the same place under great joy. Later, in order to maintain a man's dignity, the Deputy Valley Master retaliated by hugging Ms. Valley Master and rolling all the way to the bed. The date of his wedding with Jia was approaching day by day. Someone who was training behind closed doors and occasionally selling his body to comfort his wives didn't know that a conspiracy was unfolding against him. To be precise, it was against Aguile. Oliphius, do you understand? The black dragon chick was chewing a few skewers of grilled squid in her hand. Don't play dumb. Alice curled her lips. Otherwise, I won't treat you to the next barbecue meatballs. Braised chicken wings, 3 delicacies hot pot, tofu pudding, and tofu bean curd soup. Just listening to these names made the black dragon chick drool. She nodded quickly, I understand. Isn't it to help you deal with that brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? That despicable guy just lied to my sister by dealing with obsidian back then. I hate that guy the most. I want to make him make a fool of himself at the wedding. Not only at the wedding, but also at the concert before the wedding. And, by the way, let's make an appointment to mess with him first. Just treat it as a rehearsal. You must help me. The black dragon chick was a little worried. She took the money but did not do it. She was best at embezzlement, misappropriation, false invoices, and so on. However, Alice was a good friend. If she did this, it would be too unfriendly. The most important thing was that she had been freeloading many times. If she always stood her up, there would be one less free meal ticket in the future. The problem was that Alice had to deal with the boss who paid her salary. There were benefits on both sides. The chick was reluctant to let go of either side. By the way, I seem to have promised the boss not to reveal Aguile's identity to Alice. Otherwise, my salary and benefits for the whole year will be deducted. This is not easy to handle. Just as the black dragon chick was struggling to sing Dilemma in her heart, Alice threw out a heavy magic weapon. 1 month of free meal coupons at the VIP building of the Princess Villa. 50 specially provided yellow wine coupons. 1 gold crystal gift certificate for the Princess Retail Store Jewelry Carnival. Deal. The black dragon chick held the little lowly's hand with tears in her eyes. Mom said that I must take advantage of the situation. Boss, it's not that my army is incompetent, but the enemy is too cunning. The next day, Chen Rue, who was summoned by Jia, came to the capital palace through the teleportation portal of the Rainbow Valley. Mr. Aguile, have you been busy recently? For a man who is about to become the husband of the empire, shouldn't you seize the last moment to enjoy a life of indulgence so that you won't have this opportunity in the future? There were no outsiders here, so Jia's purple eyes showed a hint of a smile. Chenrue shrugged. Your Majesty, the charming Empress, should I feel sad or honored? Honored. There is no doubt about the answer. Jia replied affirmatively. Is our bridesmaid ready? There will be a much-anticipated concert before the wedding. I am looking forward to her performance. Her Majesty the Empress, who is always talking about politics, is now talking about the Crystal Palace. Is this a woman? Chenrue could only smile. In fact, the bridesmaid had another original sentence. If Our Majesty the Empress said that she is looking forward to my performance, then I am also looking forward to her performance on my man's bed. The lethality of this sentence was too great, and it also had a knockout effect. Considering the stability of the Crystal Palace, it definitely couldn't be conveyed. But speaking of it being a hooligan, passion in bed, the seductive Madame Ant was enough to drag the serious Her Majesty the Empress down a street. Only the little demon girl, Kia, could match it. Seeing Chen Rue smile, Jia didn't ask further. She took out an envelope. This is an invitation letter that Alice asked me to deliver. She said that she wants to perform at the concert. In the afternoon, she invited Aguile to the suburbs to play and rehearse. Alice? Invite me? Chenrue took the invitation letter and inexplicably thought of the bits and pieces of playing in the dark moon with the little lowly back then. There was a burst of warmth in his heart. But this time the person Alice invited is actually Aguile, whom I have always hated. With the black-bellied lowly, she must be up to no good. How long do you want to hide it from Alice? Jia sighed. Actually, Alice has always liked you since the dark moon. She likes you very much. You misunderstood, Jia. I also like Alice, but just like a younger sister? Jia shook her head. Alice not only likes you, but she is no longer a child. If she knows that the person of her sister's wedding is the man she likes the most, she will be very sad. Well, there are always troubles growing up. I can't do anything to someone who is interested in me, right? Chenrue sighed. I already don't know how to clean up my sister's fiancé, Oliphius. If there is another one, it will be more troublesome. Jia stared into his eyes. Of course, others can't, even if you want to. But Alice is my sister. Ever since she was young, I've always given her whatever she wanted. Well, The legendary benefit of sisters is what otakus dream of. If I really want to give my sister, it will be hypocritical to be unreasonable. Wait things. In this case, remarry the original husband, Aguile, and make him Princess Alice's husband. Jia's words shocked Chinrue, and then he burst into tears. It turns out that it is not the legendary sister, but the husband. Wait, remarry. Seeing Royal Highness Prince Consort's bitter face, Her Majesty Empress finally showed a moving smile. Well, no matter what, this trip must make Alice happy. Otherwise, I will tell our little princess Royal Highness Aguile's true identity. Finally, I will remind you that your 3-year appointment with her is coming soon. The last sentence made Chenrue feel a little dazed, as if he had returned to the situation when he hooked his finger with the little girl. 3 years so fast. Chapter 782. The capital's outskirts, Misty Leaf Mountain. The geographical location of Misty Leaf Mountain was relatively remote, but the scenery was quite good. The characteristic plant was a kind of blue leaf that exuded a fragrant mist. That was how Misty Leaf Mountain got its name. The place where Alice invited Aguile to play was at Misty Leaf Mountain. In addition to the 2 demon Emperor-level lamp spirit guards, the little princess Royal Highness also had a good friend, Oliphius. Aguile was still wearing the standard outfit of a mask and cloak. The 4 of them rode demonic beasts all the way to Misty Leaf Mountain and chose a relatively flat grassland. Oliphius, go and dig a stove. Sister Jeanine, can you go and get some prey nearby? The little lowly took out a large tablecloth, skillfully spread it on the ground, and began to set the plates. Jenny and Jean nodded in assent before departing. Brother, Aguile, can you help me pick some jade dragon fruit and purple vanilla for barbecue? The little lowly came to Chinrue and handed him a small basket with an irresistible, innocent smile on her face. Chinrue suddenly thought of the angel-like smile when he met Alice for the first time and was abducted to Aldos' lab by her. There was a knowing smile behind the mask as he took the small basket. Okay, Your Highness Alice. After Chinrue left, Alice's eyes suddenly changed. She looked a bit gloomy, as if she was holding a flashlight to illuminate her face. She took out a small bag. Oliphius, we should move. Hand me the basket. I want to put a strong laxative in that berry juice. Humph. When Aguile has diarrhea later, you go and set a fire next to him. Ah. The black dragon chick scratched her head and secretly hid the empty bottle in her hand behind her. The little lowly had quickly set the plate. You quickly give me the berry juice, or that guy will come back in a while. The black dragon chick asked guiltily, Is it the sour and sweet bottle? Ah. The little lowly immediately reacted, and she had a bad feeling. She quickly grabbed the basket and opened it. She was dumbfounded. Where is my berry juice? And the anesthetic pudding? Where are the swelling grass biscuits? All gone. The black dragon chick said embarrassedly, That pudding smells a little like Mama. It tastes really good. How could you do this? The heart's blood that Alice carefully prepared for 2 days was eaten up by Oliphius. She cried out, I just dug a stove, and you have eaten all the things that I carefully prepared. Because you said we could have a big meal, so I purposely left my stomach empty for lunch. I'm too hungry now. The black dragon chick said embarrassedly, and her stomach made a goo-goo sound. Looking at Alice's teary face, the black dragon chick said guiltily, How about, Alice? I'll give you an extra skewer of barbecue. No, 2 skewers. I don't want barbecue. Alice suddenly thought of something and opened her teary eyes. Don't you feel that your body is numb? Or do you feel bloated? It's all right. It's just that the biscuits didn't swell at all. I'm still hungry now. The black dragon chick touched her stomach, looking like she wanted to continue. Seeing Alice's sad look, she rolled her eyes. Alice, you don't know. Old Aguile is much more powerful than me. This little thing won't work on him. I have a kind of medicine. I heard that it's a super tonic. Tonic? Alice was stunned. No, The black dragon chick showed a rare, wise look, and she shook her finger with wisdom in her hand. Paglio lied to me that it is a tonic, but judging from his and sister's performance last time, it should be a problematic poison. For this bottle of medicine, Paglio and Rolla even had a fight. As a result, Paglio was beaten into a pig's head. Although I don't understand, it sounds very powerful. The little Loli suddenly became energetic. She didn't even bother to wipe her tears. Where is the bottle of medicine? Look, there was a bottle in the black dragon chick's hand. It was a black solution. Why does the bottle look a bit like black pear juice? It's just a bottle of black pear juice, but it has a very expensive and delicious poison in it. Speaking of delicious, the black dragon chick's stomach cried out again. Is it very poisonous? Will it poison Igual to death? The little Loli's purpose was to mess with people, never to harm people. No matter what, that annoying guy is Sister's husband, and Sister really doesn't seem to dislike him. The black dragon chick thought about it. Last time, Paglio asked me to let the boss drink it, so it shouldn't poison him to death. Moreover, if I let the boss drink it this time, I might be able to get the reward from last time. Thinking of this, the black dragon chick's eyes glowed like a black crystal coin, which overshadowed her appetite. It won't poison him to death. I can guarantee it. Okay, just give it to Igual to drink. Alice raised her little fist. But this is a very expensive poison. The black dragon chick deliberately emphasized the word very expensive. Oliphius, are we friends? What? 2 months of free meal vouchers in the VIP building of Princess Villa. 100 special quality yellow wine vouchers. 2 gold crystal gift certificates for the Princess Retail Store Jewelry Carnival. A second later, Alice successfully got the very expensive and delicious poison. At this time, a suggestive cough came, and Chun Rui's figure appeared in time in their sight. Princess Alice, this is purple vanilla and jade dragon fruit. Brother Igual, you are so fast. Alice's big eyes flashed with little stars, showing a look of admiration. I bought this bottle of black pear juice from the most famous Wawa beverage shop in the city. You must try it. Chinrue took the bottle of men's tonic, and he was speechless. Not to mention anything else. Just based on Chunrue's understanding of this little Loli, he knew that the little stars just now were just a cover for the 2 horns on her head and the little tail behind her. Besides, he didn't go far at all just now. He had been hiding nearby. As for the purple vanilla and jade dragon fruit, there were ready-made stocks in the storage warehouse. I remember that Poison Dragon said that this bottle of tonic has been destroyed by the black dragon chick. She actually secretly hid it again. This thing is not comparable to the third-rate anesthetic laxatives of the little Loli. If I really drink it, something big will happen today. Fortunately, I am more careful. Brother Igual, aren't you going to drink it? The little Loli's eyes shone with hope. Someone dropped money there. Chinrue pointed to the distance. As soon as he finished speaking, Oliphius had already dashed away like lightning. The wind stirred up by the black dragon chick made Alice's hair flutter. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. When she opened her eyes, the bottle in Chinrue's hand was empty, and the other hand closed the mask, and very good taste. Thank you, Your Highness Alice. Alice looked at the empty bottle suspiciously. Aya, why does my head hurt a little? Chinrue covered his chest again. My heart is starting to hurt too. Is there something wrong with my recent training? Really? Strangely enough, Alice did not look happy at all. Instead, she had a strange look on her face. One of my brothers once told me that when we explain a set of facts to people, most people will tell us the possible results. They can put the facts together in their minds, and by thinking about it, they can come up with the results. However, there are a few people, if you tell them the results, they can infer what the steps are to produce this result through their inner consciousness. This is called the retrospective inference method. Chinrue was taken aback. These words seemed to be what I said when I was telling Sherlock Holmes to the little lowly back then. I didn't expect her to remember it so clearly. The little lowly walked over slowly and looked at Chinrue with a scrutinizing gaze. Her nose twitched again as if she was smelling something, although Alice could only look up at him from the height. Chinrue, who was a little scared, actually had the illusion of being looked down at. "Your hands are clean." "Ah, thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. I mean, your nails don't have the residue or smell of purple vanilla or jade dragon fruit. There's not much mud on your shoes, only a little grass stalk. This shows that you didn't pick the jade, dragon fruit, and purple vanilla just now, and you didn't leave this area. Or you have overheard my conversation with Oliphius nearby." A pipe suddenly appeared in the little lowly's hand. She put it to her mouth and smacked it, looking like a great detective. Chinrue had begun to sweat. "I see the most terrifying inference. Method again. Then you should know that there is a problem with what you just drank. So you used money to lure Oliphius away. When I couldn't open my eyes, you quickly poured the black pear juice. If I guess correctly, you should pour it into the space item instead of the ground, just in case." "No way. She can even push it out from the storage space." The little lowly took the pipe and pointed in the direction of Oliphius. "Then you must be extremely familiar with Oliphius, or she is also very familiar with you. Your cuff has a little burn mark, and I can smell a strange smell. I only smelled this smell in Teacher Rolla's Rainbow Valley laboratory. You should be doing some kind of magic experiment in Rainbow Valley these 2 days. That kind of place is not accessible to ordinary people, so your relationship with Teacher Rolla is definitely not ordinary. Also, your mask is very new, and the edges are not smooth enough. There are almost no scratches, indicating that your mask is not often worn or changed. In other words, you don't wear a mask most of the time. The reason why you wear a mask is not to maintain a sense of mystery, but to conceal your true appearance. Or you are probably someone we are very familiar with." Chinrue was really sweating this time. This is much more terrifying than the blind guess back then. After not seeing the little lowly for a while, she actually has such a powerful deduction ability. Then, the Sherlock brand pipe in the little lowly's hand disappeared in an instant. She put her hands on her waist, raised her fingertips into a beautiful arc, and pointed at Chinrue's mask. Her body exuded a powerful aura. "Who are you?" "Well, actually, I came out this time to tell you the truth. I wanted to tell you a long time ago." Chinrue smiled bitterly. "I just didn't expect." At this moment, Chinrue's heart suddenly had a warning sign. At the same time, the black dragon chick in the distance suddenly made a low roar. Chinrue was taken aback. He saw Oliphius's black hair began to flutter all over the sky, and her body exuded an extremely fierce aura. Not good. Chinrue immediately understood that the strange power in the black dragon chick's body broke out. It actually happened at this time. Oliphius's pupils quickly turned white, and the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead shone brightly. Her nails quickly extended to 1/2 a foot in length. Her gaze fell on Alice and Chinrue. She roared and instantly appeared in front of the two of them. She took the lead to grab Alice. Alice was shocked, but her strength was too weak. She could only watch her good friend, who had lost her mind, launch this fatal blow to herself. "Alice!" A loud shout sounded, and the little lowly felt that she fell into a warm embrace. As the scenery shook, she had already appeared in the distance. She escaped from the terrifying feeling of death. "Don't move here," Chinrue instructed and flew to Oliphius. Now the black dragon chick was delirious, and her attacks were extremely violent. The most important thing was that Isabella, who could calm her, and the little mermaid princess, who could shorten her rage period with her singing, were not around. Chinrue was afraid of hurting the little chick, so he could only defend passively. Jeannie and Jeanine, who had obtained the prey, had already returned with the prey. Seeing this scene, they were both taken aback. Jeannie waved her hand, and buffs such as acceleration and strength immediately appeared on Qinrui. However, the debuffs cast by Jinyin had no effect on the black dragon chick who had magic immunity. "Don't come over, you too. Protect Alice." "Yes, Master." Jeannie and Jean immediately came to Alice. "Sister Jeanine, what do you call him?" Alice once went to the City of Stars to test the game, and she knew that the City of Stars was the ruin of the Grand Master's inheritance. All the alchemy creatures there respected one master. Jeannie and Jean looked at each other and did not answer. Alice suddenly remembered the familiar sentence of Alice just now, and an almost incredible inference suddenly came to her mind. The battle between Qinrui and the black dragon chick had entered a white-hot stage. The battle power of the peak stage of the demon overlord, especially when one side could not restrain it, was quite amazing. Qinrui did not use a powerful move. He just tried his best to divert Oliphius's violent power with the power of water, but Oliphius's strength after rage was close to S++, especially after merging with the Dragon Island's secret treasure, the demon-resisting claws. Her claws could be said to be invincible. Even the aura blade couldn't cut them off. With a slight carelessness, his shoulder was clawed, and there were 5 shocking bloody marks suddenly. Qinrui endured the pain and grabbed Oliphius's arm firmly. As the two's power contended, the nearby ground distorted terrifyingly. Even the protective enchantment jointly created by Jeannie and Jeanine was constantly shaking and trembling in the powerful force field. Qinrui's heart moved. His eyes channeled the newly realized power of the evil pupil, and he stared at Oliphius's face. Under the effect of the power of the evil pupil, Oliphius's gaze was involuntarily attracted to him. They looked at each other, and her white pupils slowly returned to black. She also regained consciousness. "Boss!" She had already fainted after saying 2 words. Qinrui caught the black dragon chick's soft body and held her up. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect that the evil pupil taught by Charlie could actually restrain Satan's strange power. It seems that this is the best way to relieve Oliphius's rage. I have to study more in the future." As soon as the battle was over, the little loli over there had already rushed over, hugged him tightly, and cried, "You liar brother!" Chapter 783. Under the attention of the entire demon realm, the wedding day of Her Majesty of the Fallen Angel Empire finally arrived. Almost all lords and the upper echelons of the empire attended the wedding ceremony held in the morning. The Shadow Empire and the Bloody Empire also sent messengers to deliver congratulatory gifts. The whole ceremony was grand and solemn. The whole process was broadcast by Magic TV. However, Qinrui, who was also one of the protagonists, was dizzy all the way. The royal wedding was no trivial matter, especially for the supreme ruler, Her Majesty the Emperor. Various steps, etiquette, and rituals must be followed. As for how it was completed, the dizzy male protagonist had some vague memories. He only remembered that it took 2 hours to dress up beforehand. Agual, who appeared in front of the public, still wore a mask to remain mysterious, but this mask was a simplified version that only covered the eyes, revealing the mouth, nose, and black hair. After the wedding ceremony was successfully completed, Agual officially became the husband of Empress Jia. In fact, the husband was just an accessory of the Empress. It was more of a symbol. In a sense, it was equivalent to being used as a queen, chief male pet, etc. Her Majesty Empress had the right to revoke or replace it. Even if Agual was really the rumored king of Beelzebub, this relationship also meant the surrender of the Beelzebub royal family. After the ceremony, there was a celebration. Not only was there a traditional banquet and ball, but there were also 2 major celebrations. The first was the Queen's Cup Battle Ball game held in the Royal Arena in the afternoon. Although the Battle Ball was impacted by the magic game, its popularity still did not decrease, especially when the Battle Ball League of the 3 Empires was about to begin. The Queen's Cup game was actually the most important warm-up game before participating in the Demon Realm League. The two teams that were playing were the Red Blood team and the Flame team. The players were elites selected from all over the world. They were equivalent to the national team. Their individual skills and abilities could be rated as top-notch today, but they still needed to be further honed in terms of tacit understanding. After a fierce and wonderful confrontation, the Red Blood team defeated the Flame team 4-2 to win the championship. Since the Battle Ball became popular, the Demon Realm audience had a considerable level of appreciation. This high-level game was like a sumptuous meal that made the fans eat heartily. The second event was the large-scale concert Dream Night that opened in the evening. The venue was also the arena. This was the second concert held by the Demon Realm. After the first concert gathered countless people, this concert was unprecedentedly popular. Countless fans came from all directions, including the fans of the other two empires. The arena was full again. The admission tickets of the concert had already been snapped up, and the black market price had also been inflated to an astonishing height. Fortunately, the Fallen Angel Empire was prepared. They added large screens for live broadcasts in the square and many locations, and sent a large number of soldiers to maintain order to prevent chaos. The two protagonists of today's wedding ceremony were also watching the concert. However, they weren't at the venue, but in the palace. To be precise, they were in the palace. There was no magic TV in the palace, but it was as if they were at the scene. After all, there was a special ceremony. Our bridesmaid is amazing, but why does the beginning of the world seem so familiar? The bride and the groom held hands and sat on the sofa, watching the veiled woman who was playing music in the magic forest. In the elegant sound of Tsuchin, a graceful figure walked in the mist, appearing ethereal and mysterious. Amazing. Chen Rui's forehead was a little sweaty. It was indeed amazing. How was this the beginning of the world? It was clearly the end of the world. His aunt really played such a song at the wedding celebration concert. There was a strange friendship between Isabella and Jia, especially after the life and death battle with Obsidian. This friendship became stronger, but the tit-for-tat performance gave the happy male pig a headache from time to time. All right, let's just treat it as the beginning of the world. Jia smiled knowingly. I'll accept her gift. I'll give her a big gift in return for her next wedding. Chen Rui really wanted to say, revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? But it was obvious that this was a subtle battle between women, and it was better for men not to get involved. He immediately poured 2 glasses of fruit wine and handed them to Jia. According to the rules of our hometown, newlyweds should drink a glass of cross-cup wine. Jia's attention was indeed diverted. She showed a cautious expression, turned off the projection, took the wine glass, and drank the wine according to the posture Chen Rui said with crossed arms. According to the rules of my hometown, you are my official wife. Chen Rui looked at Jia's moving purple eyes and delicate red lips. My Princess Royal, you are so beautiful. The address of Princess Royal made Shay seem to return to the time when the two of them first met. The experiences of knowing each other, loving each other, parting in life and death appeared in her mind. A warm feeling slowly spread in her heart. The usual cold face on the throne had long melted, leaving only the warmth. Naturally, the 4 lips fused together, and the warm feeling quickly spread from the junction to the whole body. Wait a minute. Jia suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed the hand that was sliding down. This won't do. I have waited for several years. I can't wait any longer. There is a saying in my hometown that the night is long, but the night is short. We have to hurry up. Chen Rui smiled, picked her up, and walked to the bed with a standard princess carry. Since you are the husband, you must listen to my orders. Jia struggled a few times, and her voice suddenly softened. Is tonight okay? In the future, you can do whatever you want. It was the first time that Chen Rui heard this kind of pleading tone. His heart swayed, and he finally put her down gently. Answer a few questions for me first. Jia pulled Chinrue to sit on the bed. Okay. I have been wondering, what is the reason for you to establish the alliance of the three empires? Is it to unify the power of the demon realm, to deal with or to retaliate against the human world where you were originally? You never seem to mention to me what happened before you came to the demon realm. As your wife, I want to know everything about you. Chinrue thought for a while. Before coming to the demon realm, my memory is fragmented. I only remember the super Grand Master's inheritance and my former name, Arthur. It is like a dream, just like how I abandoned the name Arthur. I had abandoned everything in the past. The demon world had my beloved woman, my best friend, and the business that I had built up. This was my home. I would never leave this place. As for the Alliance of Kingdoms, it has nothing to do with revenge. I just want to eliminate the root cause of the war in the demon realm and truly let the fallen angel empire and even the entire demon realm develop in peace. There are many other ideas, including how to defeat the two empires without shedding a single drop of blood in the next 2 years, as well as some economic and military measures. But these are not suitable to be discussed on our wedding night. What if I insist? Dear Royal Highness, you said you would answer the question. Jia glanced at him with a faint smile. Chinrue's face suddenly became bitter. No way, this is not scientific. Sister, the night is too short. If I knew it, I wouldn't have agreed. This expression fell into Jia's eyes, and she smiled. Well, then let's change the question. How did you coax Alice during that outing? These days, I saw that she was very energetic, completely different from the listlessness of a few months ago. She even personally made a gift for me. Could it be that you've successfully tricked my younger sister into your hands? What is successful? In fact, I am the loser, okay? Chinrue recalled a series of moves such as flying pounce, bear hug, lowly sit, and neck wrapping when Her Royal Highness saw through the identity of Igual that day. He couldn't help but shudder. That day Alice cried and laughed. That day he walked back with Alice on his back. That day the two made a formal agreement. No matter what identity it was in the future, no matter what the relationship between the two was, he would always be by her side without any reason or condition. With this solemn promise, Alice finally put down the big stone in her heart, and she no longer entangled in 3 or 2 years. In fact, the reason why the little lowly made a long-term plan was that the little lowly had one thing that she struggled with the most. She was almost 17 years old. Why hadn't her height and appearance changed in the past 2 years? Especially the chest. Why did I hear that my sister started at the age of 15, therefore I must wait until I really have the hardware to compete? I must defeat my sister, defeat Athena, defeat Kia. Speaking of which, when did teacher Rala develop the quick magic of the big-breasted aliens? The above is the little lowly's random entry. When Jia saw Chinrue was distracted, she pinched the soft flesh on his waist. No matter what, being able to see Alice regain her vitality, you barely pass. By the way, yesterday a lady told me that although I'm the only woman of Igual, it's just a sock puppet or smuff. According to the main body, I'm ranked last, right? Chinrue wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could say the name of yesterday's lady with his eyes closed. I say, can you not be more like the end of the world? The third question is, how many more women are you going to collect? Jia pinched her waist and made a difficult 360-degree rotation with her fingers. It was the move that lady taught her. Not more than one. Really. With you guys, I'm really completely satisfied. Chinrue endured the pain and made a vow. I swear in the name of Chinrue that I will never touch new women. If I violate, new women naturally did not include Her Majesty Empress. However, the current harem was enough. If there were a few more, the blood sacrifice of the Crystal Palace would turn the male pig into a dry corpse. From now on, he would be an honest man and have sex steadily. Before the oath was finished, his mouth had been gently covered by Jia. It's just a vow that doesn't match your heart. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. Her smooth hand gently stroked his face. The last question, the woman in front of you, whether she succeeds or fails, has or loses, are you willing to accompany her until the end of everything? Chinrue looked into her eyes. Of course, just like she has always been with him. Jia's purple eyes became misty. Her face was flushed as if she was drunk. She slowly lay back. Although there was no special posture, it looked exceptionally seductive. The question and answer time is over. Then, Mr. Chenrue, now it's time for you to fulfill your duties as the Queen's husband. It was said that someone recalled afterward that this was the last complete sentence that Her Majesty Empress uttered tonight. Chapter 784. In the morning, Chenrue, who was immersed in a sweet dream, was suddenly awakened by an unexpected pain. The strange thing was that he didn't have the slightest warning before this, even though his spiritual power had reached S++. When he opened his eyes, the murderer turned out to be his royal princess, Her Majesty. Is it a punishment for some excessive positions during the sex last night? Compared with the little maid and others, it was also the first time. Her Majesty seemed to be more reserved and traditional. Although it could be seen that she had crammed some basic bed knowledge, she was still not Chinrue's opponent at all. From the initial resistance to the later being completely at his mercy, her feelings were naturally not known to outsiders. When Her Majesty saw him wake up, her face blushed and she whispered, "Do you like it?" "Of course I like it." Unexpectedly, the iceberg royal sister, who was usually indifferent and almost cold, could show such a shy and moving charm. Someone's morning desire suddenly swelled up, and his hand reached out to the snow-white body under the quilt. Ouch! It hurts. His shoulder was bitten by Her Majesty again. This bite was a little strong, and the guy's high desire suddenly fell down. It can't be like this. Is he possessed by a hellhound? Didn't you just say that you like it? Jia's expression was a little surprised. That's not what I like. Chinrue just wanted to explain that he was not a masochist, but he saw Jia showing a puzzled look. In that book, didn't it say that men like good morning bite? Good morning bite? Chenrue's eyes lit up, and the desire that had just cooled down instantly swelled to the peak. He nodded quickly. I like it. Huh. Wait a minute. It seems that something strange has mixed in. Did you say that book? Jia's face was even more shy. It's a gift from Alice. I think it's called Those Things That Men These Bastards Like. There is a special note in it, saying that men like Happy Morning Bite the most. Alice, I knew it would be like this. Chinrue's expression was a little embarrassed. This lowly shadow was really everywhere. Could it be that the morning bite in that stupid book was referring to the shoulder bite? The book didn't say that. Jia suddenly realized and asked, Isn't that the case? My silly empress, silly princess, you should have asked for help. Chinrue cupped the beautiful face that was just inches away from him and kissed it on the exquisite, white, jade-like face. Then he lowered his head and burrowed into the quilt. Her Majesty's exclamation came from the bedchamber, mixed with the evil laughter of a certain wolf. Little baby, I'll let you personally experience what a real morning bite is. The cool morning breeze blew through the green trees outside the bedchamber, stirring up the atmosphere of spring. Her Majesty Empress's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for merchants. Various promotional activities were launched. The fallen angel capital was as lively as a carnival festival every day. The craze lasted for more than 10 days before it gradually cooled down. As an empress, although Jia and Chinrue had a close relationship, she did not indulge too much in the harem life due to her duties. She also did not implement the honeymoon plan proposed by Chinrue. Instead, she resumed normal government affairs on the 3rd day of the marriage. Perhaps influenced by the festive atmosphere, all the affairs of the empire were developing in a good and orderly direction. Although the marriage of Chenrue and Jia was so grand that it made the rest of the girls jealous, everyone had a tacit understanding. According to the order, Jia should be the first woman Qinrui liked. The people who were behind were the ones who cut the queue. Now Jia was the last one. After many negotiations, the empress, the female general, the female scientist, the female spy chief, and the maid reached a tacit understanding to divide the time of occupying the male pig-trotters, distribute it according to the weekly and monthly quota, and leave a certain amount of free time. The male pig-trotters' shameless sexual life from then on. The book is over. Don't hit the head. You. Throw the banana peel back into the trash can. Okay, the male pig-trotters said, I think I can still be saved. A shameless sexual life was for sure, but with a series of mockery prefixes such as more lines, too fixed, men want freedom, I'm not a tool for sex, and so on. In fact, small competitions and disputes in the harem were inevitable. Fortunately, now that the girls had reached a tacit understanding and finally stabilized, Qinrui could also calm down and deal with the next step of the plan. At present, the magic game was quite successful, and the follow-up action was still to expand the coverage of the magic signal tower. Because it was a single-player game, the daily game time was limited, so the mystic crystals of the game, Helmet, could still be used for a long time. For the time being, Qinrui did not intend to start the charging mode. For now, he wanted to fully expand the number. In fact, excluding the cost, the sales of the magic television and game Helmet alone had already made a fortune. The preparations for the Three Empires Battle Ball League were all ready, and the competition would officially start next month. The Fallen Angel Empire had two teams. The Red Blood team's home ground was set in the capital's Royal Arena, and the Flame team's home ground was set in the Dark Moon Ancient Arena. This would be a grand event in the entire Demon Realm, and it was also Qinrui's attempt. His general direction was that after the war really subsided in the future, this kind of competition could eventually replace the battle and become another form for countries to show their force and collective cohesion. The technology of the best millet wine was quite mature, and various flavors had been developed. It was now popular throughout the Demon Realm. Recently, there was new good news from Medusa. The distilled wine had been tested successfully, and its strength was far better than millet wine. It was named white wine by Qinrui, and it was being further adjusted for taste and fragrance. This was a secret weapon. Regardless of market or other considerations, Qinrui did not intend to launch it immediately. He would have to wait at least 2 years later. After the life and death battle with Raisin terminated all the contracts, other than Dodo, including the White Feather Estate Lord Sikali, the patriarch of the Shadow Empire's Custer family, Garadam, and his apprentice. The master was a master-slave contract, and the apprentice was a master-slave contract. The Impsli, the Reyes trio of the Tree Shade Estate, Tim of the Wallen Fortress, and Samuel of the Human World, their contracts were all terminated. After the peace talks between the three empires in the Dark Shadow Empire's capital, Qinrui secretly found Celine. Celine was a scheming girl. Not only did she know Qinrui's true identity, but she also controlled many economic vital points of the Dark Moon and even the Fallen Angel Empire. More importantly, the Dark Shadow Empire's top business family would become an important tool for Qinrui in 2 years, so he must control her. However, Qinrui signed a master-slave contract with Celine this time, not a master-slave contract. In other words, the master could not directly execute the servant. In case of death, the servant would not be affected. Of course, the servant could not betray the master, otherwise he would be sanctioned by the contract. Celine knew that it was easy to kill her with the opponent's current strength, and the three empires were likely to form a great alliance. Aguile would still compete with Raisin 2 years later. Once he won, Aguile might become the top powerhouse or even the master of the entire Demon Realm. If this team stood on the right side, then it would bring unimaginable benefits to both her and the Custer family. Therefore, Celine resolutely signed a master-slave contract with Qinrui to continue to act as an insider and fully support the Fallen Angel Empire. The Reyes trio had followed Qinrui since the beginning of the development of the Dark Moon, and they were deeply indebted. Especially Reyes with the help of Chun Rui, recaptured his lover, Visasha, restored the glory of his family, and became the lord of the Fallen Angel Special Economic Zone, the Tree Shade Estate. He was even more grateful. The situation of Tim and the Reyes trio was similar. They all had high loyalty, outstanding abilities, and it was difficult to betray. The termination of the contract was not a problem. Instead, it could be used as a means to make them completely loyal. Slee was almost forgotten, but for the imp, his life had reached an unprecedented height. After getting the potion books from Chen Rui, Slee did not let go of this opportunity that might change his fate. After studying hard, he actually made rapid progress. He was recognized by Aldas and became an official potion apprentice. He was determined to obtain the Potion Master's title within 10 years. Garadam's undead army was an important combat power of the Fallen Angel Empire. For the termination of the contract, the corpse necromancer's first reaction was that Chen Rui was dead because he signed a master-slave contract. The contract would only disappear when the master terminated the contract or died. However, when Chen Rui appeared in front of Garadam again, the corpse necromancer was taken aback. Garadam already had the dragon power essence needed for advancement, but the siren's heart was a troublesome thing. The siren's heart referred to the life crystal on the forehead of the siren. After losing it, one's vitality would be greatly damaged. The most troublesome thing was that the siren's temperament was very unyielding. Unless they were willing, they couldn't get the siren's heart. The little mermaid princess hated Chen Rui deeply. From time to time, he would release a venomous tongue attack, asking her to offer the siren's heart. It was better to go to the Dead Sea to trick a siren's sister back. Although there was no siren's heart, the gift that Chen Rui gave to Garadam still made the corpse necromancer quite happy. 2 broken scythes. This was the phylactery that Lich King Glorios once used to store the soul essence. Later, it was cut off by Chen Rui with the Sword of Fallen Angel. The scythe was an extremely rare soul container, and the residual soul breath could give Garadam a lot of inspiration and help. As one of the 4 lords, Sekali was much smarter. Jia had gradually achieved absolute rule over the Fallen Angel Empire now. With his fence-sitter performance in the Obsidian Era, if he didn't hold on tightly, he would most likely be slowly overthrown and eventually uprooted. Therefore, after Jia's marriage, Sekali took the initiative to find Aguile and offered the contract again to show his submission. Due to many years of operation and means, Sekali's prestige in the White Feather Estate was very high. As one of the 4 major estates, Chen Rui did not want any changes in the most important 2 years of development in the future, so he accepted Sekali's loyalty. As for Samuel, Chen Rui was not worried that this loyal Golden Knight would leak the secret, but the Blood Oath of Light was similar to the master-slave contract. It was likely that Samuel, who sensed the disappearance of the Blood Oath, would think that a certain third Prince Royal Highness had encountered an accident. If necessary, Chen Rui would clarify this misunderstanding with Samuel face to face, because the place he was going to next was the human world.